Thank you for coming. When Erica comes, tell her about the policy, okay? Because she's gonna be moderating, and she still didn't come, so I couldn't tell her. Please, thank you. Joy. Does it not work? I did. Yeah.
Okay, let me start the day.
I did.
Here, this one and this one.
What?
This one. Point to her. Huh?
Which one? Okay.
Ah. Okay, let me do the fancy thingies. This will take a while. Hello, hello, hello. I hope everyone is happy and fresh today. I know it's one of the last days at COP, but here we are again for a very entertaining and interesting day again. Today it's a very special day because today we talk about very important topic. We have the day about food, agriculture, water, and oceans. Today we talk about zero hunger. Today we talk about how we can offer sustainable food, how we can ensure we stay alive and in a sustainable way. So we will have a very rich program and, a lot of sessions, a lot of interaction, a lot of fun, a lot of inspiration. So, of course, stay in touch. And for all of those following us online, welcome, welcome. And you can interact with us in the YouTube channel as well. So moving on, I would like to introduce our first session and our first speakers. We have first session, very interesting, it's by the Provej International Youth Board. And the name of the session is Sustainable Snacking for Future Champions. I don't know if you brought some snacks with you, but would love to hear about the session. So Provej International, happy to have you with us. And let's start the session.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sarah. I'm from the ProVeg Youth Board, and today is Food Day, as my colleague has mentioned, and it's a very exciting day for us people who are working in food systems transformation. Okay. So today we're going to be talking about sustainable snacking, and how small changes can make a big impact on the environment. So why sustainable snacking? And this is for four reasons. Just as ProVeg's core motives, sustainable snacking is pro health, sustainable snacking is pro justice, it's pro animals, and it's pro environment. So when you snack sustainably, you are supporting animal welfare, you're supporting justice, it's better for your health, and it's also better for the environment. How do we snack sustainably? There are different ways to snack sustainably, and today we want to shed light on alternative proteins. From milk and eggs to meat, fish, honey, we have a lot of vegan alternatives, and and these substitutes are available for nearly all plant-based all animal-based foods. The selection is huge, and it's only getting bigger with a stronger focus on food systems transformation. It's time for us to innovate and widen our selection of sources of plant-based foods. So I would like to introduce you to the vegan plate. And this plate is endorsed by various nutrition societies and national governments and provides a single guide to making healthy food choices. As you can see in the plate, we have legumes, we have fruits, vegetables, and we also have healthy fat sources. Again, mainly in the plate, half of it is going to be made of vegetables and fruits. More specifically, this is where you get your five a day. Three should be from vegetables and two from fruits. We also have whole grains, and 1/4 of your plate is going to be coming from those. Whole grains such as cereals, oats, rye, spelt, wheat, barley, millet, rice, and quinoa. And where does the protein come from? It comes from also plant sources, and 1/4 of your plate should be made of plants of protein sources, such as lentils, peas, bees, soya products, lupins, tofu, and tempeh. Now, I would like to stress that although this is a vegan plate, I know a lot of people criticize veganism and say that it's too extreme. And this is why I wanted to implement it into snacking. So if you cannot transition into veganism or vegetarianism, you can start with small changes within your snacks. And what you can do in these snacks, you can make them vegan, so that way you're also lowering your environmental footprint throughout your diet. And those small changes can eventually lead into you actually changing your meals into vegetarian meals or only having animal based foods twice a week. It doesn't have to be strictly vegan. You can also look at the Eat Lancet. It has great samples of what a healthy plate looks like, something that is environmentally friendly. So, sustainable snacks made easy. So these are different types of snacks. I'm going to be starting with alternative protein-based snacks. And in this slide, you can see different types of snacks made from legumes, made from fungi, made from alternatives that are uh, alternatives that are made through different companies. You can choose to use those. They're like nuggets, or you can have burgers or such food products that are alternatives. Next. And these are easy sustainable snacking ideas. And for this, we don't want to reinvent the wheel here. We're just going back to what we actually consume. So we have hummus with vegetables, celery, carrots. It's a great option. Hummus has protein in it, and you also get your five a day, one of your five a day portions through this snack. There's also watermelon popsicle, which is very easy to do. You can get watermelon at home and just put it into the popsicle maker, freeze it. Great option. And you're also getting your fruit intake for the day. And then you can also opt for simple nuts and vegetables and fruits within portion sizes, of course, like berries. We have tomatoes, cherry tomatoes, almonds, nuts, whatever you choose. And lastly, we have a fun looking plate here for children because we do know that it's hard for children to it's hard to uh, increase children's fruits and vegetables intake because vegetables are not really loved by children. So there's always a fun way to try to put this into their diet, such as this one. It's rice cake with peanut butter, and then it's just a cute face for children to enjoy while they're having their snack. And now I would like to introduce our panelists. A few changes have been made. Unfortunately, Juliet cannot be with us today, but we have Perrin Harvey, Senior Global Policy Lead at Upfield, and also Mariana Bernal, Policy Analyst and Multilateral Engagement at the Good Food Institute, Brazil.
I put it on
How do you?
like backwards.
Hello? I don't know. Hello? Can you hear me? Can I have a mic?
It's that way, I think. It goes behind the ears.
So, hi to our panelists today. And it's a very exciting day. And today we were going to be discussing children and youth contribution to food systems transformation. So, as can be seen, youth have been really at the core of climate action, especially this year. They've been really included at different touch points throughout the climate agenda. And today is Food Day, and we are here, and youth is here so that we can transform food systems. So I would first like to start with Perrin. Um, I would like to get your input on what actionable steps and initiatives do you recommend to meaningfully include children and youth to actively participate in the transformation of our food systems.
Great, thank you. So to introduce us, we're Upfield. We're the world's largest plant-based foods company, with our products sold in around 90 markets, and mainly prioritizing plant-based alternatives to dairy, so plant-based alternatives to butter, cream, and cheese. And I lead our sort of our policy work within Upfield. So in terms of how we sort of engage youth and children in transitions to sustainable diets, I think it first starts with education, of course, in terms of how you build a food environment in schools, and how you provide evidence-based information about the nutritional and environmental components of someone's diet. But I think it's also interesting to talk about sort of the structural policy incentives that lead us to consume certain foods. So, we have schemes around public procurement in a lot of countries that sort of channel certain food types into school environments. So things like school milk schemes, that those have sort of certainly played a role, especially in Europe, and they tend to sort of position dairy, say, as the norm. Now, there are ways that we could update that, and it's not about saying we need everything to be vegan. It's about saying we need other options to be available. So you can provide, it means that one isn't the default. It means that you can choose between, dairy milk and plant-based milk. And the same is true of the ways in which we provide, canteen food within public procurement. So often it's about providing a plant-based option or providing, I think you mentioned this before, 1 or 2 days per week where you offer plant-based foods rather than it all being, high meat meals, high dairy meals. It's about providing that sort of that bandwidth for people to choose. Yeah, and I mean, we can also look at sort of things like public promotion campaigns that sort of essentially use public funds to promote and to advertise certain agricultural goods. I mean, the call there is to align those with sustainability-based dietary guidelines. So at the moment, those often over-promote things like intensively produced meat and dairy. We need more of a focus on vegetables as well. We need more of a focus on promoting a plant-rich diet.
Thank you. And I think we all agree on the points that you have mentioned. Mariana, I come to you. So, how can we increase educational programs in food systems transformation? And what role does policy play in moving the needle on that?
Okay, so thank you. So just to start introducing work with GFI, so GFI works with promoting alternative proteins and the sector, not only from a corporate engagement perspective and the industry perspective, but also looking at how we can develop science and also policies that support the science behind developing these products and making them more accessible and making them as delicious as the products that we are used to consume in a daily basis, but the counterparts of the animal products that we're culturally used to consume. So speaking of how we can make educational programs more available and for youth, for instance, we started realizing that this science could be made in undergraduate programs, not only after graduation and after as focused specialization. So GFI started developing those youth-led programs. So we're now in over 50 countries. We have 50 programs called Alternative Protein Projects, where youth is leading and is encouraging universities to start these kinds of programs there. And from a policy perspective, governments play a very important role in funding this kind of research. So not only in the research and development field, but also starting the projects in the undergraduate programs. So,
all right, thank you for that. I think it's very important to have also youth-led programs because we do bring a different perspective on how we would like to learn, because learning now has shifted. The learning space has shifted for youth, and I think having food programs that are also youth-led is very important, and it would also increase the awareness amongst youth. So Perrin, I come to you. How can governments and schools collaborate to create sustainable snack initiatives that not only promote health, but we also want to instill a sense of responsibility towards the environment amongst children and youth?
Well, I suppose a really interesting point to look at here is price. If you're in an educational environment, you have a limited budget and you're trying to procure sustainable, healthy food for a fairly large school population usually. But often the sort of the price structures that our policies perpetuate make the sustainable option the more expensive option sometimes, which is never productive when you're trying to get widespread adoption of more plant-rich diets. So things like VAT is a classic example. often in many markets, this isn't global, it's in some markets, you have much higher VAT for plant-based foods than you do for animal-based foods. And that sort of artificially ramps up the price of one and decreases the price of the other. That's a huge pressure. That's something that sort of is a fairly easy fix and would make it more affordable for schools to be procuring and offering products with a lower carbon footprint, a lower water use footprint, a lower land use footprint. And I think another thing is something like a focus on the information that we provide around the foods that we offer. So there are various initiatives to look at environmental labelling. That tends to be on pack, but if we look in a school's environment, you could look at things like on menu environmental labelling. It's kind of a bit of a gap if we're offering foods and we're not telling people what the environmental impacts they have are. And as we said before, it doesn't have to be that you just offer plant-based foods. You can offer a range of foods, but as long as people know comparatively what's my climate impact from eating this versus that, what's my water use impact, what's my land use impact, or a combination thereof, that provides the sort of the incentive and the information that you need to make an informed decision about the foods you choose. Yeah, I'd leave it at that.
That's very interesting, and I think we can see that here in COP28. It's about having, we do have options of what we want. We do have the carbon emissions, and we do have the nutritional facts. So yeah, I think from the policy perspective, how long do you think that would take to we kind of see it at schools or wider public?
Unfortunately, ages from a policy perspective. So we've got a few initiatives ongoing in the EU, certainly, and in various EU countries around environmental labelling. The most promising is a proposed sustainability labelling framework within a forthcoming piece of legislation called the Sustainable Food Systems Framework. At the moment, that's kind of missing in action. So we don't quite know when that will be launched. There have been rumours that it will be late next year or the year after. Then, of course, it takes ages for that to get transposed into national legislation and then implemented. So I suppose the quicker way is to use existing standards and existing mechanisms to use environmental labelling. So there are things like LCAs, which are based on, if you do those properly, they have to be peer reviewed and based on ISO standards. And those can be used to create environmental labels. I don't think we have enough tools to make that an easy and an affordable thing for environments like school environments yet. That's certainly a gap to make environmental labelling more achievable. And I suppose the other point is, it's not just the information that we have; it's how foods are presented to us. So we can look at default options. Say, if I go into a school canteen, I could be served, let's say, curry. Is the default option a curry with chicken, or is it with tofu, or mushrooms, or whatever? And it's not that you're saying never choose the chicken. It's saying, here's what we'd suggest, and you're completely fine to choose the chicken. But it changes the mindset of what's normal and what's the sustainable choice.
And what about you, Mariana? How is the landscape in Brazil when it comes to what Peran was discussing with us?
So in Brazil, we have not only the issue of regulation and labeling, as Peron was talking about, but we also need funding for this research to improve not only the access to it, but also making the ingredients more available nationally. So right now we have most of our products are made by peas and also soy. So with soy, we're competing with another market, which is for feed for animals and for exports. And with pea, we're basically importing all all the raw materials, and then that makes it more expensive and inaccessible for people. So how would people be encouraged to actually make the switch between an animal option, which also in Brazil is very associated with social and economic increase in their access to food. So to make these options more available, one thing that we notice when doing research with the industry is that we need to nationalize the ingredients to make it more accessible and to actually make these options more common for people, and to make it available in the supermarket. So we now are encouraging governments and showing the governments that it is an opportunity for them not only to in a health perspective, but also in a market perspective. So if government starts to increase investment in the sector, we can actually nationalize it. And another thing that we're doing there is to make it in a way that we can get producers in this end of the industry involved in a higher value product chain. So if we look at the Amazon and the Cerrado, for instance, these are our biomes that are the most degraded by deforestation. So if we increase research in these areas, we can actually make the communities part of this industry by developing products that are produced nationally and that add value to a full production chain that is already developed, but with increased value to another industry. So we're not asking communities or smallholder farmers to change what they're producing. We're just making it in a way that's more profitable for them, to make sure that they are also a part of this production chain, and that we safeguard not only food security but also food sovereignty in the region.
Thank you for that. And as I've asked Paran, how long do you think this would take to achieve?
Well, it's already in place. So we've been working closely with not only the Ministry of Agriculture, but also innovation agencies. GFI develops grants that after we get the money, we make RFPs for research institutions to actually apply this research in the regions, and we have prerequisites for that. So your project has to involve the community after you develop the solution, so we can actually implement that. But we obviously lack funding, climate funding and funding for research and innovation nowadays is very concentrated in the north. So we have to make sure not only improving funding for this research, for all these innovations, but that funding is actually well distributed and equally distributed. So that's what we advocate for. So funding has to be accessible for not only for the global north, but also in the global south. And we have to make it more visible that we are developing solutions in the south for the south, and that we're not going to develop a kind of dependency on importing solutions. It's obviously a very slow process because we also have to understand that we're looking for economic development, and we have to convince people that we're not trying to substitute an entire industry that is where most of our GDP comes from. So it's a shift on mentality, it's a shift on approach, and I'm glad to say that we're doing a good job close to the government agents, but it's a very, very slow process when talking about a shift on mentality, when most of our policymakers are cattle raisers or are older people, and especially white men. So slow process, but we're optimistic that we're gonna get there.
That sounds great. Paran, I wanted to ask you. When it comes to inclusivity, how can campaigns be tailored to address the diverse perspectives and needs of children and youth? Because we want to ensure an inclusive approach to food systems transformation. So I'd love to hear more from that.
In terms of, if we're looking at companies' campaigns, I think a lot of that is about representation and about making it um, clear that that certain, that sustainable and healthy diets can be accessed and enjoyed by children and youth. But then in terms of public campaigns, I think it's really important to look at simple messages that will penetrate well. So, there are good examples of things like the 5 a day campaign, which is really easy to understand. It's the concept that you have 5 fruits or vegetables a day. It's a fairly easy unit to talk about. I think it's something about the size of your fist is supposed to be one unit of fruit and vegetables. That's it's an easy way that you can engage people from a young age to form positive dietary habits. So in that vein, you can have things like there's the meat-free Mondays concept, or you can do a couple of days where you'll eat plant-based. Again, it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be extreme. It doesn't have to be go vegan right now, and probably a vegan food system globally is not really what we need for our global food system. But the one thing to watch out if you're looking at sort of simple campaigns and messages is that you can't, you still have to maintain the nuance. So that's why something like a meat-free Monday or 1 or 2 days plant-based is quite useful. If you go too simple and say everyone go vegan, you A, lose people, and you B, probably don't arrive at a particularly sustainable food system, because we need a bit of a mix. We just need more plant-rich diets, particularly in the global north and in regions where we overconsume meat and dairy. And I suppose the other thing, when we're looking at activating youth in the transition towards sustainable, healthy diets, would be to look at educational arenas as a place to combat polarization. Often the debate around sustainable diets has become incredibly polarized. You have very hardcore vegans versus people who think that current global north meat and dairy consumption doesn't need to be changed. That's not really useful for anyone, and it means that the two sides don't agree on anything, they don't talk, and really we need all actors within the food value chain to be working together to create a transition towards more healthy, nutritious, plant-rich diets. It's not at the exclusion of livestock producers, because that's, as you've really eloquently said, that's where we need a just transition. But educational arenas are where we can use very informed, fact-based teachings to remove polarization and to create a safe space to talk about healthy and sustainable diets.
All right, thank you for that. Mariana, do you share the same point of view as Peron here?
Yes, absolutely. And from a Brazilian perspective, I feel that it wouldn't be so simple to just ask people to give up on their cultural habits and give up meat, especially because, as I mentioned before, meat is still very tied to a social understanding that if you increase your power of purchase, you can actually now have access to meat. So in our recent switching government, we had our current Brazilian president had as one of his says in the campaign that Brazilians were going to come back to being able to afford meat. And this is a very powerful statement for someone who is trying to increase the economic value of a country. So when we have Brazilians voting for someone that actually wants to increase their meat intake, it's very symbolic, because it actually means that people are now being able to choose more what they eat. So if we're looking for a diet perspective and looking into how can we make this switch for more sustainable diets, it's not as simple. You cannot just ask people to give up meat in their first or the first ever opportunity to actually afford to it. So we have to make this switch in a more inclusive way, and making sure that people are actually able to make more sustainable choices, but sometimes they're not going to be willing to give up on their culture. And I don't think it's a huge problem. I just think we have to be more creative on creating solutions for that. And one way of doing that is actually offering the same product that they want to eat, but with different technologies. So that's why we're increasing investment in this kind of research. We are promoting these kinds of solutions. We are also working with cellular agriculture. So people who want to actually eat meat will be eating meat, not meat derived from plants, but derived from cellular inputs. So yeah, it's. I agree that it's going to be a challenge, but there are also different ways and approach that we can make this an actual change.
I would definitely say it's the same for the MENA and the GCC region, because we're very tied to our traditions and the culture and how we eat. And food gets us all together, you know. So food is what connects us with other people. So for us, it's also going to be the same. We cannot just force people, individuals to just directly change. It's going to have to be a slow change, small changes. So I definitely agree with you on that. And it's the same kind of landscape when it comes to our region. So, to close, I would love to, since it's a sustainable snacking session, I would love to know what are your favorite sustainable snacks that perhaps you enjoy at work, or when you're midday, you want to snack on something. What is your favorite sustainable snacks?
Um, it's a bad example today. I forgot to eat and found a 4-day-old apple in the bottom of my bag, so that's what I've had. That was a fairly sustainable snack. But you know, I think there are lots of ways that you can that you can get sort of a conventional snack and use different ingredients to reduce the impact. So. For us, a lot of our products are plant-based alternatives to butter. That's really easy to cook with. So you can make things like baking products and pastries and sort of substitute one ingredient for another, and that has a resultant decrease in environmental impact. So for us, our products tend to be 70% lower carbon footprint and around 2/3 less water use and half the land use than the dairy alternatives. But yeah, I'd say it's kind of what you'd been talking about before, about sort of substituting ingredients. Small changes is a really useful way to start. It does not have to be immediately wholesale changes. And in fact, we kind of need a managed transition of our food system anyway.
Okay, so my favorite snack here in the UAE, so I found my favorite dates that I've ever had. So dates here are very good. So I've been eating them a lot with peanut butter. And also here in the venue, as we have now so many options, thanks to Provide's campaign on having vegan options here. So we've been having lots of switch food, also from the UAE. So far, my favorite snacking options.
All right, that's great to hear. Thank you to our panelists today for joining us. I would like to give the floor to the audience if you have any questions you would like to ask about sustainable food systems transformation, or even about sustainable snacking.
Hello, everybody. My name is Amadou Ndianor from Senegal. So I would ask you about what are the limitations or difficulties that you have encountered in monitoring activities aimed at interest young people and child in the need to establish a new base for the transformation of the food system. And also, what is more accessible for young entrepreneur in the food industry between changing eating habits or creating new perspective in terms of good consumption.
So I will give it. Who would like to take over?
In terms of the sort of the barriers for uh, encouraging sustainable consumption patterns, I would say, from my perspective, it's certainly the largest structural policy barriers. So particularly, I'll come back to this point of price and affordability that makes it really sometimes quite difficult for school environments and for families and consumers to purchase more sustainable products. And then additionally, I think it's interesting to look at misinformation. There was a really interesting report out, I think 2 weeks ago, from the Changing Markets Foundation that looked at the volume of social media misinformation around food. It was primarily focused on intensively produced meat and dairy, and often focused in the global north. But it really it muddies the waters. And it means that the messages that we get are really inconsistent. We get sort of certain messages around the sustainability impact of some foods from some sources, and exact opposite things from the other sources, and it makes it really difficult to decide what is a sustainable, what is a healthy diet. So that's something that should be tackled. And your other question was on entrepreneurship, was it? Mm. Mm. I, I think you kind of have to do both. I think in terms of changing eating habits, I think the way that you've sort of structured this conversation is really important, because you can nudge away at little components of eating habits by there are a lot of hidden animal ingredients in things. So if I buy a pack of Pringles, there's a bit of whey powder, I think, from milk. You could probably, I mean, I don't work for Pringles, but you could probably reduce the environmental impact by reducing some of the sort of hidden high impact animal products in certain foods. I see that as quite a huge mitigation potential. Uh, I might.
Yeah, so my take on that is that, yeah, we need to do both, but changing eating habits is super hard unless you make it super easy for people. So it has to be accessible. It has to be in the supermarket. They have to be used to see these products. So one of our approach with companies, for instance, is that plant-based products shouldn't be in a section separated from the meat products, because then you associate this with super healthy and super expensive products, and for people who are taking on different diets and very specific diets. So in most of the supermarkets in Brazil, we can see chicken nuggets side by side with plant-based nuggets. So then you get people to understand that they are the exact same product, but just made with different inputs and different raw materials. And that one option is healthier than another if they can see in the label and all the nutritional facts of that. So, and then you can actually start to normalize these products for the broader population that sometimes don't have access to all these vegan talks that we usually have, and that includes mostly people that are already convinced on the environmental and the health impacts and benefits of alternative proteins. So I think that to normalize this is step one. We have to make this conversation go away from these bubbles, the food bubbles that we're at, and also from maybe an entrepreneurship perspective, as I was saying about funding. So companies, and especially for young people getting into the market now, they need funding to be more accessible and to be equally distributed. So we are advocating for development finance institutions to actually look at this as an economic opportunity for growth for an entire, not only a sector, but a country. So you have to distribute funding, you have to distribute opportunities, and that way we can reach market at least in a leveled up playing field. for these projects and these new companies that are rising up.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions from the audience? All right. Oh, you have a question.
Yes, thank you very much. So, kind of two questions. First, when we talk about sustainable food systems and sustainable snacking, we also talk about healthy ones, right? So, what kind of opportunities and synergies are there to work with the public health community to unify our messaging and strategies towards sustainable food systems and snacking? And then the second one, what kind of opportunities exist for young people in the production of sustainable food systems? So it's like maybe agriculture, home agriculture, or different tools that people can use in their local level to contribute towards the provision of more sustainable food systems in the market.
All right. So I will be handing it over to Paran. You want to take over the first question?
Yeah, on the first question, I think it's really important that sustainable and healthy diets go hand in hand. I think we're seeing that a little bit more this COP because we've seen people taking a bit more of a focus on a food systems approach rather than just a sustainable consumption approach or just a sustainable production approach. It has to be all of these components taken into account together. I think one really important tool to do this is to ensure that national dietary guidelines, often produced by the local public health authority, take sustainable diets into account. That's the case in some markets, but mostly they were developed a while ago with just the view of nutrition. And there's never just one type of nutritious diet. There are lots of sources that you can get the right nutrients in your diet. So we need to take the angle of looking at sustainable and healthy diets within national dietary guidelines because they influence so much, because they influence public procurement, they influence the education we provide, and the incentives that we provide to make foods more available and affordable.
Yeah, I would also add to that in thinking on health. Some especially because we in the alternative protein sector we're looking for still industrialized products and easy to make products. So we have a lot of we get a lot of questions from the nutritional about the nutritional aspects of these foods, and what we are looking at is a way of making common and well-known products in this taste the same and look the same, but with a lesser of use of resources. So still, like even if it's an industrialized product, and you check the nutritional facts of it, you see that the plant-based option is still healthier because of the less sodium, less saturated fat, and we're not telling people to eat those every day, but in the same way that you wouldn't eat a chicken nugget or a hamburger every day. So we're looking to of ways of substituting, but for the same product. So we're not telling people also to give up their burger to eat lentils or chickpeas. We're telling them to replace their animal-based product burger to a plant-based burger, and that will already make a valuable change on how their impact on their health is going to be in the long run.
And I believe there was a question about how youth can be involved in the production for sustainable food systems, whether it be agriculture, whether it be through policy engagement, it can be through and also production. And other than agriculture, there is also different, like there's a nutritious aspect. How can they be? So how do you think youth can be involved, I would say more involved in this transformation, given that it's still, right now, it's a relatively new field. And whenever youth are looking for opportunities in such a field, um, it tends to be tough to get into that field only because it's relatively new, but people want someone who is well versed, has a lot of experience in this field. So, how can we involve them more? And how can we open this opportunity for them more?
So one example that I have from Brazil is that most of the farmers have sons and daughters that also get into farming afterwards. So what if and they go to university, they study agronomy, for instance, and they basically go to school to keep doing the same thing that their families are doing for generations. So when we approach universities and research institutes, we're now providing them with a model of possible ways to approach alternative proteins as a course in formal education. So we're trying to reach these people who are then going into farming, but from a different perspective, non-traditional and not thinking that this is the only way to do food and this is the only way to produce food that would be profitable for them. So this is one approach that we will only see the result in a couple of years from now when these kids are actually the farm owners. But this is one way of getting them involved that we really believe that might lead to actual change.
I can add very little to that. That sounds like a marvelous scheme. The only thing I would say in addition is the how we position food and agriculture in schools, which is limited. We don't really teach people. We teach people a few cookery classes, and we have some lessons on nutrition. We don't really teach people about agriculture. It's not become a sort of a sexy thing to go into. It's not got a pull. And it's really essential to every part of our life. We depend on food. Lots of our economies are supported by agriculture. So I think more of a focus on younger education and that university program sounds really progressive.
Oh, we have another question.
Thank you. I arrived late. I was in another event. My question, did you address the issues of agroecology, regenerative agriculture in transforming food systems? And second, I don't know if you have already addressed the issues of new curricula and new opportunities in academia and universities. I am coordinator of the International University Network on Biodiversity and Cultural Diversity, and our focus is on students, the role of students, drivers and bridges in campus and off campus for a lifelong learning society. So food system transformation is key in our field. So we work a lot on designing and promoting a new curricula. For example, the majority of agricultural schools and faculties don't have courses in agroecology, regenerative agriculture, smart agriculture, whatever we want to address these issues. And don't have courses on food system transformation. We are going to design specific courses on food system transformation. And our methodology wants to allow students to play a role. So we will design also courses not only with the participation of students, but students-led design of curricula. What we need, and what we need means what students need. And students are able to be not only the target beneficiaries of education and universities, but also agents of an evolutionary transformation. So I don't know if you address these issues, and it's a pleasure to continue.
Well, thank you for your questions. I believe for the first one on agroecology and regenerative agriculture, this is more about alternative proteins and sustainable snacking and the role of youth within the food systems transformation when it comes to alternative proteins. However, we did touch upon education, and I will give it over to Peron so that he can briefly touch upon that for you.
I think what we touched upon was the need for a joined up approach in terms of food systems, which is exactly what you're describing, I think. So I think all I'll say is it's really great to hear that that you're looking at food systems, and agriculture, agroecology need to be part of that conversation. We need to look at production and consumption within the same framework. So just support that.
Yeah, on student-led approaches in GFI, even though we're working specifically with alternative proteins because we're looking of ways to scale up these solutions, and I understand that for agroecology and these other approaches, it's more localized, but still there is a model of suggestions of school programs that could be implemented in universities, and we have been very successful in engaging students to lead these initiatives within their universities. So we now have over 50 alternative protein projects that are projects led by students within universities. So it's more than just a group for studies. It's more of a group to come to the university and demand this kind of changes in curriculum. And we have the model in our website, and I'll be happy to share it with you if it's of any help.
Thank you. Thank you for attending, and thank you for our panelists for joining us today. Yes, I hope you found this insightful, and I hope that it would spark some inspiration for some sustainable snacks and also diets and food systems transformation. Thank you. Thank you. Oh yeah, I did. Everything's working.
Thank you to our amazing first session presenters. Give them a round of applause, everyone. Woo! Very insightful. You know, now it's more inspiring for me to go with the sustainable snacking. Next, we have a very also interesting and insightful session, also about food. And you know, I hope you don't get hungry today because it's all about food today. So yeah, today our next session will be about how we can be feeding the future. So it will be about erosion and food systems resilience. It will be a very interactive one. Yeah, it will start in 2 minutes. So yeah, let's have a little break and we start the session very soon.
Hello.
From which laptop? Oh, right now. Okay, if they play video, most likely from this one. Hold up. Got the signal? Okay.
Take a break. Just call up Ahmed, you know, he'll just take it. So take a break, yeah.
Yes, it will be the one feed in the future. Good, good, good. My friends, how are we today? How are we today? I can't hear you. We are cool. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, yes, yes. So, yeah, we have with us again our friends from Radio Madhudan who, you know, very, very inspiring session delivery and also some free souvenirs if you attend the session. Very interesting session, which will be about feeding the future. Very, very, you know, visionary, how you can feed the future and ensure better food stability for the world. And we have some children, and yeah, that's what we're here to discuss today. So Priyanka and Santanu, great to have you with us today. And yeah, please to you the floor.
Good morning, everyone. Enjoying? Yes, I can see you all are enjoying. Good. So, my name is Shantanu, and I am from the Brahma Kumaris World Spiritual University. But I'm also a member of the United Nations Food System Summit Task Force +2. And we have got with us, who are you?
Hey, nice to be here. I'm Priyanka and I'm a regenerative gardener. And we are facilitating one session today. It's a feeding future and forgotten food. Okay?
And we also have with us,
Hi, I'm Ankita and I'm a caretaker of Earth, of Mother Nature. I think I would introduce myself as that.
so we would love if you can come into the middle. Then everybody would understand that the whole of this is children and youth pavilion. Otherwise, they would just think that portion is children and youth pavilion. And this is some air pavilion, just filled with air. Just come here. Yeah? And so the topic of today's session is feeding the future. Do you think this is a good topic? We can talk about movies as well, if you don't like this. Feeding the future is good? Okay, let's then head on to feeding the future. I pass it on to Priyanka and then we'll get on. Oh, I'm so sorry. Can you let me know if whenever we are going down? Yeah, okay. Okay, so let's.
Okay, I'm Priyanka, and as I mentioned, and banana smoothie is my favorite dish. So I want to know your favorite dishes and the major ingredient, maybe.
My favorite dish is fried rice and chicken.
Okay, my favorite dish is cassava leaf. Yes, it's from my country, Sierra Leone. It's very yummy.
Oh, I know cassava, but I used to eat that tuber root. For me too. And it's a forgotten food for us.
Okay, my favorite food is something from the Arab countries, which is msakhan, which is Palestinian. It's like rice with chicken and with nuts on the top. Yeah, like this dish is from Palestine and Jordan and other countries as well.
The mic holder, I'm better than you in that.
Okay. Okay, so my favorite food is msakhan, which is from Arab countries, especially like Jordan and Palestine. It's like rice with a chicken and nuts on the top.
Thank you so much. Your favorite food?
My favorite food is potato leaves. Yes, we eat the leaves and the root as well. We eat the leaves and the root as well.
So the potato leaves are very delicious. You can cook them with aubergine and potato also, and it's very delicious. Yeah.
Maybe you can go to the next, as I'm thinking my favorite food. I can't remember. My favorite food is matoke with peanut sauce. Matoke is banana, the green banana, and you steam it in banana leaves. It has a nice aroma, and then you make sauce out of peanuts, pound it, and you do like this with matoke. Mwah.
The way you said, everybody's just gone back to Kenya? No, Uganda. And we are enjoying matuke. Yes.
This is really hard because I love food. I'm a foodie, so what's my favorite food? I have a lot. So, but let me go with beef. Some nice fried beef with steamed rice, steamed vegetable rice. Yes.
Um, Anything flavorful, but I do love a Thai curry. Yeah, green Thai.
Um, Mine would be watermelon. I love watermelon. It's my favorite.
Watermelon. What about this side?
My favorite food is rice and fish.
My favorite food is strawberry. Uh,
My absolute favorite is steamed rice pancakes with a nice Indian curry. It's called sambar. It's idli and sambar. I don't know how many of you know it, but it's my favorite. It's my comfort food.
Nice. My favorite food is salads. I can live on salads. Yeah, any kind of salads. I love salads. Mm, what about you? What's your favorite food? You don't eat? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, what about your favorite food?
Mango.
Mango. How many of you know mango? Ah, good. So, what's next?
Okay, so now this is the food thing, and we are going to in deeper journey how food produce and how it creates the erosion. Matlab sorry, erosions in the food system. So we all are going to degradation of land, degradation of health, it's planet health, people health, and it's correlated with the food system. So we want you to write one food erosion that you are facing. It may be whatever. What we can give the example, Shantanu, which erosion you are seeing in your lifestyle.
One of the things that I feel is lost is maybe like people don't know that the leaves is also edible, or this is also edible, or that is also edible. So we have so much mainstreamed our diet by copying others' diet that we have forgotten our own foods that represents us, our culture, our people. So one of the things that I miss totally a lot is the millets, and the millets are something that are like we have forgotten them.
So now we are giving you a one sheet, and on that you have to write what's affecting you related to food. Multicolors. See, I'm saying there are lots of things happening with food system. We lost different fruits, we lost cereals. Now we are eating only two, three things. Like she mentioned, we have cassava also, potato leaves also. So in food system, we are facing lots of challenges. So what's your challenge? Ki you want to eat something, but you are not getting it like that also. Huh. Huh. It can be anything. Price, quality. ये ऐसे ही रखेंगे in between. You also can think differently. You know what? Bees are also disappearing. Bees are very essential. Pollinators are very essential for food. So there are multiple effects happening around us. Oh, okay. Can we? keep it here or here? Okay. You want to read it? Or we simply can.
Who wants to read the challenge that you have written?
The challenge that I feel we're facing in our country is most traditional foods, looking at the cassavas, sweet potatoes, the yams, arrowroots. Nowadays, they're not very yummy, and I think it's because of the compromise of the soil, because we use a lot of fertilizers. So there's a lot of soil degradation. So I think it contributes to not having a lot of sweetness in the sweet potatoes.
Thanks for addressing that soil issue because healthy soil produces healthy food.
Thank you. Um, I'm going back to the traditional foods because I see that nowadays it's become more and more difficult to find your traditional dishes anywhere. You will walk around for hours and you can't find a place where they are selling sweet potatoes. You can't find a place where they are selling your favorite fish. And it just becomes annoying because one day you want to eat it, but you can't find it anywhere. And when you do find it, the price is very unreasonably high. So, yeah.
So much for addressing big issue. We are forgetting our own traditional food. And if you want to eat the prices, so and they are no more sweet, like she said. Sweet potato is my favorite one.
Okay. And so looking at our local foods, you know, we are all different people from different countries. One of the challenges which we are facing is the availability of our local food. For example, in my own country, I'm used to eating rice and cassava leaf. So, like, if this was my first time experience of traveling, I want, you know, my taste is for me to eat cassava leaf, but that my local food is not at in another man's country. So you are only being forced to eat another man's food. And looking at it also, the taste is different. Even if you want to adapt, there are certain times the tastes are very different, and your only choice is maybe for you to be eating the egg, the sausage, but you cannot be able to adapt no matter how you try. You can because of the taste, and also the food are not available. And also looking at it also, the cost. The food that they are available at that moment, they are very expensive. That sometimes you just have to eat to your limit.
Availability and taste. Thanks, Philippa.
Okay, so as a fan of the seafood, so what I'm missing right now is the seafood, like the fish, shrimps, and other types of seafood, which is due to the like harmful actions to the marine system as a whole. So this makes the fish and other seafood like less accessible and more expensive as well, unfortunately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, to me, I think it's the change in weather patterns. You find that some plants used to grow in your area when there was a lot of rainfall, but now since it has become so dry, some plants cannot survive for that long in a drought.
She is addressing the issues of climate change, how the rainfall is erratic and how the drought affect the food system, and it leads to your all production and then increases the cost and it affects on the taste.
For me, it's in Japan, so many pesticides are used. So the food also we will not have a healthy food. So the soil is very damaged. So that is a problem.
For her, the food is no more healthy.
Yeah, in the back, just one sec. I'm going.
So, What's eroding is organic healthy food. Lots of what we're seeing is GMO and it's not healthy. So I'd really like my grandmother's seed to remain because the food taste is different, is original, instead of going organic. And I think we need to protect the smallholder farmer, and because they actually protect the environment by the methods they used traditionally.
To say?
So I wrote down two things, one of which is like inflation overall. I'm based in the UK, but I think also similar to other places, food prices have increased. And then the other point, because I grew up mostly in Norway, is that there's a very lack of wild fish because all the fish is farmed. Um, yeah, which obviously has an impact on kind of biodiversity, but also the nutritional value.
Mine was also mine was also inflation. Similar. I live in the UK, and everything has just gone up. And the other one is I'm originally from Latvia, and one of the things that I miss being in the UK is wild mushrooms that grow in the forests. So the transition of certain foods from your home countries are not here, but I understand why. So yeah, those are the things.
Yeah, for me, I think I work a lot with the health, so it's always about where it's healthy food. But if we go into the supermarket, how they place the food, kind of direct you to choose the more unhealthy food, or when you look at the price that for young students, they might be trying to save more money. And then when you look at that, your soft drinks might be cheaper than your water, or all of the unhealthy, basically the junk food, like the microwave food, might be cheaper and more easily accessible. Then it kind of leads you to that way. But then at the same time, we're really hoping to say we need more organic food, more healthy food. So I think that's the struggle there. Is that yes, we know that, but when you actually need to implement and then have that practice, you see some challenges as well.
Hi, yes, I'm Christabel, the Vice Chairperson for the Commonwealth Youth Council. I'm from UK. I would say that the use of the synthetic fertilizers for our food instead of the natural manures for our food, I would say it's one major problem currently. Thank you.
For me, one of the major problems, I already mentioned about millets, but one would be the presentation of the food. Because today morning, some of us, we went for sand dune bashing, and we wanted to have coconut water, and the coconut was wrapped in plastic. Now, who will tell people that coconut doesn't need to be wrapped in plastic? The water inside the coconut is already preserved and pristine. It is the most purest form of natural health drink. And yet it was wrapped up in plastic. And I was like, my goodness. So the way advertisement and marketing and production and everything is pushing us to believe that how it is being presented is the rightest and the most better way, that is a big challenge for me.
Oh, okay. So you already covered majority challenges what's affecting food system. For me, food is becoming product now. As he said, it's no more food. So food lost the feeling of love and care, and majority my friend bees they are starting disappearing.
Okay, so for me, I lack awareness of nutrition of certain foods. Like, I don't know how nutritional they are. For example, the leaves, that someone mentioned, potato leaves. Yeah, so I was never aware that maybe, you could eat them as well. And for me, it's all about potato, aubergine, the basic food vegetables that you use, tomato, ginger, like it's very limited for me. The concept of microgreens also came very late, so I am still getting used to all these new concepts. But I think for me, an unawareness of the nutritional value of certain foods. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Okay, now we have challenges. So we kept all the challenges here. Now we have to solve all these challenges or address all these challenges, and how you feel we can address these. Now we know the challenges, problems, and how we can solve them. So now again you have to write on the sticky notes, and then here we create one beautiful flower with solutions. It sounds good?
The reason why we want you to look into the solutions is because in ancient wisdom it is said that you see the problem because you know the solution. If something is looking problematic to you, that means it is visible only to you because you hold that wisdom to bring a change about it. Others might think it's not a problem, it's all okay. But if it is visible to you, that means you hold that wisdom that can actually bring a different narrative. So you have to write it on the sticky note because we want to stick them together.
You can draw also. If you feel I can draw the solution, you can doodle it, draw it. You can do it.
So, who will start with the circle of solutions? Who will start? You? Okay, this thing, maybe it will come up. Yeah? How about you? Because I saw you finish writing the.
So I think one, to preserve the soils, because one of the challenges came was around soil, is to practice some agroecological practices, farming practices. And one of them is agroforestry, and also is to preserve the good original quality of seed and not go for GMO, as part of the solution to have organic food, which is healthier. That's crop rotation from my sister here.
I wrote crop rotation. I think it's going to help with the soil. So I think if this season you plant maize, I know most African countries plant a lot of maize. If this season you plant maize, so once you harvest the next season, you can plant something different. So that, yeah, legume, beans, or any other that will be suitable for your environment. Yes.
Tougher legislation and increased transparency.
I think I did the same thing. I wrote strong policies. For me, in my country, like farmers like to harvest before time. So you won't get the sweetness of the fruits of vegetables. So if they rather left it for it to be fully ripe on the trees, then it will be good and healthy for all. So I would like for governments to put in strong policies for farmers to be patient with their fruits, and so the people can eat and live healthy as well.
It's a very practical thing. It's like if your mom is cooking rice and if you are impatient and if you eat uncooked rice, what will happen to your stomach? Yeah, so it's like greed mixed with impatience. Yeah.
Me? Okay. So we think that maybe setting regulations which can include reinforcement may help as a solution. Another solution that we thought about is raising awareness. I would echo what she mentioned about the good practice, like ecological use or the green use of our like of the food and everything. So I think this can be included in the awareness that we are going to raise. Thank you.
Okay, so another solution is which need to be implemented in our different countries is the job opportunity. They need to increase the job opportunity with a good salary. You know, looking at our different countries, people are not proud to be called farmers. Reason being because of the salary and because of the manner in which we view it. So, like making policies that are promoting more job opportunities in the farming system. I think by that, you know, the majority of people that will have interest in that will increase, and by that we can be able to provide a good quality food for our health.
Thank you, Philippa.
Hello, thank you again. I heard someone complaining about how our food is becoming GMO and too artificial, and I think that the best way that we can solve that is by promoting local farmers a bit more, because they tend to use less of these chemicals, and their food is more natural than the one grown in large-scale farms. So I believe we should promote local farmers more as well.
Very nice, very right. If you can't really respect your neighboring farmer and you are talking about think about the human rights and the rights of farmers. Farmers, leave them. First think of the next door farmer that you are living with, what he is doing, and if you can bring and do something consideratably for that farmer locally, that would be really a very big step. Very nice. What's your name? Sorry.
Honest. Yeah, honest.
You are really very honest with your suggestions. You want to share yours?
To me, I think how we can solve this problem of rainfall is that to plant more trees. Planting more trees attracts rainfall. So if we invest more in planting trees, that the issue of rainfall will be a bit tackled.
Simple but very effective. Drawing it.
Thanks for drawing this.
For me, two things. Each time when we are eating, think good things and also think thanks to the nature. Another one is relating to the marketing, but it's not to buy the food, but to create a system to share the food. Yeah, not buying anymore.
I think this is last one.
Thank you. I think everyone they ended up saying everything I wrote down. I'll first talk about something I didn't write before I speak on what they've all said, which I wrote down. Yes. So I believe if we are looking at the local farmers, we also need to look at the machines and equipment these local farmers need in order to be able to do the farming. Currently, how many young people, youth, and children will wake up and say that I want to be a farmer. Everyone wants to be a lawyer like myself. I'm a legal practitioner. Everyone wants to be a doctor. Everyone wants to be a nurse and all that. No one wants to be a farmer. I believe if we create that environment yes, that's needed environment for our young people to know how it's how imperative it is to venture into the agricultural world and create that give the farmers the machines the technical know-how they need in order to be able to do the farming very well. I believe we will be able to produce much better food for our people. Going into what I said earlier in relation to fertilizer, I'm looking at we adopting organic farming practices, which has already been said, crop rotation, which has already been said, and probably a composition to help soil health. I'm also looking at we supporting our local farmers who have actually prioritized sustainability in terms of farming, and I believe this will help us in achieving an environment which is food friendly.
Thank you so much.
And you can write about the aim to become farmer.
Yes, and I am a farmer. And I'm working with farmers and students who want to do this farming and with more smart strategies. And in the when you say farmer, you feel farmers must have troubles, problems, and he's having sadness. No, but when you look differently towards farming practices, these are amazing, like celebration, and we can create the strategies like gardening become more, it's a beautiful way of life for all, but for that we need facilitation, we have to be a community where we can solve this problem. Thank you.
I would just like to add that things are changing also. I see more of my friends who are lawyers or engineers or doing corporate jobs. They say, yeah, you have got a very good life, really. We want to do something like that. And they're giving up their 9 to 5 jobs and shifting to their traditional places to grow something and enjoy that, just observing how things grow and how nice they look at. And just observing a seedling grow or observing your microgreens grow, how do you feel? I can see everybody smiling. It's very therapeutic, exactly. So I totally agree with what Christabel said, but I also share my hope with you, Christabel, because that I see many people now joining the force to become farmer and proudly saying that I am a daughter or a son of a farmer and I am also going to become a farmer. How many of you really support this? Because we all come from farming communities. Yes.
And you can start with simply sprouts. We don't need to have a land and anything. We can start in balconies, growing some green, growing basil. We can top up on our salad and we can add it in our soups. So we can start this step with our doorstep. So now this is a beautiful flower of solution, and we can't show it, but you can come and see it. And already we address all the problems and solutions. We want to take you a tour of our project where we are working with farming communities and giving them a solutions in the form of all the forgotten food. And here we are gifting them cassava also. We can click it later also. Enjoy one video and beautiful gallery.
Do you have the presentation?
Pictures
Okay.
and they can.
So can we have the pictures? Oh. Oh yeah, it is here. Thanks. Okay. So will you like to share about the pictures or should we first see the film? So we will first see the film and then everybody's happy to watch a film? Yeah. Let's just sit down and watch it. It's a less than 2 minutes film. No, there's a film was sent. Yeah. So the film is from a very remote area in India. Priyanka would share more about it. What is this place like? And
Yes, this place covers all the challenges you mentioned. There is a less rainfall, there is no livelihood opportunities, and they forgot on their own food, and they are eating only wheat and potato, and sometimes they used to have onion and bottle gourd. So now what we did, whatever the solution you mentioned here, crop rotation and add more food, nutrition food, and we started some initiative that is nutrition garden for every single family with more than 50 species which are local, which can give or which can give food also and give food to soil also. So this is the story of one lady who is more 75-year-old, 80-year-old, and she is doing farming at small village which is having only 90 people living in that village. हाँ. Now see and enjoy. भिंडी ले लूंगी कल नहीं परसों हाँ ठीक है कल आपका ये फोटो ले लेंगे फोटो उसमें बताना आपने कैसे कैसे लगाया ठीक है चलेगा अब चलो अब बहुत देर हो गई है
कुंवर भाई श्याम जी ड्याम जी, कुंवर भाई डाम जी, इसी वर्ष का।
अच्छा,
મારી મહેનત થશે, ખાવાનું જોશે ઈ દેશે, બીજું તો ભગવાન છે, બીજું તો મારો કોઈ છે નહીં. અત્યારે તમે છો ઈ મારા ભાઈ, આ છે ઈ મારા ભાઈ, આ મારી દીકરી. 5 છોકરા છે, કોઈ 5 રૂપિયા નહીં દે. ક્યાં કરીએ? ચલાય હા કરું. ગામમાં જો એક દી ભીંડા દઈ આવું, એક દી ચોરા દઈ આવું, બધા આખા ગામમાં દઉં.
So it's a reality. And what you are saying, that she isn't selling her food. She's going around in the village distributing anybody whatever she has grown. And we really wanted to acknowledge her efforts because on the 8th of December, she passed away at the age of 82. And it was the same day when we screened this film at a different pavilion. And we realized that even though she has moved on, she left us with a great message of life, that don't just do farming for the sake of profit. Don't just do anything that you're doing for the sake of profit. Do it for others. Do it with a heart that beats for others. And she's growing. She used to not grow anything because her piece of land was just like that. And she was just an old lady all by herself. So with the intervention, she started growing different varieties of vegetables and went to house to house to house to just give away them. And if you see in the beginning, when we went there to click pictures and take pictures, whoever comes to her doorstep, she would just pick some mung bean pods and give them. So when she was giving it to Priyanka, I said, we'll share it from there. And she said, no, I'll give you more. And then she gave it to me, and there was another person. I said, we will share from this. She said, no, I'll give it to her as well. So what an unlimited heart. I think the heart we carry can really help us to look into these solutions. And that is what we call as consciousness, our awareness. Am I aware of the needs of people around me? Am I aware of my needs? Am I aware of the needs of the nature? That is what is at the core of whatever we do, what we do.
Yes. Huh. These are the some pictures, how we gifted them these sticks of hope. So these are the pineapple and cassava sticks. These all are the climate smart food. You know, climate smart food, they are resilient, they need very minimal water, and they can grow anywhere. Okay, she is the Shruti, and she is our volunteer, and she is managing our nutrition food gardens. This is our first produce at one place within just 3 months. So it's like a diverse. We have multiple greens and fruits and vegetables. But now their plate is more colorful. Earlier it's only one grain and only one vegetable.
One formula of having a very good food system is the more colorful your plate is, the better it is for the planet. By colorful, I don't mean artificial colored, means naturally colored plate is more closer to planetary health and also your health.
Next. She is the Kunwar Dadi. grandma, we used to call her. Very small patch. And she is God that her fruit trees will grow nicely so that they give the fruit to uh, other generations coming. These are our two youngsters. They are belong to pasture communities and we are working with them. They are our hope, like you. She is also. We planted more than 50 species of fruits and medicinal plants so that it will be helpful for these kids to carry this message of sustenance and permanence. And where is the cassava girl? Can you identify this is the cassava? It's just in 3 months. It's just because of their love, their care. It grow so tall. It's like unimaginable. And below that, there is a red banana, and banana is a superfood. So we gave them more seeds of superfoods also. And these all are the girls who are taking care of nutrition garden for each family. And this is our whole village ladies and gathered together for seed ceremony. We first time introduced there a seed ceremony with sacred seeds, the native seeds with high resilience, and we give them a power, good wishes, love, so that they can grow well and give a better health. So this is our story, and thanks for being here.
So, do you see that our thoughts can really empower matter? How we think can move and empower matter. We can do a quick activity and you will see the evidence of it. I would ask you to bring your hand closer to your eyes. Just measure your head. Just measure your head with your hand. Close your eyes and just with that measurement of your hands, bring your hands outside your face. Okay? It should be like this. If it is this, just this. You don't increase it, don't decrease it. Just keep it as much as your head space is. Okay? Close your eyes and just keep thinking grow, 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 grow. You think, and your hands would be growing by themselves. Just think of growing, that the hand is growing. And even if you are not doing anything, your hands will be growing. They're growing apart. And now reverse it. Come closer and visualize that your hand is coming closer. Closer, 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 much closer, much closer. And when you try to bring it back, it is shorter than your head. So what you think will make you move accordingly. Sometimes we do not put emphasis on what we think, how we think. We just think thinking is okay, I can think bad for you and that's okay, you won't know. It will reach out. It will make itself manifest. It will become a reality. So if we think of all these solutions, even if we are not able to do any of them, but if we can think of solutions, if we can think of positive approach towards the problem would be poof, finished. Like how Thanos did this and everything finished, the problems would finish. But only when we have this positive attitude. So with this good wish, that with this positive attitude, we'll all be able to feed ourselves, our future. I would request all of us you to take picture of this beautiful thing that you have made, and maybe we can all come together. Yeah?
Hi everyone, we'll start just in a minute. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our high-level speakers segment. You want to know how this works? We do this at this time every single day and have been for the whole of COP. And this is our penultimate one, actually. We have the final one tomorrow. So for today, we're very happy to welcome our speakers on stage. Oh, my name is Serena, and I'm joined... sorry, that's habit. And this is my co-coordinator, Mashkor, as well. We are the two of the program coordinators for this pavilion, also joined by Saad, who you will see around. This is, okay. Oh, I have to have it really close. That. Okay. Can I have the handheld back, please? So we are joined today on stage by two speakers today. Thank you. We have Donna Humes from C40 Cities, and she is the Director of Political Strategy and Campaigns. And we also have a representative from the FAO. Wait, no, sorry, I said your title wrong, didn't I? Hold on. Yes, you did correct me. Director of External Engagement and Campaigns, and we have Amy Dushel, who is the Senior Forestry Officer for the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN, or FAO for short. So, yeah, over to you.
Me. Hello? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it's an honor to have you with us. Just to get us started, Donna, can you give us a brief insight into what motivates you to do what you do, and how is this making an impact on climate action, especially as it regards to children and youth?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And maybe before I answer your question, if I just give a brief introduction to C40 Cities as well. So we work with 100 of some of the world's biggest cities, both helping them to take climate action, but also bringing the collective voice of mayors to the global stage. So here at this COP, for example, on key topics from fossil fuel phase out to loss and damage. But working with youth is something which is incredibly important to C40 and to our mayors, and it has been for a number of years. Because I think that, you know, cities really are the doers. They're the ones implementing climate action on the front line. 75% of C40 cities are taking action faster than their respective national governments. But we know that it's not going to be possible to go at the speed that we want, to have the kind of policies that we want, to have the kind of inclusion that we want, unless we work really, really closely with young people. So we actually have a brand new co-chair of C40 Cities for the first time, Mayor Aki Sawyer, the mayor of Freetown in Sierra Leone. And I had the real privilege of actually being with her when she first joined C40 in 2019. And we had brought together young people from all over the world to come to the World Mayor Summit in Copenhagen and have one of the first dialogues about how young people and mayors should work together. And it's something which has been very close to her heart. I mean, probably before then, but it came out incredibly passionately. And one of the things that we have then worked on together as C40 is bringing mayors and young people into a real discussion about what does meaningful youth engagement look like. And from that, we set up the C40 youth program. And we created this playbook for meaningful youth engagement at the city level. And one of the things that we do as C40 a lot of the time is to help cities to learn from each other on best practice. So now that we have those contributions from young people and mayors on what really it looks like for them, and one of the key things is really engaging young people in decision making about urban climate action at the local level by setting up youth climate councils, for example. And then helping cities to learn from each other on that. So we have two networks that we've set up as part of our youth program. One is on One is for the city officials to learn from each other, and the other is connecting young people all around the world as part of C40's Youth Hub to be able to also learn from each other on how they can best work on and influence and get involved in urban climate action. But from a personal perspective, I feel like, and the reason that I'm really passionate about cities and youth engagement is I think there's, to be honest, we need young people. We really, really need them. Cities are working on solutions from, public transport expansion to building codes that, mean that we can have people's energy bills reduced, from waste collection and making these things happen in cities. But the amount of vested interest that we're now seeing opposing that action in cities around the world means that it's even more important that we are working together in our partnerships to build that public support and that public engagement for urban climate action, which can only be done if it's done in an inclusive way. I was in a meeting with one of our mayors recently, and he was saying that, the misinformation and the misinformation and disinformation which is coming to our cities now is so strong that people genuinely believe that energy efficiency policies means that they're going to be thrown out of their house or it's going to be knocked down. People are talking about climate lockdowns. And we know that this is coming from vested interests. I saw a few years ago a leaked document from the European Car Manufacturers Association who would recognize the role that cities can really have in reducing demand for fossil fuels across buildings, across transport. And they specifically targeted in their strategy, we've got to stop this from happening. And then, I guess just to conclude, the final reason that I think it's so important for us to work together is because I think that we can give each other hope. It's a hard fight. It's not something that any group can do alone. Really looking forward to the conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing those insights. So over to you, Amy. Okay. Can you also give us a brief insight into your work and what motivates you to create the space for children and youth to engage and also have an impact in the world?
Okay. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Amy Duchel, Senior Forestry Officer and leading the Forest and Climate team at the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, of the United Nations. For those of you who don't know FAO, we are a specialized technical agency of the UN that's leading international efforts to defeat hunger. And the goal is to really achieve food security for all and make sure that people have a regular access to enough food, but also healthy food and leading active and healthy lives. And I come at this from the forestry perspective. So some people say, wait, forestry is an FAO? And indeed it is. So today is Food, Agriculture, and Water Day at the COP, as all of you know. And the world's forests are actually absolutely essential for many of the water regulatory services that all of us enjoy. And, forests really rose to the top of the climate agenda for their mitigation potential. So everybody talks about, forests, carbon stocks, carbon sinks. Indeed, this is very important. But forests also, some new science is showing that forests actually provide major global cooling benefits that are not accounted for in this process. So something like 20 to 40% bonus mitigation from forests. And those cooling effects and the water that forests provide are actually essential for agricultural productivity. And they have very local benefits for farmers. So that's how we come at this, that forests are absolutely essential for ensuring sustainable agricultural productivity and ultimately food security. So this is part of a very big systems approach. I'm really proud that FAO absolutely puts youth and youth issues at the center of its efforts. You know, and this is really coming from the very top, from our Director General, who has absolutely recognized that, I mean, what is it, today's youth, between ages 15 and 24, it's 1.8 billion youth. And you all, I mean, so not only are you active players in your communities now, but you are our future leaders, and there's a lot of you. And so I think this kind of engagement is really going to determine whether our future is sustainable or not. And so it's very clear that at FAO, we're really focused on meaningful engagement. And we have a youth-led movement called the World Food Forum, and that's aiming to transform agri-food systems. So to make agricultural and food systems much more sustainable in the long term. And I'm really happy to acknowledge my colleague here, Lindsay Hook. She's the head of culture at the World Food Forum, and really leading this effort. And it's such an exciting time of year. It's every October. There's a flagship event, and it transforms the building and the place with all kinds of energy. And so we would actually invite each of you and all of those online to come to Rome next October and participate and be part of this really youth-led movement for a sustainable future. So please come join us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And over to you, Serena.
Yeah, thank you so much, Amy and Donna. And I think
It's on.
No, I think a lot of young people in our audience today are very much aspiring to have positions like you one day and work on on the kind of work that you do as well. And so I think we'd be interested to know, can you tell us about what is a day in the life for you? What does it look like? Tell us about your day. Yeah, it's interesting.
A COP day or a normal day?
What do you want, a COP day or a normal day?
Normal day. Well, look, so my role is very much about trying to make connections between our mayors and really important partners in the outside world. And so we have a fantastic youth team that I work really closely with, and they look after our youth hub members. We help to organize events. You know, we draft policy. We have one of the things that we do a lot is, because we're such a global organization, is we bring people together for webinars where we share like very important best practice about what's happening in cities, how are young people involved. And so I guess I'm really lucky because part of my role involves hearing some of the most inspiring and uplifting stories from around the world and then sharing them with others. So, you know, whether it's about youth involvement in Accra, in involving the informal waste pickers, in creating really good green jobs and opportunities, as well as helping the climate change, or whether it's, you know, LA working on a just transition program so that the fossil fuel industries there are able to transition into also, you know, really good, well-paying jobs. And both of those cities have got really strong youth engagement. And I think that that's one of the reasons why these examples are coming through. So I get to make those contacts and connections, bring people together, and then, you know, share the inspiration of others and let it flow. A connector, I guess.
And are there any mayors that particularly stand out to you as really engaging the youth and, I don't know, just stand out to you in that way?
Well, I obviously have to, first of all, mention again our co-chair, Mayor Aki Sawyer. So she became co-chair just a couple of weeks ahead of COP, and she set out 3 priorities for her co-chairship. Our other chair is Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, but for Mayor Aki Sawyer, she has 3 priorities, and youth engagement is one of them. So we have been doing this really fantastic work, bringing together city officials, bringing together youth, but it's just the beginning, and it's something that we very much want to expand.
And then, Amy, over to you as well. What's a day in the life like for you?
Yeah, thanks. So before I move to me, but I do want to connect to your point about the mayor of Freetown. You know, that's actually called Freetown Tree Town.
Yeah.
And that's how I got to know that incredible person, because she has really spearheaded a regreening of Freetown, and you know, this incredible restoration bringing together a bunch of different stakeholders around forest and tree restoration in the city. So she's also a hero to us
She's a hero to
on the
everyone.
forestry side. So yeah, she's a very special person. I think from my side, I should just say that I am a trained scientist, so I actually came to FAO just 2 years ago, and before that I was at a research organization, the Center for International Forestry Research, and so I really come at all of these issues from a very scientific point of view, and so a lot of what I end up doing is really trying to bring the best science into the policy processes that are being discussed. And so, I myself am not actively doing science anymore, but really always on the lookout and trying to bring together the best scientists and the best science as the backbone for a lot of the solutions that are being proposed. And we know a lot, and it's just that it's not always translated well into those who need it most at the time that they need it and in the kind of language that they need. So I think a lot of my job is that. And then I think our partners, of course the UN serves our members, and we have more than 190 member countries at FAO, and so a lot of what we do is really trying to identify the needs that our members have. For us, it's forest conservation, forest restoration, sustainable use and management of forests, and really trying to support them through knowledge, capacity building, tools, exchange. Again, we're at the service of the countries that form part of FAO, and so that's a lot of it. And I think the most interesting part of the job is really being able to learn so much about these incredibly inspiring stories that are happening globally. And I think it's very easy to get overwhelmed by the nature of the crisis we are in, and we are. We shouldn't water that down. This is called the decisive decade for a reason. The science shows us that if we do not drastically reduce emissions by 2030, we're in big trouble. And we're in big trouble in ways that we don't even understand in terms of tipping points that the Earth systems are headed for. And so it's real. At the same time, we can do it. There's still enough time and enough solutions on the table. We can really do this. And so I think it's absolutely important to remember that, stay positive, and keep working on your area and go deep. Really, just whatever is driving you. For me, it was science. For somebody else, it may be connecting. For somebody else, it's communication. For somebody else, it's working with communities hand in hand, planting trees. Whatever it is, do it and do it deeply, because then the change comes. So I think, and we do still have time, but not much. so do it, and do it with urgency and energy. Yes.
Yeah, our time is running out, and I think it's really important, as you rightly said, find your niche.
That's right.
We can make all the changes we want to do. Everyone can contribute in the different ways according to the passions that they have.
Yeah.
I think now we'll open it up to the audience and see if anyone has some questions or thoughts for our speakers.
Thank you. Is this on? Yeah. I was just curious to hear whether you have any examples of kind of effective youth engagement in decision making across both of your organizations, and what outcomes that have led to.
Well, I'd actually like to turn it over to my colleague who's sitting here, because she's leading really these efforts on the World Food Forum, and she can talk with more passion and understanding than I can about this. So please, Lindsay.
Sure. Thank you so much, Amy. Yeah, I think for the World Food Forum in particular, it's really easy to kind of say, okay, yes, this is a movement led by youth, for youth, like everyone likes to say. But for us, the most important thing is to make sure that engagement is really meaningful. So I can tell you from experience that our team is 99% youth. I mean, our boss basically is obviously a little older than us, just in terms of you have to have experience, and there's the the hierarchy of the big UN organizations, so that's quite normal. But we are all very independent to make our own decisions for our teams, which is something that I find, and maybe Amy can confirm or not, I find that to be kind of rare in these big UN organizations. It's not easy to find positions where you have that freedom of creativity and proposing new ideas. And Maximo Torero, who is the chief economist of FAO, he's kind of the person leading all of this, and he's extremely open to new ideas, always pushing us further to really transform FAO, like Amy said, to leave people with those amazing memories of how real youth engagement can look. And I think it's pretty clear in a lot of our events as well. You will see youth on almost all of the panels. We do try and mix to make it more of an intergenerational approach to have the variety of backgrounds and feedback. But I think you can kind of see, and you'll continue to see even more, that it really is youth behind all of this. So we practice what we preach.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Oh, well, I think, she will respond.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to also come in. I guess I had the privilege is actually hearing about some of these firsthand from the young people involved as well. And we brought lots of our Youth Hub members together for a dinner with Miraki Sori the other day. And I guess 2 examples. One really about climate education. So there's been a lot of work in Quezon City with Mayor Joy, who has worked really closely with young people on the ground to set up climate education programs, which has then also got funding, and have really expanded, I guess, the awareness in the city amongst young people in particular. There's also the mayor of Austin set up a youth climate council, involved young people in the budgetary decisions, and then had actually allocated funding as part of that budget for some of the youth, the climate priorities specifically coming from youth. And of course, in Freetown Treetown, young people are essentially involved in the committees that are making that happen as well. But I think there's more and more, and we need to share the best practice and keep them going. So if you're not already engaged with your city at the local level and you would like to be connected, come and speak to me.
Absolutely. It's very critical to have youth, children and youth at the co-creation stage. So we effectively bring about the solutions together. Do we have any other intervention?
If not, we could probably move to a family photo now.
Okay.
Since we are back to back, and the next session will start in a moment.
Yeah, so I would just like to thank you very much
yeah.
for sharing the stage with us, and also giving insights into how we can contribute towards the work you do, and also addressing climate change on a global scale.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us. It's a privilege.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, shall we? Yeah. Okay, if you two sit here. Could everyone come and maybe squeeze in a bit and come around here if you want to be in the family photo? So this is Youth, FAO, and C40 Cities, the full trifecta. We have photographers. Yeah. You'd like to just sit here. Yeah,
Oh,
sit
sorry,
here and
okay,
we'll crowd
sorry.
around you. Yeah. I'll come through. Liz, you want to come in the picture?
Yeah.
You guys want to come in our family photo? Photo time.
Let's go in the behind.
Okay. Okay. Prakash, come in our photo. Wait.
Wait.
Sorry. Wait.
Okay, the other phone? Yeah. No, but yeah, the phone is. Nice. Thank you.
Yay! Thank you, everyone. So.
High-level speakers and for FAO and C40 cities for joining us today. Next, as we are speaking about food and we are speaking about children and also making sure we have sustainable world for our children, it's really important to mix that discussion with offering good capacity for children. And in that context, we have our friends from AIC Zimbabwe, who will present to us the launch of the book or Children and Climate. So Liz, I'm happy to give you the floor.
Hello. Hello. Okay, can you please just come in between? Hi, Serena. Okay, whilst I'm waiting for the slides to show up, how are you guys feeling today? It's the 10th, and some of us were here since the 24th. I can imagine. I can only imagine. Okay, whilst we're waiting for the slides to show, okay, the slides are here. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for coming to this event. We really, really much appreciate the support. Today, we are all gathered to launch a children's storybook focusing on climate change. This book, it was an initiative. It's co-authored by 3 young ladies, me included. Then Tafazwa, you will hear from her, and our other colleague who couldn't make it because of work issues. But we are really excited to launch this book, and thank you so much for supporting us. So these are the authors of the book. As mentioned, Priyanka, she is a master's in environmental science and currently teaching in the UK. Elizabeth, you all know me, no need to introduce myself. And then Tafazo Kuroti, she will introduce herself. So I'll just give you a brief background about the book, why we decided to launch this book. We realized that when we are discussing about climate-related issues, some of the words, the jargon, is just too much for young children to understand. So we wanted a way we can relate to children, and we then decided to come up with a children's storybook with information that will help them to understand what we mean when we are discussing about climate science, about climate education. So actually, the reason why we then decided to have the children's storybook is we wanted to disintegrate the nationally determined contributions. Currently, our country, Zimbabwe, we are focusing on 4 pillars, which is the waste, Afolu, agriculture, forest, and other land uses, IPPU, that's industry, processes, and renewable energy. But in order to break down this information to kids, it's just a mouthful and it's a lot. So this book for now is focusing on waste. So it's a series of books. We are going to be launching 2 more books next year till we have a set of 10 books. So we are still in this journey, and in case you're interested to collaborate or to partner with us, feel free to reach out to us. Next, we're going to hear from Priyanka. There is a video that is there. I'm not so sure if you received it. Priyanka will give some remarks. Okay, whilst we are sorting that technical glitch, whilst we are still sorting that out, we are going to call upon Tafadzwa Kurotwi to come and introduce herself and give some brief remarks. Tafadzwa, please, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I'm sorry, my voice is a bit hoarse. I'm developing a flu cold. So my name is Tafadzwa Kurotwi. I am a climate advocate and humanitarian based in Zimbabwe. And I founded an NGO called Emerald Climate Hub that seeks to amplify Zimbabwean voices as well as finding sustainable solutions to climate change through innovation and technology. And for the past 5 years, I've been advocating for climate education in schools and in Africa as well, and mobilizing a number of young people to ensure that they are also part of climate action. And when Priyanka came to me and then she was like, Tafi, I really like your work, I really like what you're doing in Zimbabwe and across Africa, and I want you to be part of this amazing project. But then to mobilize everything else and the resources, we need to come up together and ensure that this project is going to be a success. And I'm really honored to be here and that the book is officially here with these amazing ladies that we have been working with, Elizabeth and Priyanka. For the past year, we've been trying by all means working to ensure that the book is in the context of Zimbabwe and also Africa, to ensure that young people who do not have knowledge on what climate change is are also, helped with this comic book. So this book, we currently wanted to be in schools, and the age group for this book is 8 to 12 years. So this is just a small thing for young people to know the basic knowledge on what climate change is. And as well, in Africa or in Zimbabwe, young people have no knowledge on what climate change is, especially those who come from the rural communities. So we want to bridge the gap with this book. We want to mobilize a lot of resources to ensure that every young people in rural communities and schools have access to this comic book. But then just to make it more fun and not to just be a boring book, but then for these people to understand in a fun way on what climate change is basically. So yeah, that's been me and my journey and my story, and I'm really honored to be part of these amazing sisters and coming up with this project. And we are hoping that it will not only impact the young people, but it also, influence you people and just be part of this cause and support us. And I'm really glad that you're all here, and thank you for coming. I'm looking forward to the launch of the comic book. Thank you.
Did you eat? You can do better than that. Come on, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tafadzwa, for that. I think we can now hear from Priyanka. The tech guys, please let us know when you are ready. Okay, we are waiting for the sound to come on.
Don't waste it. A book based on climate. Hi, my name is Franca Nick, and I'm the author of the children's climate change book, Wait, Don't Waste It, a book based on climate adaptation. The idea of the book came to me during the COVID-19 pandemic. Myself and 2 colleagues of mine from a network called the Resilient 40 had gotten funding to do projects related to climate change adaptation and resilience. Due to the pandemic, our hands were tied, but we decided to do projects that targeted the youth, and so we worked with schools and children and communities across Zimbabwe, Zambia, and Uganda. It was here that I saw that there was a huge gap in climate knowledge, and I wanted to bridge that gap somehow. I reached out to someone I knew would hit the ground running and had the same passion and drive as me, and that was the beautiful Elizabeth Gulugulu. We spoke about it, and then reached out to Tafadzwa, a fellow environmentalist, and now here we are, at COP28. We hope this book inspires the youth to make small change, as these steps are incremental. We hope that it inspires those in spaces that shape the youth to educate and empower the next generation and make a difference. And we hope that our elders with indigenous knowledge that have loved and cared for the earth for so long continue to pass their knowledge down to us. Thank you once again for this platform, and I hope that we can remember that the earth is what we have in common.
Hello? Okay. For a moment, I could not hear myself. Okay, I think you heard what Priyanka had to say. Alone, yes, you can go fast, but together you can go far. So this is what we did. Actually, writing the story, it was pretty amazing because the other person had to start with the introduction, and when they thought they had reached to the conclusion, then the other person had to take it over, and then we had the other person who had to do the bridging of all the different sections. So it was really amazing, an amazing experience actually. So yeah, it's important to coordinate and to collaborate amongst young people. The results are just amazing and it feels good. I also want to take this time to give a shout out to the technical people, the IT people. Normally they are not thanked enough, but they do a lot. So just a big shout out to you guys. And my son who is at the back taking pictures, just a big shout out to you. No, don't look for him, but he's there. Okay, so now I'm going to call upon one of the authors from, okay, I do not, they say, we pronounce it as Rwanda, but they say it's Gwanda. So she's going to tell us how they pronounce it. Her name is Deborah. Deborah also wrote a children's storybook. I hope you brought it with you. Yeah. So she's going to tell us about her journey. She's going to tell us about the challenges, and she's also going to tell us about how you will be able to access her book. And then after that, we can do a short Q&A, and then we will launch the storybook. Deborah, the floor is yours.
A very good afternoon. I'm Deborah from Rwanda, but people pronounce it however they feel it's easier, but the correct way is Rwanda. And it's an immense pleasure to be here and hearing what has been going on with regards to storytelling in Zimbabwe, Uganda. Was it Uganda? I guess I got that right. But I'm very glad that we are also doing the same in Rwanda. So at least having such a correction of stories for children, I think it's very of crucial importance. And why did I choose writing children's stories? I believe we are not just dealing with climate change as a whole. I think climate change is one ingredient in the whole challenge we are dealing with, but it's also mindset and behavior changes. And I think behavior change starts when we are still young. And I can't really imagine how much I've learned through storytelling. I have been taught how to cook, how to behave, how to trust people, how to everything through storytelling. So I did the same with the Whispers of Savannah. This is the book, and it has already made sales so far, and I'm still trying to see how it can reach the broader market so everyone can access it. So Whispers of Savannah is basically a climate change tale for children. Now imagine if trees could talk to you and tell you why they are concerned about what's happening. Imagine if the wild animals in the space could tell you what their concerns are, or if climate change itself was an entity and was advising you how best you could solve it. Wouldn't that be cool? And I believe children have the right to learn about the climate change, why it's happening. We have been seeing migration happening. These are still children migrating. They're not going to schools due to climate change. So I think it's equally their right and our responsibility to educate them about such a concept with hopes that it changes behavior, but also inspires them to become agents of change as they grow older. So how do you access the book? We are yet to make it available on Amazon by the end of this month or earlier next year. So I believe maybe if I'll get your contacts, I might reach out later on. But at the moment, I'm only left with 4 copies. So it will be on a first came, first served basis. Oh, that's so fast. And yeah, and also we are trying to translate it in different other languages. So starting with Kinyarwanda so that people whose language is not fast English can still learn and maybe diversify it in other African languages and other common international languages. Thank you very much. The most challenges, I would say, would be financing. I didn't see at COP education being discussed as one of the sector to invest in, but I think it's of crucial importance to invest in climate education as we talk about climate action in general. Thank you very much.
Guys, we can do better than that. How many of you know Dr. Richard Muna? Do you know him? Do you know if Dr. Richard Munang was here, he was going to clap hands more than you guys do? Am I lying? Do you know that? His clap alone. So we can do better than that. It is always good to support our own. And Deborah, thank you so much for sharing your experience, and thank you so much for putting in a lot of effort, energy. As a co-author myself, I understand the time that is needed. I understand the financial resources that are needed to make sure that we do have a final product. So I'm going to open up the floor for any questions in case we do have for Tafadzwa and Deborah. Just a few questions if you do have. I'm going to ask Tafadzwa and Deborah to just come and sit here. And if you have any questions, please raise your hand. I can see one hand so far. Do we have any more hands? Okay. Can we please have a mic? Whilst we are waiting for the tech part to be completed, how many of you are excited? Are you excited? How many of you have written books? Where is your work? Guys, this is the platform. Like, if someone is launching your book, this is the platform. You also bring your, your book so that we also showcase it, okay? So next time you hear that there are events like this, don't hesitate. Bring your book so that we can also showcase them. We need to support each other as young people, and I believe, Ooh! Yeah! We do have a book. That's Shay. Thank you so much, Shay. Okay, please go ahead.
So, hello everyone. I am Austin. I am a girl guide from Benin. I want to start by thanking you for your innovative idea, because it is really important to simplify all about what's happening for everyone, especially for children. But we also agree that there is nothing about me without me. So I want to ask, what is the part of children in what you have done? What did they participate in the the making of this book, or do you get their approbation? Did you make sure that you don't only do what you want, but also what they want in this book? Yes, that's my question.
Thank you so much for that question. Do we have another question? Okay, Christabel.
Thank you so much for the presentations and the lovely books that you've written. Really, I feel that this is very crucial, because you realize that children are the least contributors to the climate crisis, but they're the most affected. And I must say, I've also been inspired to also consider doing the same, because I worked on a project where we were exploring the impact of environmental child rights on children's physical and mental health. And I also did, throughout the year, I was doing the soliciting of responses on the General Comment Number 26, which is an advice that is being prepared by the United Nations Committee on the Rights of a Child, to see how they can advise the different governments on how we should ensure that we protect the environmental child rights of children in the context of climate change. My question is, what inspired you two ladies to work on this, on these books that you came up with that are addressing issues to do with children in the context of climate change? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. So we only have 2 questions for now, and we are going to leave it to Deborah and Tafadzwa to respond to the question, and then we launch the book.
You wanna go first?
You can go.
All right. I think it's audible, right? All right. I think I'll start with what you just mentioned about consulting children. Yeah, I think I would start with what you just questioned about engaging children in the whole process of writing. I think to come up with the last version of the book, I had like 3 prototypes. And all the 3 prototypes included different relevant stakeholders, teachers, parents, as well as children. And I realized that the first book, it has few images, like few picture illustrations. And children, yes, did read, but the vocabularies were a bit harsh for them. Like even the language we're using was a bit hard for them to understand. When I say climate change, then climate change is just a statement. What does that mean? So I had to at least make it a bit relatable to them. And I think the most also important part is that they became bored reading the whole text. These children are between the age of 8 and 13. So like the 13 ones, yes, they read novels, and 12 they read like Harry Potter's and all these big books, so they are more independent. But then the 8 and 9, it was a bit boring. So in this book, we have different illustrations, but we also have like caroling pages, which means, yes, they read, but then if they get a bit bored, they can still color. So they have fun as they read. And I think this has been one of the important points that made them keep reading. So they read, and then they're encouraged to, when do I reach to the next caroling page? And I think that was the most fun part. So I would say, generally, yes, children were consulted in coming up with the final version of the book.
Should I answer your question? So just coming up with the whole story during the process, because we haven't distributed the book yet, we're just launching it. But then I still remember in the conversation with Liz, she was like, you know what, I need to give this to my child to read a script to see if she understands or not. And then I was like, okay, I'll also share with my brother and see if he can read, and then, have an understanding of if he likes it or he doesn't like it. So we say in the process, yes, we did consult children with that age, because us is 8 to 12, and my brother is 10. So yes, in the process we did, which was actually a great thing, because we have their perspective and their views as well. So if they understand it, if they liked it, then we did a pretty good job. And then to answer Christabel's question, what inspired me? Wow, that's a great one. So me working in rural communities and grassroots communities, and seeing young people and children who have no idea what climate change is, but then being affected by it, was what touched me the most, because we are speaking of solutions, we're speaking of climate action, but then they are speaking of just having the basic food on the table, basic knowledge, basic education. They don't even know what climate change is. They have no idea. So that is what inspired me to make a difference in my community by writing this book and giving it back to the community as well. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies. A round of applause. You can take your seats. You can take your seats. So, can you please help with unwiring them? As you know, normally when a book is launched, we normally call high-level people to come and do the launch. This launch is different, okay? This launch is different. There is no high-level people coming to launch. This book is going to be launched by you guys. So you are the high-level people that are going to launch this book. So I'm going to hand over this book to any one of you. Then we are going to take a peek and we close the session. Okay, we have a taker here. Anyone else? Not Zimbabwe. Anyone else? Not Zimbabwe. Anyone else? Yeah, gender balance. These are our officials that are going to launch the book. The children's storybook has been officially launched. Woo! Okay, now let's pause for a pic with everyone else. No, we can sit. We can just sit there. Winnie, can you please move to your right? Okay, thank you so much. This marks the end of our session and wishing you all the best in your writing journeys. And please don't forget to coordinate and collaborate. For pictures with the book, you'll see us outside, and for autographs.
Thank you so much. It's really amazing to see the work of children and youth in this space. We're going to move on to our next session, and it's going to be Forgotten Food Quiz.
Yeah, it should be Ramina. Hello, good afternoon. We have a session for food at COP. Kindly come in and join our activity. We have a session for food at COP. Right now. Feel free to join.
Hello, everyone. 1, 2, 3. It can be audible. Greetings, everyone. Hello, everyone. How are you doing? Yes, so does this mic work? 1. Oh, it's audible. It's okay? Yeah. So we'll be having a food at COP quiz. We'll be having food quiz since today is actually the day for water and food. So I think we'll first start with people from Food at COP. Kindly raise your hands. Food at COP and the team, the partnering team. So we'll be facilitating today's session that will be speaking on food systems, culture, and basically all the aspects that involve food systems. So we'll start off with introduction part, where I'd like to invite some of our partners and some of the facilitators that we'll be having. Starting off, I am Ramina Paulette, one of the youth coordinators at the Food at COP. Food at COP is actually an organization, a campaign that uses, Food at COP is actually a campaign that advocates for more sustainable catering at the climate conferences such as COP, and also encourages more discussions on sustainable food systems and transforming the whole aspects when it comes to the climate crisis. I'd like to present it back to one of our facilitators to come and maybe introduce herself.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. How's it going? Let's hear some energy. Woo! Yes! So we have a lot of really fun food products for you today that we're going to show you, we're going to quiz you about, and we're going to talk about in groups as well. So my name is Lindsay Hook. I'm the head of culture at the World Food Forum at FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, and we actually are a youth-led movement to transform agri-food systems in the UN, one of the first. So I will pass it on to one of my other colleagues. Come on up.
Hello. So my name is Ahmed Moumin. I'm from Cameroon. I'm one of the members of Food at COP at the policy team. As my colleague has presented Food at COP, we have been really engaged to promote sustainable kitchen at this COP. I remember on Earth Day, the 22nd of April, we had a letter we sent at the COP presidency where we were asking for kitchen, a sustainable kitchen at this COP. and it's been a long journey, and we are happy to hear. We hope that you are going to enjoy the session, because it's going to be an interactive session where everybody is going to contribute and say something so that we make our food systems more resilient. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Are you happy to be here? Yeah, we are happy to host you. My name is Sharon Gaki. I'm the contact point for Food at COP. It's a campaign under Yango Agriculture and Food Working Group. So what we are doing is that we are advocating for sustainable and climate-friendly foods. And today we have amazing games coming up on the line. So I'm sure you're not ready to miss this. Let's interact together and have fun all together as we all advocate for climate justice through food systems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gaki, for the amazing introduction together with the rest of the team. So I think there's one of us who'll be coming here, but at the moment, I think we could just continue. So I think we could first start by maybe having a discussion on food systems, as we have our amazing partner here from the World Food Organization can maybe take us through what food systems is and how transactional that is, and maybe how youths really need to be part and key of this discussion. Then from that, I think we can just start off by kicking the whole session. Okay, just come here.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me back up. My name is Lindsay Hook from the World Food Forum again at FAO. So we deal with agri-food systems. So in the food system, you know, I think we all know it pretty well. It's about what happens all across the value chain for food. But in agri-food systems, it goes a little bit further than that, and we think that's really important to note. So if you think about the food system, it's everything that we eat, right? But if you think about the agri-food system, it's actually about things that we grow to eat and not to eat. So you could take cotton, for example. We're not eating it, but we're definitely wearing it, and it has an impact on the food system, like, you know, a lot of textiles do. So think about water pollution, pesticides, the usual things that affect also the food that we eat. So for me, it's important to think about the agri-food system in that kind of more holistic, macro approach way. And in terms of young people, I mean, let's just take a country like Uzbekistan, for example. It's made up of 60% young people. So if you're not engaging your young people in a meaningful way in a country that has, you know, such a large percentage of youth, for example, you're not going to get anything done. So even in countries that have slightly smaller percentages, for example, we are the present and we're also the future. So it's very important to include us meaningfully, and the older, young at heart people don't always keep that in mind. So it's really important to advocate for ourselves and speak up, let our voices be heard, and make sure that we are, you know, engaged in a meaningful way in our organizations, in our communities, and that's all where it starts at the local level. So I definitely encourage you all to start there, start small, and then grow always bigger. So.
Thank you. Just to start off with this session, I'd like to ask, ever wondered about the journey of your food from the farm to your fork? Have you ever wondered that? Does anyone have an answer for that? Anyone? Just put your hands up. How the journey of your food from the farm to your fork? Yeah. So we actually have prizes to win. So the more you answer, the more you get the prizes. Okay? Yes. Okay, anyone who has an answer? How your food comes from the farm to your plate? Just the supply chain. It doesn't mean it to be like formal, just can be interactive, fun, and engaging. All answers are correct. Yes?
Okay, thank you. My name is Jacobine. I'm from Ghana, and I'm from IAS. Okay, so I don't know exactly what you want, but I can say from the farmer, let me say cocoa, because Ghana is known for cocoa. So from the farm, you dry the cocoa beans. From the drying method, it goes to packing, storage, then it's being sold to companies. So that's the process of cocoa before it gets to the producers or processors. Yeah, so that's what I can say about like cocoa from Ghana. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for that. So for this next session, we are going to divide ourselves into group of fives, and we'll be having each team leader. So maybe we can divide ourselves, 5 people, 5 people. Now with the facilitators, they'll be facilitating each group. So this is group 1. We have group 2, group 3. Where's group 4? Group 4. Then group 5. Yeah. What are those? Oh, we do group 3. Yeah, let's have 3 groups. 3 groups is okay. 3 groups is okay. Kuja hapa. Yeah, so this first, second, and third. Okay? Wewe ndo una facilitate. Third is this one. Yeah, come here, come here. Yeah, so the facilitators will be facilitating the whole conversation. So the 3 of you. The 2 of you. Okay, so that is group 1, group 2, and group 3. Yeah, so we'll be having 5 minutes to discuss. Then afterwards, you present it. So I'll be presenting different questions to each group. So over here, we have, let's explore the ingredients. Wait, let me check. Yes? Yeah, so basically you can speak about youth and transaction, like interlinking it with food systems. Yes. So maybe you can say what are the ways that youths can actually actively participate in even giving out, like let's say involved in agricultural activities, and how can we make food systems, agriculture look more sexy for the youths. Hey guys. Hey guys. So the question for today is, what cool tricks can we make up to tackle food waste? Yes. To tackle food waste. What cool tricks can we use to tackle food waste? So basically the solutions. Hey guys. So your question of today will be, how is climate change impacting our food security? Yes, 5 minutes each. I'm timing. Yeah? Affecting food security. Come on.
please. They already cooked. Right? Like to make presentation. Everyone will present. Then you can ask them. To, yeah, yeah. Like, yeah, team. So like they can present their food. They have like one like tiffin box. Everyone can taste. That was the
Then could you a bit of the story?
yeah story. Yeah, every story of how the food is important for the Asian part, basically for the Nepalese part, and how it like contribute for the food security, like contributing for the climate action, like and how youth are taking the actions for the food and food transformation. Explain that and like we can create some opportunities and time for the
No problem.
Jacobina Basanta.
Awesome.
Yes.
Excuse me, 1 minute left. Thank you so much. We can now go back to our formation. What is the group? What are your group names? Winning team? What's your group name? What's your group name, number one? Crop Slay. What's your group name, number three? Group name?
You're the best team.
Best team, okay. Okay, let's wrap up. So we'll get the first presentation from the first team. Here's your mic.
I'd like to present it over here with my team because they're the reason we have all these great ideas. So I'd like to stand next to them. So our group theme was how to make agriculture more attractive to young people to get involved and to make it a little more sexy, hence our name, Crop Slay. So that's our group name. So, of course, the biggest part of making something look more attractive and more interesting is marketing and communications. So, something that we talked about is that when you're on the freeway, for example, even here in Dubai, you see all of these massive billboards about makeup, about fashion. Why can't we make a beautiful marketing campaign to also communicate the values and especially the economic opportunity in agriculture? So, to start slaying on your farm and to actually start a business, be entrepreneurial. And it doesn't have to be just about crops, right? It can also be about selling different services, products, activities, experiences. Everyone nowadays wants to have their Instagram moment and have that experience. So it's important to give that to the people, give the people what they want, and create that diversification, because farming can be profitable if it's done right, but it's not always easy, especially with climate change. So you need to diversify not only your crops and animals and people, but also your services. That could be an opportunity to also make farms a destination and include innovation in that. So maybe food is not only for eating, but also could be for wearing. We could make millet headbands or hair accessories or something like that. So these were some of our ideas.
We are happy ideas were quote, but the winning team has the winning ideas. So our topic was how do we avoid, what are the techniques we do to avoid food loss? And the first person that responded just told us that his response was cook for the number of people that are there. So, so that was one of the best responses we had here. So we are trying to have ideas on how can we minimize food loss, which is really something that we are not talking a lot about it. And we need to see how to produce what we consume and avoid losing most of the food materials. So we had a series of ideas. The first person talked about composting. The composting he's been doing with the food waste. And this is a good idea, especially in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where there's a lot of companies that are producing food materials. We had a lot of innovative ideas from our team. We have also those in the agricultural sectors. And I really want to applaud the team for the marvelous work they are doing back home. And this is the opportunity for us to talk, to share our experience, and to see how we can inspire others to take action, because food system and the sustainable agriculture is not really talked about as it has to be talked. Because as I was telling to them, in my country, it causes 68% of global emissions. So many people don't believe that just by doing agriculture in the wrong way, we are contributing to the deterioration of our climate. So I think this is a resume of what our team was saying, our winning team was saying, and we pass it to the next team.
The best team actually. Okay, so our team is actually the best team. You like it or not, it's the best team. Okay, so our question was on the effect of climate change on food security. And we all know food security, but what's actually the effect of climate change on food security? And my lovely team here, we came together and brought some serious and good ideas. So here, there's drought because of climate change, and this drought prevents farming or affects farming. And then because of that, people move from their farming communities to the cities, especially women and youth, because I'll say they are affected mostly by this movement. So now, this children, or let me say, these women move, or youth move from their farming communities because of drought, and then they want a better life because now they can't plant because of climate change. Now they move, and now they are vulnerable because I want to eat. My mother wants to eat. Other ladies wants to eat, and now they are vulnerable. So now, you see, now climate change not affecting just the farming, but now affecting the livelihood of youth, or affecting the livelihood of children. So my best team here, now our question started from just farming, but now we derived livelihood out of farming. And yes, we are the best team. And that is actually what we got. That's actually what we got from our question. Thank you very much.
Yo, that's the drill. That's the drill. So right now we're going to see which one is the winning team, okay? If I reach here, if they have many claps, they're going to win, okay? This side. This side. This side. We already know who the winning team is, right? Where are the presents? Mhm. Who's the winner of the winning team? Who's the leader? Hey, hey. Yes, we are all winners, but they picked the prize. How many are they, by the way? Which one is this? Ah!
So we are going to give prizes.
Yes, T-shirts. Okay.
Take it in symbol of.
Oh, let me come here too.
On behalf of the winning team.
Okay, okay. Now the next session. Give a round of applause to the winning team. So the next session is going to be informal before the main one. So we are here at the Children and Youth Pavilion, right? We are here at the Children and Youth Pavilion, right? So that means we need to make it more fun and interactive. So I'm going to start with the game, okay? We are going to be naming fruits and vegetables. So if I say A, you just shout it out, okay? Okay? Everyone, group, winning group, please concentrate, winning group. Just come together, let's come together. Okay, I'm starting A. You shout the name, okay? 1, 2, 3, A. B. C. D. Any fruit or vegetable? D. None. E. Huh? Yeah, dragon fruit. E. Eggplants. F. What's that? Huh? Okay. What else? Okay. G. Guava. H. And I. Yeah, by the way, you said it right. Okay. J. Jackfruit, yes. K. Kiwi, yeah. L. Yeah. M. N. N. Yeah, nuts, by the way. O. Yeah, we are mixing fruits and vegetables. O. Orange. P. Q. Huh? Queens. Okay. It's Q then R. R, no one knows. Okay, S. S. Ooh. Okay. T. U. U. Anyone? U. U. Okay, V. V. I don't think there's one though. Vegan. Okay, U, V, W. Watermelon, yeah. X. No one knows, right? No one knows. Y. Yes. Z. Is there any? Yeah, zambarao is in Swahili. Yes. It's actually a fruit. Okay, so we are left with some couple of minutes, so we still have time. Before, yeah. So right now we're going to be having people who will be representing their fruits or vegetables from their own culture. So may you please kindly have a seat here because you'll be describing to us what it is about, how it's significant to your culture, and where you come from. I also heard there's food that we can taste, cooked food, so that's a good thing for us. There's not enough space? Okay, I think do you have the cocoa? You can sit over here. Then after them, you have the cooked food, right? Yeah. There's another chair. Come and sit. Come and sit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're gonna eat it. Okay, so which place should we start with? This side or this side? Anyone? That other side. Okay, on my far left. Here's the microphone.
Hello everyone. My name is Basanta and I'm from Nepal. I am representing International Association of Students in Agriculture and Related Sciences. So you can see a box over here. So I have brought a special dish from Nepal. It is known as kwati. So it is made up of 9 kinds of legumes. So it is cooked. Especially, let me go to the history of this particular dish. So this is especially eaten throughout the year, but it holds a significant importance during a festival called as Janai Purnima in Nepal. So kwat means lentils, and tea means in Newari language it means soup. So usually the soup is prepared out of this dish, but like I didn't have any spices over here, so I just prepared the dry one. So this is very significant during the festivals of Nepal. So there are another reasons behind it, behind preparing this dish, especially this is prepared during somewhere in August and September. It's like a rice planting season in Nepal. So you know about the terrains of Nepal. It's like steep hill slopes. So you need a lot of you need a physical strength to walk over the hills and to walk on the field. So this particular dish is especially eaten during that time because it is highly rich in proteins and essential amino acids, and it is said that it contains all these 16 essential amino acids. So it is also very essential or very important for the people who follow the vegan diet. So apart from the cultural significance, it also holds a very uh, prominent role in the nutrition and also our food security, because like in Nepal we grow it during the dry period and with less water. So it is very important in both point of view. First from the cultural point of view, and second also from the food security. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening. Or it's afternoon. So my name is Miriam Wanjiku. I'm a campaigner of Food at COP. Today carrying millet. So yeah, from Kenya. So most of you nowadays don't take millet because they feel like millet is like an old school kind of food. And this year, Food and Agriculture Organization and the United Nations has recognized 2023 as International Year of Millets. So we really need to go back to our roots and eat a lot of millets. So millet can be grounded into flour. You can eat it as ugali or porridge. Ugali is called what? So, so ugali in Africa is like you boil water. Then after you have grounded this one, you just add it little by little as you stir it. It's very good for nutrition and also very good for your health. So like if you eat, okay. Okay, so thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so thank you very much. My name is Jacobina Pofaldro. I'm from Ghana. I'm the regional exchange coordinator for IAS Africa, and I'm talking about cocoa. So, and I'm also the facilitator of the best team, actually. So this cocoa, and most of us have been eating chocolate, drinking cocoa tea and stuff, but don't really know how cocoa looks like. So today I brought cocoa here because actually Ghana stands for cocoa, and we are the second best exporter or second exporter of cocoa all over the world. And also, we have the best quality cocoa in the world. So this is how cocoa is. I think after the section, I'll break it, and then you guys see how cocoa is in there. I think my brother has the dried ones here, and he's going to speak about it. So cocoa is really important to my country because I think I'm sure and I know that it contributes 30% to our economy. And so I'll say without cocoa, my country will crumble. So cocoa is really important to my country. I'll end it here, and my brother from Cameroon will continue. Thank you very much.
Surprisingly, when I was bringing my cocoa, I did not know that she was bringing cocoa. I don't know what this team wants from us. So it's a particular item I really wanted that we should share cocoa because most of us consume chocolate. We don't know where it's from. And the message I'm coming with here is not only at the level of cocoa, it's those producing this cocoa. They don't have the recognition they deserve because they are doing a lot of work, grassroots back there in Cameroon, but they don't have the recognition they deserve, and it's very difficult for them, most of them, to live. If you even see where the cocoa that they are producing, where it reaches. And it's a particular foodstuff for the West and Central Africa. You know, in Cameroon, it's from the 19th century with Germans and everything. It's a cash crop, and it's also contribute a lot to our economy, so many things. Since we don't have time a lot to talk, we will talk maybe later. So this is a bit of what we had to present and tell you guys that the wonderful things that a seedling can give to us and the number of jobs it creates and how many people depend on this. So let me pass to
Hi, everyone. I'll be super quick. So I am actually going to join my fellow Millets Queen. Millets Queen, you sat down? So I will join her since I am from FAO, and this year was, in fact, the International Year of Millets, which is really exciting. This is the cookbook. You can download it online for free on the FAO website in many languages. So I actually brought a millet called sorghum, and I'm from the US, so we don't have one culture, we have many cultures. So how you prepare sorghum really kind of depends on your family and where you're from. But one thing that we do very well in the US is innovation. So I actually have a friend who owns Chase and Dreams Farm, and she actually started a new snack since sorghum is gluten-free and she has a gluten allergy that she was growing up with. It was hard for her to find snacks that were gluten-free. So she actually, in her apartment in Scotland, started popping sorghum with all sorts of different machines. And so it looks like really, really tiny popcorn, but it's gluten-free and it's much more nutritious. And she sells it as a snack in the US as a youth-led startup. So we are good at innovation. So that's my cultural kind of story with that. And that's all.
Thank you so much, our presenters, and the traditional food that you have shown to us today. I know not so many people in this generation are taking traditional food. If you are, let me see. You're lying. You're lying, right? Oh, yeah. So it is very important that we go back into taking our traditional foods, and it is so nutritious and health as well, right? So at this time, our time is has really run, and I would want to appreciate our speakers as we break our food and share with our guests, attendees. Thank you so much for coming. And we have a Climate Live event at 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Please come and join us.
Okay. the here. Please come. Time. The clock has some information about the time we have so that we can change whatever is going on. So kindly read about it, and then if you want to know more about the climate clock, it's just an alarm for us to do a lot in the environment space. Group photo, please.
Thank you all so much. Give them a round of applause. Okay, so now we would like to welcome our next speakers for the next session. And it's going to be Drying Wells, Rising Voices, Youth, Water, and Climate Crisis. I would like to welcome the members of Unify to the floor. Zainab, how many speakers do you have? Four? Who is going to moderate? Who's moderating? This is the clicker.
Should I start? Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us for today's session. Please occupy the seats, and we will also be serving some food after the session, so please make yourselves comfortable. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, young people, and leaders of today. Welcome and thank you for joining us. My name is Ange Bantiles, and I will be moderating today's session, Drying Wells, Rising Voices, the Youth, Water, and the Climate Crisis. We will have an amazing panel who will be sharing their personal experiences with us in their water and climate advocacies, not just as young people, but also as professionals in their own fields. And we will be listening to stories of passion, purpose, and a transcendent journey of crafting the Water and Climate Youth Development Plan and Agenda, or the YDPA. Today, we're here not just as participants, but as orchestrators of climate and water leadership. And after the talk, we will have a commitment building activity so that we will be guided for our commitments from COP and beyond. So let me introduce our panel. First, we have Dr. Jonas Villas. He is the Executive Director for Research and Innovation at the Leyte Normal University in the Philippines. And he was part of the consultation process for the Water and Climate Youth Development Plan and Agenda. And he will be sharing his insights on the process as well as the work of involving young people in this intergenerational and intersectoral endeavor. After Dr. Jonas, we will have Peshang Hamakarim from Kurdistan, Iraq. And he is the current contact point for the Water and Climate Working Group at Yango. And he will be talking about his personal journey on climate advocacy, as well as some reservations about starting and building a family life. Next, we also have Ms. Zainab Zahid from Pakistan. She is our young climate environmental researcher, and she will be sharing her insights on the broader dilemma of balancing your personal aspirations as well as balancing these aspirations with the demands of a profession that is deeply intertwined with global survival challenges. And lastly, we have Ms. Malek Romdani from Tunisia. She is a young negotiator for ACE, and she will be emphasizing the power and the inherent responsibility of the youth in terms of negotiations like COP. So please welcome our speakers.
All right, so this is very, how do I say it, small group discussion, but we don't need actually a very large group to talk about water and climate. And I understand the Pavilion is also streaming the Pavilion is also streaming this online, so we have a global reach, in fact. So as you can see, we started very big last year with the Water and Climate Youth Development Plan and Agenda process. And this year, all of them are on board in many directions. And that's why the theme that we are bringing in this perspective centers on our individual representations in the context of water and climate action. So I want to begin with a timeline of YDPA first in its crafting process. And it all started in COP28, so it was about 2 years ago. After which I received a letter from one of the leaders of the Water and Climate Coalition asking if we could help them come up with the Water and Climate Youth Development Plan and Agenda. So I'm basically based in the Philippines from Tacloban City. We're in, of course, 10 years right now, or 10 years ago, we were struck by Yolanda. So my role as a research methodologist is basically to provide them a methodology for the process that would make it really scientific in nature, as that is the requirement of the many climate leaders. So as I remember, it was also in January 2022 that I was introduced to the members of my team who will be working closely on the policy. The names of Maria, Zainab, and Zihan. Zainab is here. I hope Zihan will be able to join us later, but Maria is not joining this year's COP. We actually met almost every week and finalized the method, did a series of consultations, and then at some point, being introduced or reconnecting to young people, I find these three brilliant people really inquisitive, but sometimes it's borderline annoying, It's a little bit annoying sometimes when you go round and round with all of the discussions. But I have to admit, they were all experts in their own rights. And so in the Dushanbe process, as you can see in the slides there, we presented the method to the climate leaders. We went to the finalizations of the different survey patterns, and we did a lot of things for 2 years to the different activities, including in the UN General Assembly, to culminate in the UN Water Conference last March 2023, where the Water and Climate Youth Development Plan and Agenda was launched and was vetted upon. So on a personal note, what is youth dynamics that exists within the group based on my experience? For me, it was not about a mentor-mentee relationship. It was about a family to whom you could speak your mind without the reservations of fear, fear that they might share to other people what we're trying to talk about, and that they would probably perhaps dismiss this. The thoughtfulness is also there. And this work, this genuine work, anchored in passion, evolved in friendship, wherein despite the distance during that time, we would always have a special place in one's memory. Now, a year after, or 2 years after, I would like to look at this in an extension now of the organization in the context of youth involvement. You see, it is different. The marks of personal interests are there. The fears of tomorrow, the doubt of deviousness, and the absence of trust and confidence on one hand are all there. But on the other, you have this excitement of what's next, the passion of moving commitments to action, the desire of making the vision a reality. For me, desire is intrinsic, it is personal and unitary, and no two persons have exact same desires. Thus, actions must be at the individual level. They cannot be solely relied to the organization alone. Why? Because interest varies, and when interest is collective, it is with compromise, and it changes. And that is the reality. So I'm happy. I'm joined by the same group again, but through actions at the individual level, I believe we can extend more. And that's why we have to reconnect more to ourselves rather than to the outside. As an educator, this journey reminds me that education acts as a catalyst in fueling the passion of achieving a sustainable future. Thank you so very much, and I'm very much happy to be here.
Good afternoon, uh, ladies and gentlemen, and for the own that are joining us online. So good evening, good afternoon, good morning from wherever you are joining us. My name is Peshang, and I want to talk about a different perspective of what Dr. Jonas just talked about. And my talking point will be mainly about a personal life experience. I am a newly married, and as a newly married, I am going to talk to you about the perspective of a newly married person regarding the climate anxiety. Okay? So let me give you a fact. A new baby born, the people who were born in 1960 are the people who were born in 2020 are facing 7 times more than climate extreme event than the people who were born in 1960s. So a newborn baby in 2020 is facing 7 times more climate extreme events. And this gives anxiety to all of us. So, okay, let's have a children, okay? So everyone loves to have children, to have someone to be called dad, mom, okay? And to love the grandchildren, but again, we come to the point of view of climate anxiety. Okay, let's have a children, but for which future? For the future that my child says that, okay, judge me why you didn't do anything while you were youth, you were in the international platforms, you ruined my life, I don't like to be in this world full of extreme events, full of flooding, full of fire. So this gives anxiety to all of us and keeps the people, should we have children or not? Which is a real big problem for the population. And then let me give you another data. Many institutions run surveys around the world to check whether the newly married couples want to have children or not. And do you believe me that 60% of them are saying no? Do you know why? Because of climate anxiety. Because they're afraid that they will have a good future for their child or children, which is really furious for us. And the world leaders also are dads and moms, okay? And their children are growing, but same anxiety happens to them also. So the key point is that what should we do? And the answer is very simple. We should act. and we should act now. While we are youth, while our voice are heard, while we are at international platforms, we can come, we can speak, we can represent our country, we can represent our thoughts, okay? But we should synthesize our thoughts and just remove and take out, to get out from the barrier of nation, color, religion, okay? Anything. And have a shared common values, which is we are here for the planet. And let's reduce the anxiety that we have among us by being more eco-friendly, by having hope, by planting trees. One of my personal experience was that people were celebrating birthdays with cakes, okay? And putting candles, okay? I'm 30 years old, so I'll put 30 candles, okay? Like that. But environmentalists in my country have the idea that each year in my birthday, I will plant that much amount of tree. I am 30 years, I will plant 30 trees. And I will name, if I have a kid, this is your tree, just protect it. So it will give them hope. So the thing that we need all of us to have now, to give hope to each other and to act, not to just sit down, not to just act like victims, okay? We are not victims. We should not act like victims, okay? We should act. We are very powerful and we can change things. We can move the mountains if we come together hand in hand. So our slogan at Unify last year was that let's unify for water and climate. So let's unify and let our actions flow for tomorrow. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Okay, so I just have 5 minutes, so I'm just noting time and I hope I'll be quick. Thank you so much for joining in. So I will basically be sharing my perspective of involvement in the youth activism space, or I would say youth advocacy space, coming as a female from a global south country, that's Pakistan. And then I also have a research background, so I'll try to link it in a perspective of water and what essentially worked for me, what essentially didn't work for me, and I hope a lot of you will also be able to relate with it. So if you see, I've put like some of the key pointers just to make sure that we have a very aligned discussion and the agenda. So number one, I'll just share my experience on the dilemma of balancing the personal aspirations in research. Before I start, I would just like to know how many of you are really into like research practice side? Like, scientific, or I would say water related research or any kind of research. So yeah, I can see like a few hands up. And also like for the people who are not even from the science background, just generally, I'll try to make it in a way that you all can also relate. So when I started this research part, basically I've done my bachelor's as well as master in environmental sciences. So environmental science came very natural to me, considering the academic background that I have. But then even with this, the broad context of environmental science, we have different dimensions of how you want your specialization to be: water, energy, loss and damage, adaptation, mitigation. There are a lot of thematic areas, and then there are a lot of general areas under which you can probably explore intersection of different issues. So I think coming from a global south country where you don't have that kind of guidance, or I would say the career counseling kind of avenues, it was really difficult for me to personally see how and what essentially I can do in my perspective. Also, environmental sciences did not get that kind of traction in the academic community of Pakistan when I started my bachelor's back in 2013. So it was also a big question for myself too, what I'm gonna do, right? Essentially, we don't see that kind of established job market, and also like if there are jobs, it's the number of I would say the jobs is very less. So I wanted to do as per my aspiration, but then the question was always there that what I am gonna do afterwards. And then also talking about and linking it with the research part also, now I consider myself as someone who is very interested in water and research part, considering the experiences that I have got, considering my engagements in Yongo as well as on the research part. But it was really a question for me. Also, because of the fact that your personal aspirations and your professional journey might not align, and get these kind of reminder again and again of what you are essentially doing, and as per your experiences and as per your professional journey evolving, you kind of sometimes get lost in what essentially you want to do. So your aspiration is like another thing, and your professional journey is going on another part. Probably your job does not align with the kind of opportunities that you are looking for. So it's also very unfortunate for like global south perspective, for global south part of the people, that we, I think, still are very way behind when it comes to science involvements, or I would say evidence-backed advocacy. So essentially, this is something that I still struggle with. But essentially, what's important and what I learned from the whole process is to get involved. Because there is also like a major difference between the applied research and also the policy and how to say it, like policy research, which is gonna support the applied part of the policy, or I would say the evidence implementation side. So if a few of you have worked in the lab, like pure scientific chemistry kind of things, you would know that that kind of research cannot be applied in the real world, but rather it kind of goes in a long way and provides an evidence of how essentially we should focus on solving the climate related issues. So there's always I would say a differentiation of the decision when it comes to the research which is very applied, and when it comes to the research which is very scientific in nature. So yeah, but I started with the scientific research, and now I think I find my place in the advocacy and policy support research. So the question is always there, and I think a lot of you would also find yourself somewhere in that kind of loophole where you are thinking and thinking and thinking, and then at end of the day you are again at the scare one. Can you move to the previous slide, please? Yeah. And then the second prompt that I wanted to also share for you to start brainstorming is if there is any one right way of personal career development in research. Again, for me, it's not. This is what, again, what I have learned from my personal experiences, and I can see that a lot of young people actually getting involved in the kind of research. For example, there are people from the arts background and the creative part of the focus professionally, and they are doing and working in their personal domains. There are people who are probably coming from the computer sciences or IT background, and they are supporting in the development of innovative tools, AI tools, and stuff like that, which is ultimately supporting solving the real world challenges. So again, the answer is that there is no one right way to be involved in this kind of research. You can be in your own domain and then find what intersection would work for you, and then also what basically intrigues you when it comes to research. Because until and unless you are not motivative and you don't actually believe on the research question that you are trying to find, ultimately you won't find that kind of satisfaction that you want to have or you aim to have. On the third prompt, synergizing the impact. So ultimately, when it comes to synergizing the impact, we also need to see how, because everyone is definitely working in their own individual capacity. A lot of young people are working in, with their local communities, but working in silos is not a solution. Ultimately, when we also talk about in the research perspective in the water sector, we also see that, okay, there is a first component of the research which will complement the next forthcoming, the components, and then that's how we also find this bridge between the applied and the policy and the scientific part of research. So ultimately, it's very important for us as young people to make sure how we can synergize our efforts, how we can collaborate on the different research domains on different tiers, like within our community, as well as with other communities and the people who are working in different other thematic areas, like people who are probably, as I mentioned earlier, probably in the arts background, probably in the computer sciences background, and like a lot of other backgrounds too. And the last one is the research vis-a-vis advocacy. So I think this is one of the most important thing, which is one of the major gap. Also, it provides us a major avenue to basically build on the work which we already have. A lot of times, young people are very active in advocacy and activism, but it's not informed until and unless you are not backing up that advocacy with the research and evidence. And it gets very easy to inform the policymakers, to inform the people with that kind of power of decision making if we back it up with the evidence, numbers, and research. So again, that's something that worked for me. I'm trying to push my government and public sector specifically to involve young people, but because we are disruptive, we are, the ones with the motivation. But sometimes because of that intergenerational gap too, it gets very difficult to engage with these people. But I think the research provides us a way forward to engage with these kind of stakeholders who don't probably believe in youth power, or who don't probably believe in the advocacy power. So once we are providing them with the evidence, I think it gets really easy for them. And this actually happened in the case of YDP actually. Because it was mandated by the Dutch and Tajik government to provide, a youth perspective for the water agenda. So it actually worked, and we saw that there were some key clauses added in the final declaration of the water agenda, and essentially it was all the consultative process. It was all based on the literature review too, so it was very inclusive thing. So yeah, ultimately this is something based on my experience, and I hope, and I would also motivate you guys to also see how you can do it in your formal or as well as informal settings, because not every time we kind of do this youth activism and advocacy in our educational institutes, but rather we do it outside of our classrooms. So it's very important to find these motivation outside of classroom in the informal settings of how essentially we can work on things that actually motivate us. Yeah, so that was all from my side. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I will not take too much from your time, since Zainab already took 4 minutes from my time. So to begin with, we are Generation Z, who was born with too much responsibility. Maybe our grandparents used it to party a lot or what, I don't know, but we have a lot of responsibility. We are the inherent of this earth, but unfortunately also we have responsibility for the next generation. We need to preserve it for them. So basically it's our duty to be here today and try to whether advocate and also be there in the room of negotiations. Always I get the questions of how did you become a negotiator? So basically it started by advocacy. I use it to advocate, and I also use it, I heard from Zainab's speech that how young people think like government are not listening to them. I also had that perspective before. I always heard that governments wouldn't take your perspective, government wouldn't listen to you. It wasn't an easy word, it wasn't an easy road. I had like to make recommendation for the government. I had like to go throughout our NDC, read about it and see areas of enhancement. I made recommendations for my government in the basis of NDC. For my first COP, I was also an observer. I came here on my own means. I was advocating for youth inclusion in the climate negotiations. I believe it's our responsibility to be there in the room and to take part of the decision making, because how we are talking about inclusivity in the process if we don't have youth negotiator taken also the lead and also taken part of those decisions that will be taken forward in the next years and also in their national policies. We all need to have a say in the climate rooms, in the climate negotiations, because if our voices are not there, how the process is still inclusive. Also, I believe like we have a parallel rule as youth. I perceive like the observers and also the journalists who are advocating for this, like they are creating pressures on parties in order to deliver decisions that we are all looking for. So basically, we need to have a saying, whether as observers or as negotiators, because if we are not taking forward our decision as coming from global south and also as developing countries, it's not going forward. I'm negotiating for ACE, and we were trying as developing countries and as part of G77 plus China group to have finance in the discussion of ACE dialogue. Unfortunately, we couldn't arrive to a consensus by the end of the conference because we were blocked by some countries, as finance is a very difficult word for them to understand. So basically, if we don't spread this, like in the negotiations and outside of negotiations, and if we don't spread the reality between those negotiations, we could not move forward in the next years. So we all have our roles in this conference, and we all need to feel responsible about it and feel our duties to document and to clarify the narrative for the next generation. Because if we don't do this now, their life will be harder than what we are living right now. So it's our responsibility, it's our duty. We are all responsible for that. So let's take all along this responsibility and move to the next generation. Thank you all.
Thank you very much to our panel. And now I would like to open the floor for one question, which will be coming from me, for our panel and for all of you guys in the audience. So it's a very simple question, and I would like, I'm going to give you some sticky notes and some pencils. So I would like to pose the question, what is your personal commitment for water and climate moving forward? So after this COP and for the future years, what would be your personal commitment? It could be something small, something within your organization, as long as it's something feasible for you as an individual. And while I'm distributing the materials, I'm going to pose the question to our panel as well, and maybe Zainab can share her personal commitment.
I think I have a big commitment which I am still working on. I actually aspire to do my PhD on something related to water and climate. So it's something that I'm still working on since last year, and I'm still lost in the process. But essentially, I really want to explore the, the polycentric governance in the perspective of irrigation water. So I would say that it's not something very related to wash or something, but essentially it comes under the SDG 6. So my commitment would be to explore the water regime under a polycentric government in the irrigation perspective.
Hello, all right. My personal commitment, of course, would have something to do with where I belong in particular. So I'm an executive director for research and innovation, and I manages 5 other directors who implements different centers. So basically right now, in my university, the challenge is many of them are not actually, globally involved, but they are doing good things. They are doing the right things. So my personal commitment is to find a way to echo what we are doing locally as it might impact globally. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jonas. My personal commitment is that whatever you are doing, whoever you are, and wherever you are located, just try to make your when you sleep at night, try to sleep peacefully. Okay, doing something for nature. So this is the least that you can do. Okay, and try to have as less as carbon footprint as you can, and this is the least that we can do. So our job is not to just say, oh, governments are not doing this, they are not listening to us, inclusive. No. Start from yourself and try to gradually increase the circle to have commitments And my personal commitment is that I try to plant trees every year. I try to segregate food, which is not segregated in my country. I try to use as less as plastic as I can. So those are personal commitments which I can do, and I can sleep at night. So this is.
There is a quote that I love. It's about the water. So basically, it says, "None lived without love, sorry, none lived without water, but most of the people lived with love, without love." So it means like no one would live without water, but they can live without love. So basically, is that? Yes. Can you? So my personal commitment is also my professional commitment as a regional coordinator for Youth Focal Point for Unify. I commit to continue advocating for youth inclusion in the water space as the MENA region is the first scarce region in the water. So basically we need to have policies that endorse our position. Thank you.
Thank you, Malek. And I'm going to call some audience members to share their commitments. I'm going to start here. Can you introduce yourself and your commitment?
I'm Nick, a younger member, and my commitment is to advocate for water resources and solutions with elected officials.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hi everyone, just want to introduce myself first. My name is Farah and I'm from IFMSA. I really love the panel, and as a medical student I feel like health and climate and how it's all just one big intersection that we really need to incorporate. So as an IFMSA delegate, my commitment involves advocating for initiatives that can bridge healthcare, water, and climate action so that we can include healthcare as well as the youth perspectives. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think we have time for two more. Would you like? Would you like to share?
Thank you. I'm Susmita from Nepal, and so yeah. So my commitment is to, like, I work for a movement, so it's to involve more youths in this field and to advocate for climate resilience. And I will obviously reduce my wastage, which I do, but I will do it more. And that's it. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Diana Oma. I'm from Kenya. Based on the conversations that we've had, I think some of my commitments are a bit similar to hers. But I personally do have a podcast that does sensitization for our communities on climate change issues. So my personal commitment is to do more series on the intersection between climate change and health, specifically looking and advocating for access to clean water, but now with a gender perspective. Thank you very much. It's called Perspective 254.
So let's tune into her podcast, Perspective 2.0. I have time for another 2, 3.
Okay, so my personal commitment is also a part of my professional commitment as well, is to further advocate for clean water and sanitations, and especially like for kids at public school, because like in my country in Cambodia, like public school, like they don't even have a proper toilet and also like proper access to clean water. So it's like usually for public school kids, like they go to school, especially during the hot weather, there's no AC or fans. And not to mention that they don't even have like access to clean water to drink, so it's like they have to bring a lot of water from their home. So and especially it's like for some part, like their home is also located in rural area, so it's like usually it's like they got disease like from the dirty water. So it's like going back, I'm gonna like further promote it for clean water for them. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, I have time. One more.
Sure, definitely. So first of all, thank you so much, all the amazing speaker, in sharing your journey. That what are you actually doing for water? So yeah, my name is Irfanullah from Pakistan, founder of Sustainability Week Pakistan, which is a youth-led organization working for youth empowerment and development. So talking about my commitment, definitely within our organization, we are striving to provide clean drinking water to the vulnerable community with more focus at how we can provide clean drinking water to their doorstep. So I think so it's, as I had also other colleague commitment, it's really important that we should have the commitment, but I think it's also important that what we are doing to fulfill those commitment, and maybe you can't like put all of your energy, but at least if you maybe take small step, I think so it's gonna really make change at the end of the day. So yeah, once again, thank you so much for all the amazing work, and I think we really need young people like this from different part of the world who are coming, you know, and put and playing their part. So thank you.
My name is Ladawan, I'm from Laos. I am also in academia. Right now I'm doing master degree on groundwater. So my commitment will also continue doing research in groundwater and also other water related issues.
Perfect. So I guess we have a lot of water advocates as well and water leaders in our audience. So I would like to request everyone to put your sticky notes by the podium so we can collect it. And Dr. Jonas will synthesize your answers and include it in a scientific paper that they will be publishing at their university. So hopefully we will have more responses at the end of the day. But for now, yeah, kindly stick the sticky notes on the podium over there. And afterwards, we will be serving some food. Lunchtime. And while we're doing the sticky notes, I'm just gonna ask our panel for a quick closing statement. If you could limit it to one statement, one sentence, what would you like to leave our audience?
No, yes.
I will just emphasize that it is our responsibility to be part of our country delegation and make our voice heard in the table of negotiations.
No matter where are you, no matter who you are always capable of changing yourself if you cannot change others. Thank you.
Yeah, I think no action is actually small considering the butterfly impact. Everything, every small thing that you do has an impact. Besides the fact it's, impacting a small community around you or it has a global reach. So keep doing the work and never underestimate the power of small actions.
Well, I'm from the education sector, so basically just continuously educate people, make them understand what is going on so that they will be involved. Thank you.
Thank you to our panel, and thank you very much to our dear young leaders. That will be the end of our session. But before you go, please stop by Susmita from Nepal over there to get a small refreshment for lunch.
We would like also, for those who are interested on reading into the YDPA, it's not generally circulated. It was launched in the UN Water Conference. It was submitted to the parties, but it's not generally circulated. So please have this opportunity and time to scan the QR code to download your own copy. If you're working on education, we have a very strong data there that talks about that the predictive capacity of the education system is only 7% on the desired, knowledge input that we are expecting. If you talk about a comparison between regions on youth involvement, you will also find some good data there. It's a very comprehensive document, and we would love to appreciate if you would sit down and reflect on it and use some of it as reference in your actions. If you're also interested in reading into a brief about it and how on what are the policy points that was presented during the UN Water Conference. There's also a QR code for the policy brief that was lobbied during the UN Water Conference, which you might actually also get involved with respect to your own countries. So thank you once again.
It's up to you, and then the individuals that would be on the chairs will have separate mics also. Oh, okay. Reached, like looped in as a hands-free. Yeah? Okay, wonderful. That's great. They're just having a group picture. And then I'll... It's okay, if you can see it. Is this one? Yeah. Okay, thank you everyone. Our next session will begin in the next 2 or 3 minutes, and it is Winning with Water, giving the sharing tools that support conflict against sensitive adaptation. Yes, please do stay and continue on this session. Those of you who have lunch there, continue to eat it at the seats. It's not a problem at all. Thanks.
No.
It's just to give you a point to use that.
Okay. Ga jij ergens in de buurt zitten of zo? Of wat, ja? Nou, nee, want anders dan, ik zou daarna instappen. Ja, is dat goed? Dat is goed. Ja. Daarom zei ik het, ja. Okay, the panelists can come to the stage already, I guess. If you want to, please take a seat already on the stage. If I stand like this, can you still hear me? Or should I do it like this? I'm too long.
Maybe, yeah, you're too tall.
I'll better do it like this. Okay. Are we good to start?
Just 2 moments before I think they start.
Yeah. Okay.
Our comms guy will come up and he'll hook the.
Oh yeah, there he is.
There you go.
Okay.
Otherwise, individual.
I should have. Sorry.
Okay, test. Yeah. Okay, it works. Okay, can we start? All good? Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this session on winning with water as part of the COP28. I think we have a quite interesting conversation on this topic today. Welcome to you all again, and my name is Michel Rademaker. I'm the Deputy Director of the Hague Center for Strategic Studies, and I'll be your moderator today. And I'll be a bit of the timekeeper because we don't have too much time, so I'd like to have it sharp and interactive at the same time, if possible. The baseline is water is causing quite some insecurities nowadays, and it has direct and indirect impacts. And all our lives are being infected by it because of competing interests. I'm happy to introduce to you all our panelists. I will do it in order when they ask them to speak up. And the first one, actually, to introduce a bit more on the theme today, is Rina Patragao. She's strategic analyst at the Hague Center for Strategic Studies, and she will take us along a bit with regard to the program that we run with the other panelists on water, peace, and security. So, Irina, the floor is yours to start introducing that program a bit. Please, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Michel. I hope everybody can hear me. I'll speak up a bit. My name is Irina Patragao, and I work as part of the Water, Peace and Security Partnership. And this partnership, this consortium was created in response to the increasingly scarce water resources and seeing that water scarcity can have a lot of negative impacts on our human security, but also broader patterns at the local levels, national levels, but also transboundary dynamics. And this is all in relation to the adaptive capacity of communities and how people choose and are able to respond to water insecurity. And they may respond by trying to compete for scarce resources if their livelihoods depend on water, food, land. They might, if this aligns or sort of interjects with underlying ethnic or tribal dynamics, for example, it can also lead to violence. But you also have people who choose to migrate from rural areas to urban ones in order to find alternative livelihoods. And this puts a lot of pressure on the receiving end of the, for example, cities where they go, and can cause a lot of instability if governments and actors are not able to ensure that all the communities that are suffering from water insecurity can sort of adapt and continue having their livelihoods. So in response to some of these challenges, the Water, Peace and Security Partnership was created, consists of 6 organizations, some of which are together with me here on the panel. And what we do is we've really created a toolbox that tries to address some of the water-related security risks. starting with a global early warning system that tries to identify hotspots where the water-related security challenges are the most acute, and then trying to, together with our participatory approaches, capacity building activities, try to mitigate some of these risks and really not just mitigate it, but also try to turn water into an opportunity for cooperation and encourage players from the governments, national governments, local governments, but also communities to collaborate together on this topic. But we will hear a lot more about how this is taking place in practice from our other panelists in a second. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Irina. So yeah, this program actually does a lot of research, but we also have to have people on the ground having so also the local knowledge and being able to mobilize local communities. So we're very pleased to also have two of people from Wetlands International. And I'll start with Julia Mulongo. She's the director of East Africa of Wetlands International. And I think you already work for 24 years in water resources management issues, so you're our real expert here. And Mr. Karunga Kate, he's a national coordinator and head office of Mali. And I think I would like to start with addressing a question to both of you. Is how does climate conflict nexus manifest in both Mali and Kenya? Could you maybe explain? And Julie, maybe you could make a start.
Okay, so basically when you come to Kenya, there have been two major impacts of climate change. So we are talking of a rise in temperature and a lot of rainfall variability. So basically, when you look at the literature, it shows that all these rainfall changes, drought, changes in vegetation cover, increases in temperature, basically they lead to a lot of types of conflict, especially when it comes to resource scarcity. And when I'm talking about resource, I'm talking about water, I'm talking about pasture. So the link is very evident when you come to the communities that we work with. The communities in the northern part of Kenya, northwestern part of Kenya, and these are mainly the pastoralists, the Turkana in this case. So sometimes you find there are a lot of, you find that there are a lot of power struggles in these areas when it comes to who is going to get these resources. Because they are pastoralists, you find one person wants to water their cattle there, and yet they cannot do that. So basically, that means that they manifest in various ways. So we can think of it in terms of worsening livelihood conditions. So when all these people move all their cattle, they move all their families to one particular area, it means that area is crowded. So within that community, you'll find a lot of conflicts. So conflicts between those who have moved in and conflicts between those who are also within that community. So basically, that causes a lot of tensions in those communities. And then, of course, this is what is manifesting a lot in that area of northern Kenya. So I'd say that's where you find the climate change conflict nexus. Yeah.
Thank you. Karunga, you're the head office in Mali of Wetlands International. Do you have the same experiences, or do you have extra or other types of experiences in that part of your country?
Okay, thank you. We have some similarities with East Africa, but in Sahelian context, especially in Mali context, we have an additional dimension, the insecurity and conflict dimension. You can mention about the climate change impact on population. If you take the context of Sahel, we have mainly dry lands, and many population very rural and poor in general. If there is a decrease of the survival resources, there are a sort of stress hydric growing a lot. And there is a lot of competition to access to natural resources, because for poor population, the natural resources are the first resources accessible for poor people. So there is a very big accent on the hydric strike in Mali. It is one of the drivers of the insecurity in Sahel. But what we did in this sort of in this context, we know that there are many dynamics in Sahel. Rainfall fluctuation, limited access and unfair access to natural resources, and we have to discuss with people. What we did with Water Peace and Security Consortium is to inspire with solution, how to find solution, so local solution that can be inspire and mobilize action for global solution. So we communicated with people, community leaders, and all the water user groups, farmers, pastoralists, and fishermen, to convene them in a platform of discussion, of dialogue. So we set up with elaboration of the local tool of dialogue between user groups. And some champions emerged from this group. They are very influential. So today, where we set up this platform of discussion, there is a start of peaceful cohabitation between different water user groups. So for us, it is a local solution that can inspire and mobilize for global actions. It's why we organized a roundtable of discussion to reach out to donors, to all the stakeholders at local level, to discuss and find a way for a global action. Thank you.
Okay, and I have maybe an additional question to both of you, because you try to engage local communities. Are they willing to engage, or is that a first step before you even can start discussing the groups together and bringing them together? Are they willing to?
I'd say yes, they're definitely willing to engage, but it takes time. Remember, these are groups that maybe are in conflict over these resources, so it takes time. You have to build that trust over a number of months or whatever it may be. But one thing I must say is that also using their traditional forms, their traditional leaders also helps a lot, because these are structures that have been there a lot. So you have to look at the best approach. And usually when we use those traditional leaders, it helps a lot and it's a good entry point. So they trust those people, so we are able to at least work with them. Then the other thing I want to say is that as time has also gone on, is that a lot of these structures have also broken down. As life becomes modernized, as people move to cities and so on. So a lot of them have also broken down. So we also have to at least invest in ensuring those structures are in place. Thanks.
Okay. Did you experience the same, or do you have other ways of dealing with it?
In the case of Mali, we engaged already actors, many community leaders, and we built on this previous experience from wetlands, because wetland is in Sahel, in this region, 25 years ago. So we built on this experience. We build up coalitions in rural areas. Coalition is including all the user groups, and we commit them in the change. But we don't disturb the traditional manner to go to do their business as usual. So I think the advantage we got through water peace and security is that all the community leaders know already many actors among us. So the commitment was very easy.
Oh, so that's good news then.
Yeah.
Okay, good, good. Yeah, so yeah, we heard already some about water peace security, but I think it's nice to also hear a bit more. And Audrey Lega, you are advisor at Deltares on water and marine governance issues, but you're also actively involved in the program and work together also with Irina. Maybe the two of you, but you could start, Audrey, maybe explain a bit more on the tools that could support these discussions and reinforce policies, and then take it from there. And maybe Irina can afterwards fill in further if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
Floor is yours.
I can start. But first of all, I really want to say thank you to the Youth Pavilion that they host us, because I find this is amazing. It's colorful, it's dynamic. I passed here a few times in the week, and yeah, I think we can get a lot of energy from that. So thanks for being here and for hosting us. This said, yes, so basically, and I'm really pleased to be here with Kahunga. He has a fantastic team on the ground. And this is basically the team of locals doing the job. And I work in a research institute, and basically we are involved in the project to be supportive of the local partners and checking like what do they feel is needed on the ground, and what kind of backup do they need also from expertise, knowledge, and so on that they might not have directly themselves, and especially in my case, really the research side and the possibility to develop innovative tools for decision making. And this is really how we have been working together so far. And you say what we did, but this is what we do and what we will continue doing, because I think this long-term aspect is really crucial. You have mentioned it. Your team is there already for 25 years, but this partnership is really also, focused on the long term. What we think is powerful is to take really water as an opportunity to prevent, and in some cases also to solve the possible conflicts. Because water definitely also, I don't know if water creates conflicts, but it can definitely exacerbate conflicts as well. At the same time, it's really a resource that unites us, because no one can say like, I leave the table because I don't need it. Everyone will need at some point to come and to see like, how do we work together with a limited resource. And this is what we try to do, but in this context of water and security, let's say, those are two concepts, and especially if you bring climate change also in that, it is really difficult to really understand what is at stake. What is climate change? How does it affect us? Is it more rain, less rain? What can we expect in terms of scenarios for the future? What future also? Is it 2030? Is it 2050? And when we talk about security, what is really there? What is the system we are acting in? And what we have developed as part of the water peace and security is really to start with the understanding. To start with, I would not even say really the science, but to try to understand the system, and that is really what we do with the champions and with many participants. In Mali, it is a process that took more or less 6 months or so to gather a few times, sometimes in bilateral meetings, sometimes in groups, so that they could really try to understand, okay, but if we talk about climate change, what is it? If we talk about pollution, what is it? And how is the system possibly evolving also to a risk of conflict? And I mean, it's a pity I don't have a picture here, but we did like a sort of, it's called the causal loop diagram, where you really deconstruct the system with the different factors. and where each factor is formulated in a neutral way so that you can see what happens if I increase it or if I decrease it. So you will not say governance, but you will try to really understand, okay, what do we mean and how do we formulate it in a way that we can also interfere on the system. So that was the start, actually, to understand the system in the different stakeholders, the farmer, the fishermen, and so on are acting. And then based on that, to identify also the lack of data and understanding. And the institute I work with can then have the possibility also to make some models and so on, and to look at the scenarios for the future. In the case of Mali, we have looked at the climate change scenarios, demography scenarios, but also governance, what happens at the moment that there is an accepted system of governance in place, and we see that it impacts the risk of conflict very much, even more than climate change. But also, like, what happens if we have a system in place that increases the production of food, of fish, and so on. And then the data and the information that was extracted from that was used to make a policy dashboard that is supposed to be a tool to facilitate the dialogue and to actually base the dialogue on facts and visualization also of data and information. With the purpose to then test some interventions, and this is the phase that we are now in. We have done it also in other countries, and we already reached that phase of intervention, where it has, for instance, in the case of Niger, and together with the GIZ, it was a strong collaboration, WPS and GIZ, also led to building a water pumping station in a village, which was actually, because of conflicts, this water pumping station was in negotiation for already 12 years. And by coming together at the table and discussing the facts and the science, they could find a common agreement. But please, Karunga, probably you have a lot to add.
Okay, maybe Irina?
Yeah, I wanted to add to this, well, very good, very clear description, Audrey. I just wanted to add that it works very well in Mali, for example, because our partner, Wetlands, does have a proven track record there and already has some of the networks, and it's relatively, well, not easy, because no such process is easy, but you know sort of where to start a bit. But when we started the project, we also identified, for example, Iraq as one of the areas, especially the southern part, that has a lot of water scarcity and where there are a lot of tensions surrounding water resources, but also, as you said, water resources exacerbating some of the tensions. So I wanted to also mention that it's not necessary for us to be active in a region. It can also be that we can use these tools and this toolbox to also just add it on to the work of some partners that have been working there for years and years and years, but perhaps haven't used or haven't thought of these tools so far. So there is also a lot of opportunity to plug in some of these tools and try to help the already existing processes and dialogue processes, and just try to sort of pump it up a bit more by also adding some of this work.
Yeah, and I think and you mentioned it already, of course, it starts with data, and not every place in the world has actually enough data structurally available already to do this. So I think the collaboration in that sense is also quite important, to get also local knowledge on what is important, what available data is there, or methods to collect local data to use for this kind of analysis, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully the program will continue, as you said, Audrey, already. I think it will be, at least for the next 2 years, hopefully. But ideally, I think the work after the 2 years is not done. So it will be fantastic, of course, if we could upkeep this this program, these activities. So the question for me to both Julie and Karunga is, okay, if you would be able to steer or to help prioritize what should be done in that area, maybe you could give us some tips and tops to make the program even better, or to extend it in ways that are not currently addressed. This is an opportunity, I think, also to make that statement. Please go ahead.
Okay. So I remember visiting the Turkana county government and talking to the governor. And I think for them, what they talk about is their communities, adaptation. So for me, I see if we can also look at ways of developing maybe initiatives that can also address adaptation of the communities, I think it would also be a good way forward. That's one. Then the other thing we also find is in terms of the governance frameworks, I think those are also wanting. So if we can also look at those, I think that would also provide a good way forward. Maybe these tools that we are developing, if they can sort of feed into those governance frameworks or whatever it may be, policies or whatever it may be, I think it would also be a good idea. So for me, those two things would be key for me, issues around livelihoods and issues around the policies and the governance frameworks. So that's what I would focus on. And then, of course, lastly, we are developing very beautiful tools. But how do we translate them in a way that they can be used at that level? Because sometimes we develop them, then they are left at a certain level. Which is not very useful. I remember the county governor asking us, so how is this useful for me? So it's important for us to develop those tools and to ensure that they are useful and they can feed into what is happening at the local level. Thank you.
Okay. Maybe a short explanation on the first one, but maybe you can give me one or two examples if possible. You say we should take more initiatives for adaptation. Could you give an example of that?
Okay. So when we do these, and for example, we are doing a conflict analysis. So at the end of it, my thinking is we should be able to come up with some sort of adaptation projects that the communities can focus on, that really hone in on livelihoods. Because at the end of it all, when it comes to climate change, it's the livelihoods that are actually affected. When the cattle die, you're taking away a whole livelihood from a pastoral community. So for example, can we come up with alternative or sustainable livelihood initiatives that these communities can really focus on? Huh? Thanks.
Alternative agriculture or crops or?
Could be agriculture. Of course, if we are looking at crops, we are looking at sustainable agriculture, climate smart agriculture, crops that can survive with maybe less rain, can survive during the drought period, and things like that.
Okay, clear. Okay, Garunga, any tips and tops for the program or the follow-up activities of the program?
Yeah, for Sahel region, especially for Mali, I think we developed a lot the communication between the different layers, community leaders, technical services, and partners. Everything is going well. What is needed now is some pilot action to showcase what we did, to be able to extend the experience for other regions, other countries maybe. I think water, instead of being a driver of conflict, can be a pillar for sustainable development for this region.
Okay, water as a pillar of success in that sense.
Yeah.
And do you have any idea or suggestion how that would look like?
For example, we set up many coalitions through in a Niger Delta, which is our case of experience. And some neighboring communities are asking to duplicate the same experience. So it means that this experience is very is an impact for the region. and it is easy today to upscale this experience. So I'm very confident if there is some seed money, we can make impact.
Okay, so it's so on the one hand, I hear both of you say it's about kick-starting discussions, engaging populations, and now I guess you have to upkeep that kind of activity, at the same time try to scale up and have, well, extra pilots, projects to really bring it to the ground, let's say, to real local populations that I guess would then be enabled to do it themselves even more than with the help of Wetlands International, for example. Because in the end, I think that should be the end goal.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Any additions by Audrey or Irina on this one, actually? So how do you see this? Hearing the tips and tops, what is in the program yet, and what might be, should be in the programs for the next couple of years, maybe? Audrey, you maybe?
Yeah, I would love to add something. I think this aspect of, you know, that they can use it even without wetlands. Although I believe that wetlands will remain still really an important catalyst also at the local level. I think we get there. For instance, when I think about the causal loop diagram and the use of the Vensim model, I mean, we have done something similar in Niger, and now it is integrated also because there was a professor of the university involved also in the whole process, and he said like this is actually a very nice methodology that we developed together for Mali and Niger in parallel, and with discussions also between the different countries, or at least the moderators at the local level. And he has now integrated it also as part of the curriculum he gives to his students. Okay. So I think because he said like this is easy to use, we will use it, and we know also that others who joined that are actually now using the same methodology, but for another project. So I think this is really what we aim for. Still the ideas that were developed. So I think this is one point, and I think what Karunga says is really powerful, actually, to also replicate it in other regions, because I think when you have a country with a lot of insecurity, then the duplication of the small actions and building sort of trust and dialogue and so on at the local level, then the more you replicate it and the more you can create also something at bigger scale. So I think there is a lot of possibilities there.
Okay, Irina?
I can speak a bit for the Iraq case, because that's also where I work the most with the Iraqi partners. I think there's a huge need to really bring stakeholders together, not just at the local level, but also with the authorities, with the provincial and national level. I think there's between authorities of the different provinces, there are tensions of water sharing and water allocation, because there aren't so many, or the system of water allocation doesn't always work as it should be. And there are some of the tools that we've developed that are used by some of the authorities, but perhaps not by sufficient actors in order to really reach an agreement. And there's a lot of knowledge and a lot of expertise from the local level that is not always being translated properly at the national level. So I think that's still a challenge that we are trying to address, to really bring the actors together, not just all relevant ones at the national level, the relevant ones provincial and relevant ones nationally, but to really build bridges between the different levels for the long-term effectiveness of it.
Yeah, so it's okay, learning between levels, that's actually one, but when you just mentioned it, the question that it raised for me is actually looking at, well, the countries that is being talked about today, is there's also possibilities to learn between the countries for the different approaches? And is that taking place, and or is WPS catering for that? Yes or no? Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
We have cross learning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Of course. So that's
Yes, and not enough. I think this is really still a challenge.
I try to make
but
points here.
maybe you, yeah. But maybe Julie, you want to.
Yeah. I think Kenya is now learning from Mali, so that's a very good example. So I think it's there, but as you say, not enough. We need to put in more effort.
And do you have models for that to make that happen? Because it's easy to say, yeah, we should do that, but what would be the model to make that happen then?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, it's okay. Go ahead.
Because we have a structure cross-cutting actually, and a team working on that. But this is really much the focus also for now, because I think it is really needed in the different countries. It was also like getting started and so on. There are some continuities. For instance, the tools that are developed in the different countries, not for all of them, but usually they are informed also from each other. We follow the same. We use the same software for the different countries, the same layout, and a similar approach also. So there are some contacts, but this is definitely something we can learn much more also from each other, and I think especially between the local partners. So there is a structure, but let's be honest, it doesn't function enough at the moment.
It can be improved. That's a tip. Well, talking about scaling, there's only so much capacity within the program, and there's only so much capacity also within Wetlands International. So a labeling of the idea comes to mind for me as a kind of toolkit that you could basically replicate, and without needing too much guidance, can be used for local populations with maybe within the traditional structures, for example. Is something envisioned like that, so that it is basically, well, maybe not a good word, but out of the hands of WPS, because it can live its own life? Is that something that we should work on, or is that in place, or where are we in this stage?
To me, I think that would be useful. I like the way you said that there's a professor who's now incorporating it into the curriculum. So I think if that can also be done at the local level, I think that would be very useful. So I think it's in the thought process. So I think if that is something that can be worked on, it would really be useful.
Yeah, because then you can really scale. It's like
Exactly.
software.
Yeah.
By the time you have software, you can just copy paste, and everybody can work with it actually.
But of course, I think maybe there is a basic model that can be used, but of course, to apply it, you would have to really adapt it to the to the context.
Yeah, of course. But I'm challenging you all a bit, but I think it's thinking in terms of software that's easily be replicable and so easy to understand that it doesn't need too much guidance anymore. That would really make it able to scale a bit further, I guess. I have a lot of questions still, but I think there's maybe someone in the audience who also want to ask a question. Yes, please go ahead. I'll hand you over the mic. Can someone put on the mic? Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. My name is Nancy Molo, and I come from Kenya, and I've also done a lot of research on pastoralist livelihood, climate change and security in East Africa. So I think the presenters, I like really what they brought, but also there's the positive aspect of the climate change impact on these communities. Because when I worked with one of the communities in Mandera next to Somalia, actually I realized that during droughts, it's not the women who go to look for firewood or water. Actually, it's men, because the distance is much longer, and because of the conflict now, the role starts changing. The only difference is that when men go to look for fire, when women go to look for firewood, they take the dry ones, which are down. But when men go to look for firewood, they look for both one for domestic and also for commercial. So they actually cut trees down from the forest. So those are kind of the differences. And also because of climate change, you find that some pastoralists, and especially women, are falling off the pastoral system and starting small businesses within the shopping centers. And actually, this kind of is liberating to them. You know, when you start a small business, there's no that cultural tie, and they get into businesses. Some of them get empowered to, maybe go into politics or certain kind of things. So that's just bringing up. But also when they go into these businesses, one of the things we're saying that the climate finance from the international to national and the local level, less than 6% go at the local level. How do we ensure that they can have access to climate financing? And also when you look at different countries, the country's policies are really going to influence. When you look at Kenya, Mali, or even Uganda, because a country like Kenya, under the Constitution 2010, they say that it's a must that every committee which is formed, you have to have 2/3% of the women. And one of the pastoral communities, they went there, and actually women and youth were not allowed to participate. But they said that for us to give you the money, you have to meet this condition. And there was transformation. The youth started finding a voice. The women started finding a voice. So there's a lot of examples which are existing. Thank you.
Maybe I have a question to you then. This is quite positive, I think. So what would be your advice then, actually, to make this even strengthen this even?
I think the pastoralists, to a certain extent, they know what they want. I think they need to be given a chance through community dialogues, because also projects sometimes even on water conservation, there are examples whereby when communities are told, what do you want? You have the money. Like now under Kenya, we have the financing locally led climate action, right, which is funded to over $300 US. That's around 30 billion Kenya shillings. But when you go down, one thing you ask them, what do you want in this community? Do you want to prioritize energy? Do you want to prioritize water? So in one of the programs whereby this FLOCA program is kind of built on, went to this community around Mandera, and they have their traditional way of managing water. So they had a dam, and they asked them, what do you want? And they say, as we want water conservation, then what do you want to do? And they say, we want this water dam to be fenced so that the pastoralists can have their livestock troughs, and some water can also be pumped to the women so that the water is not contaminated. And immediately they brought that. There was actually the level of water-related bone diseases went down, the water kiosks were done, and the communities were paying little money. And actually other businesses started coming. And this is something which did not cost a lot of money, but because you're involving the community on how they can conserve water, you can have some positive results. I think there's a lot of examples already existing which needs to be documented.
So that's really empowering local communities and let them prioritize within their systems what is the best value for money kind of approach.
Yes. Although at certain times also we've realized that sometimes also when you leave the community, sometimes also you need to direct them. Sometimes also they can demand for something which is not really what they need. In other places they say, we want underground water, while they receive a lot of rainfall. So you need community dialogue to prioritize, and sometimes they need to be guided.
Okay. Thank you. Any other observations from or questions maybe? Any responses of the panelists on this one?
I absolutely agree with her. Sometimes when we do these analysis, we don't look at the gender aspect of it. So not only including the women, but the youth. So we need to include all those different groups when we do this analysis. And of course, engaging the communities, really listening to what they want rather than what we want. Unfortunately, we as NGOs sometimes go in with what we want to achieve, but we forget these communities are also knowledgeable and they know what they want.
So I guess that's the same in your area as well. Or do you have extra observations on this one?
Yeah, I think in the case of Mali, based on our previous experiences, we involved a lot all the categories of groups, young people, all the user groups, or water user groups, and we give sometimes priority to young people to avoid their involvement with terrorist group.
Okay, yeah, that's another aspect as well, indeed. Okay, maybe a last question before we go to the next stage of this program. Any observations maybe? Not? Okay, then we have an extra speaker actually today, which is Evita Rosenberg, who is from the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And you were asked to summarize this all, do some observations, and maybe also, because we heard of some tips and tops for the program, take that into your considerations as well, maybe not today or the day after, and you can have this mic.
Yes, thank you so much, Michel. And maybe I'm not going to do it any justice with all these wonderful experts in the panel to summarize the session. But I would like to provide you with a couple of reflections from my side of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands. And maybe to start off, and I think Audrey, you said it really well, it is wonderful to be here in this Youth and Children's Pavilion, first and foremost. Reason being is, well, two-sided. One, this is number 10 for me at COP. And yesterday, I found my first gray hair. I kid you not. So, and this is really wonderful being here and also having this as a final session also to rejuvenate. So that's on a personal note. But on another note, it's so important that we speak about climate change and water cooperation in a youth pavilion because it's about the future generations. It's about youth. And that's also a message that the government of the Netherlands very much shares and therefore also supports programs like these and also other programs when it comes to leaving no one behind, working with NGOs, wonderful NGOs like Wetlands International and so on. Because some of you might be familiar on this wonderful Water Day, but water is, of course, life. And by 2030, now it seems like 2/3 of the world population will be water scarce, which, and climate change manifests itself directly through too much or too little water. And it is terrifying because we, as humankind, we brought the water cycle out of balance. But an optimist side of me, and I was used to work, Audrey, on the UN Water Conference, is that we can also turn the tide. Together, we can change the way we understand, value, and manage our water in collaboration as well, as you wonderfully described just now in the program that you're working on. And it also provides me with hope, because also as the government, we want to make sure that water is at the heart of the political decision-making here at COP, at a climate conference. And that's why I'm also happy that I've been these past 2 days in so many different sessions. I was talking about energy and water. I was talking here about youth and water and so on and so forth. So maybe in closing, water can be part of the solution. And in the water conference, water action agenda with over 800 commitments, we saw that many were about transboundary water cooperation, even though we know that's possibly the most sensitive topic within the whole water agenda. So we raised ambition in New York, but our work was definitely not done here. We're now at COP. There will be a World Water Forum in Bali and so on. So I'm very much looking forward to continue working with everyone here in the room and with all of you. And I also would like to end my intervention, my closing or reflections, whatever the name is, with a message of hope that actually the water envoy for the Netherlands, she was in a session this morning also about water for peace and security. And she sent me a message over Signal. Quote unquote, and there was a message that was shared in that session in the morning, and she said, this is very inspirational. She said, no war, or someone said in the session, she sent this to me, no war is no news, but how river basin organizations help to avoid war is the best news of this COP. Building trust in peacetime is even more important with a changing climate. Thank you, and thank you to this wonderful panel.
Thank you, Evita. And I think I'd like to ask everybody to give a warm applause to all the panelists for your excellent contributions. And with that, I think we wrap up and have it informal. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
daarom ging ik hier maar staan. Ik denk, als sta ik helemaal zo hoog. Ja, ik denk, ga je maar niet op dat plateau staan, want dan steek ik nog verder omhoog. Ja, hij moet een beetje porren, een beetje prikken. Ik ben een pragmaticus. Ik heb 5 jaar bij Defensie gewerkt. Okay, people, picture. Ja, leuk beleid, want gaan we het doen. Het idee dat gaan we niet los van WTS uiteindelijk. Waar bestaat dat dan? Oh, so we have to go there.
Maddie, Mira?
Actually, we have presentation at 4 o'clock.
Oh, so you can ask them. They are the organizers. I am the one of the organizers of this session. Yeah, sorry? Do you need anything? Shall we start? Yeah? No? Come.
I don't know. Free.
farming. So that might be alternative proteins of not exactly that alternative protein, but the sources of protein will be different, right? So it might be heliciculture in Nepal. We have amazing process and we are like using this snail as a protein sources. Hello everyone. So I will start the sessions. The session is why youth engagement in decision making is crucial, advancing alternative proteins, food system policies and food security, organized by EAS, Yongo, IFSA, Food at COP and All Food Forum. Without ado, I'd like to introduce our speaker. We have Lindy Hook from the All Food Forum and FAO. She is the head of cultures. And we have Isa Mitra from IPSA and also the global focal point of UNCCD youth. And we have Hauda from the EAS. She was the national director of Morocco, former national director of Morocco. So we shall start. So for the first of the questions, I'll go with everyone. So I will start from the Isa. Could you introduce yourself and like what you do, your association, what your association do on the part of the like youth advocacy and other part?
Thank you for the question. So I am Aisha, I'm from India, and I am, initially I started my work with International Forest Student Association, that is acronym of IFSA, and then I started mostly on the advocating on the UN process, and that is how I started working with UNCCD Youth Caucus, the youth constituency of UNCCD, and with both of the parties I mostly work with the youth engagement and community-led engagement, so that is my major way of work, but obviously land management is one of the important part of it. So overall, that is what I'm doing in the youth space. Thank you.
Yeah. So for the Lindsay, you can introduce yourself, what you are doing from the World Food Forum and FAO side, and where are you from, and what are you doing for the advocacy and food system policies?
Sure, thank you. So my name is Lindsay Hook. I am the head of culture for the World Food Forum, which is a youth-led movement at the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. And we aim to transform agri-food systems through the power of youth through a few different areas of work, from policy to education, innovation, national chapters, so local action, and then of course the part of culture, which is me. If you couldn't hear from my accent, I'm from the US. What I do with the World Food Forum is I aim to use culture as a catalyst, to use the universal languages of film, gastronomy, music, art, and now we're introducing fashion to communicate these more complex, aspects and topics of agri-food systems that are a little difficult to understand for the public or for someone who's less familiar. So using these elements of culture tends to kind of bring us together.
Yeah, thank you. So a girl from Morocco, could you introduce yourself, what you are doing, and like whom you are engaging with, and what you are doing for the advocacy for the decision making of young people?
Thank you, Prem. Well, I'm Huda Admo. I'm agricultural economics engineering student. I'm in my 5th year right now that I'm doing in double degree. While doing masters in climate change and agricultural management in Montpellier, France. So I have joined EIS when I was in Morocco, and I was feeling like it is my vocation to actually join this association when I saw the work that they have been doing in youth advocacy, climate advocacy, and environmental advocacy. And so I really got engaged in my 3rd year, and then I joined them later as a national director, and I've been managing the Moroccan National Committee, which we have in like 3 cities of Morocco, 3 universities. So it has been quite a journey with EAS. Now I'm here today with EAS delegation, and I'm so happy to be representing my colleagues and my friends, but also part of Yongo, Food and Agriculture Working Group. So yeah, I'm so happy to be part of this panel.
Yeah, thank you. So I heard your introduction, and it might be inspiring for everyone. And I was inspired for the introductions that you are doing amazing on the grounds with your association, with YAFO and UN entities. So happy to hear that. So for this session, we'll have 2 folds. That at first we'll know how the youth are including or not in the decision-making process, and also the second one is we discuss about more like locally youth-led association, like association and local lead initiative to come back to proceed the decision-making for the youth, for the food system policies, alternative protein, and food security. So I would like to go with Howda. So like as a you are from the largest student association in the field of agriculture and related sciences. So could you describe what your organization is doing and how can you define the how can you define the importance of youth in the decision making? Why we should consider for the decision making?
Yeah, well, I'm actually very proud to be part of like the biggest association of students in agriculture, as you said, Prem, alongside with you, of course, and with many amazing members. I probably wasn't here in COP in the first week to follow along the negotiations around food and agriculture as the other part of the delegation did, but I've seen how really engaged they have been when it comes to following along the negotiations, but also like not being just observers as they are like titled or like entitled to be, but also by really putting pressure on all the negotiators that were there, and like by feeling that they really need to transmit all the messages that we have and the demands that we want. This is like the food systems we are looking forward to. This is what we really want. And I was really inspired by the amount of engagement I have seen and all the representation they have been really handling very well. So the US delegation actually like helps when it comes to drafting documents that help in the negotiations, but also like they prepared the whole delegation when it comes to capacity building sessions and allowing them to really know what is policy, what is advocacy in terms of climate. So this is very important in terms of giving youth voice today and telling the leaders that we don't just need the badge to be here and observe. We need you to bring us to the table to really hear what we have to say and not just give us, at the end of the session, a moment to probably say conclusions of things you are saying. So it's really important to know our worth as youth and the capacity that we have to really impose our ideas or like just contribute. But also there are many important things that the delegation has been doing, and also like I've seen many inspiring youth, not just from IAS, but all over the venue or like the side events, doing partnerships, negotiating, doing networking, and today is the proof. I mean, we have been through many side events. We have witnessed side events, spoke in side events, and this is just the simple truth. I mean, proof that we are doing what we are supposed to be doing, and we are networking, and this is like the proof of our great networking capacity. Yeah, so I think giving you the voice is also giving them the tools by capacity building sessions before and preparation before COP, but also during COP and all the engagements we have been seeing.
Yeah, amazing. So everything will be accountable and transparent for the youth peoples. Also, we have to include everyone in the decision-making process and the process of the making the decisions. So we are moving to like UN entities to Lindsay. So I will ask you what does the food system means to you personally and as an association as a FAO part. Then also like how is the World Food Forum and FAO is working on the food system policies and initiative. Could you explain some initiative of a food system on working on the food system policies, and could you explain some more initiative really working on the grounds from the World Food Forum side and FAO side?
Sure. So to answer your first question, what food systems mean to me, for me, they're even bigger than just food. At FAO, we talk about agri-food systems. So, and I think I was talking about this earlier today here, it's not just about the food that we eat. It's about the other agricultural products like cotton. We're not eating it, but we're wearing it. And it does have effects on the food system, right? So we're thinking water pollution from dyes or, issues with water, with pesticides, or some bad fertilizers, that kind of thing. It's all part of the whole agri-food system. So it really does all come together. And of course, there's the marketing, there's the food loss and waste. There's so much more about it than just the things that we usually tend to think of. And then of course, for me, being the head of culture, it's super important to think about the cultural aspects of food, right? So we have gastronomy. It's truly a universal language that brings everyone together. It doesn't matter where you're from. You definitely have memories of food, whether it be your family cooking, your friends. And so bringing that into the concrete work of the World Food Forum in terms of culture, we do a lot of different initiatives with film festivals, which we have a cash prize for. So if you're a filmmaker, please apply. Around May or April, we'll open up the call. And so it's really something that we're passionate about, to use it as that catalyst for change and communication. And so whether you're a young filmmaker making films about any part of the agri-food system, or a young artist for our concert, we can feature you, that kind of thing. And in terms of more the policy side, we do have our youth policy and action team. My wonderful colleague Pramisha she was here last week talking about that. And so they have something called the Youth Policy Board, which is a group of young people from around the world, and they actually draft very concrete policy proposals and suggestions for leaders. And so it's something very kind of boots on the ground, that we have youth from all around the world that are doing that. And the last thing I'll add is that I would say that our team is quite unique. It's very rare in a UN organization to find a team that has so much freedom. They've put so much trust into us. We're truly a youth-led organization. It's not, people tokenizing youth there. It's almost 100% of my team is under 35. Like, we truly are youth, and we're working every single day in collaboration with our colleagues around the world to really make sure that we're, walking the talk. So we're doing what we promise as hard as we can.
Yeah, amazing. So I always found interesting that, like, in Old Food Forum, youth are creating opportunity for the young people to explore things, to discover the things, and like do network and exchange ideas, knowledge, and skills. It's amazing one. Also, you are doing some like initiative with the children's, like advocacy for the food system. Also, the nutritional food for the school children. So like this. So it was amazing to hear you. So I'd like to move to Isa. As you know, you are from the International Federation of Forestry, and you always working on the forestry part. But my question is, how you connect forestry with agri-food systems, and what are your association doing on those things?
Well, that is interesting. So I would just to give my background, because even though I did my master's in forestry, but I am graduate in agriculture. So that's why I always feel like this two perspective within myself. And when I came to forestry, I always feel like when you just say people forest, they just go into the jungle and they feel like the wildlife are around them. But it's beyond that. And so when we talk about forestry, we have urban forestry, we have community forestry, we have agroforestry, where forestry, I will not say that we are overpowering on the agribusiness or agriculture system, but also you have to understand that when you are talking about increasing the tree outside forest and you are talking about agroforestry, there is somewhere a conjunction between the forestry department. So that is where the Forestry Student Association come in place, and we, IFSA is also International Forest Student Association. We are in almost more than 60 countries. So we are working with more than 130 universities. So we have the capacity with the natural resources we have, the academic power we have, the research we have. And IFSA is not just forestry student, also the allied sciences. So I think that is where you also feel the mangrove or the ocean related topics, where there are students who are working on those kind of topic. And that is where tree outside forest products come in, and especially the non-timber forest products come in. If you're talking about honey, I know a lot of people are against it because it is animal depicting. So, but also it is kind of a source of income for a lots of indigenous people, the people who are inside the forest, so forest dwelling people. Also, there are certain aspects which are indirectly correlated with the food system. I think that is where the forestry student and their importance is coming into the place. And also being part of the UNCCD Youth Caucus, we always feel like when we talk about just agriculture, just forestry, we kind of make it like a different circle. It is not like that. We are all related because we are working on the piece of land, whether it comes to forest, whether it comes to agriculture. So, or even ocean, everything is correlated with each other. So I think that convergence for all the department is important. I think that is why we are here and talking more about it. Yeah.
Yeah. So you said that everything is one. So today is the food, agriculture, and water day. So we
Yes.
can explain we are the together, and we have work together for the food, agriculture, and water, right? So I found another interesting that IFSA is collaborating with the local chapters for the initiating it to empowerment the next generation of peoples for the food system and agroforestry.
Yes.
Also, you are more focusing on the agroforestry, and you are collaborating with EAS for
Yes.
the agri-food system and other things. It was
Yes.
interesting for that. So I'd like to move to Hauda. So how do you analyze the involvement of youth in alternative protein, basically part, and also its impact on sustainability in a global area?
Actually, like I'm not probably a professional in in protein making or alternative protein making. Like there are people who would be like well put to describe that about this. I mean to not analyze this involvement when it comes to alternative protein. But I'm gonna speak through my experience, but also what I have been doing with EAS so far. I think that the first thing, and I think we will agree on this on a general basis, that we need to have as youth right now a critical mind when it comes to what we consume. No matter how engaged we are today in this policy making or like this shifting of diets in today's world, we are impacted in the first level because we are the consumers of today, but also the consumers of tomorrow. So if we don't know what we put in our plates and like what we eat, but also the importance of respecting our culture. You mentioned the cultural and traditional references, but also how our diet should be shifted in a way that respects our local dishes, for example, and local communities. That's where like our critical mind should really function, and that's where we should be reflect on the long-term effects on what we are, the decision we are doing today. But also when it comes to policy making, we need to as youth contribute in that. Obviously we spoke about how the different youth are engaged today when it comes to negotiation around food systems, but we need to make sure that food systems are included. We have seen that there has been progress in COP28 when it comes to food systems. After that, is it enough or not? We will figure it out later, and we will see if food systems will really be considered in decision making, but also in plans, in food plans when it comes to every local community and every country, because a food system plan isn't really efficient unless it touches a local place or like a territorial community. And I don't know if you agree on that or not, but we cannot really make a diet general for everybody.
Yes.
We cannot impose a general rule on food because it really depends on the resources and on the capacity of those people to shift their diets, as it is really correlated with their tradition and culture. Then there's another point that I really consider important, and it is the agri-entrepreneurship and this capacity to shift from being the consumers to being the producers. We speak right now about big producers in the agricultural field, but we don't really consider ourselves as potential producers. There are many initiatives today by youth in producing, for example, hydroponic cultures, closed systems that preserves water, and they need funds, they need help, but also they are looking for it. So it is important I really appreciate young people who, like us, for example, that are right now, creating those startups and really moving to another way of seeing agri-food systems and really contributing in the land, because the farmer and the grower is really the key in this whole food system we're speaking about. So, and of course, I need to mention here also the role of EAS, for example. In this, we have an important project which is called sorry, what? No, Village Concepts Project. Yeah, I got the name. Village Concepts Project is a is like a very important part of ES. Like it's encourages projects all over the world. People who have ideas of projects, they can get fund through ES in order to develop their ideas. And I think that and also like many people in ES got to create some solutions, alternative solutions to, for example, protein or many other ingredients, but also many ideas, and they were funded through ES. So it is important to really help people in developing and scaling up their little businesses, but also like just ideas and making them into real concrete projects. And
so like I'm a little bit interesting on the alternative protein, so I found that interesting. We have to focus on the capacity building programs because for the actions we have to build the capacity of the peoples, especially for the young peoples. Then we can initiate some initiative for the young peoples for the transformation of communities. So that was the part we have to aid on the Hauda side. So he already manage everything and talk about the capacity building. We have to take like youth peoples on the grounds for the actions and for the projects. I know some of the initiative of the food and agriculture organizations for the involvement of youth in policy and alternative proteins. Like we already talked about youth policy board, taking everyone ideas and like decision into the food system, and also in the like food policy. So as a members from the FAO and also the you are the UN entity bodies, right? So how you are supporting youth-led initiative, especially in the alternative protein and like food system policies, how you are supporting the youth peoples?
Sure. So I think if you saw this week, there was even a release of a report on alternative proteins, and it's something that's kind of a very hot topic right now. There's a lot of different outlooks on it. We definitely need some more science. So for me, that would be a call to action for sure for young people to make sure that there's objective science, because it's easy for maybe a cellular agriculture company to hire a third party themselves to do some research, but it's not always necessarily going to be very objective. So it's something in the future we should be careful about. But that's going to be something that we will focus on a lot in 2024 at the World Food Forum. We're going to be focusing most likely on things for the future, and of course alternative proteins are and will continue to be a big topic of conversation. And so from the FAO perspective, there are a few things to think about that are important when it comes to alternative proteins. One of them is making sure that you're getting the micronutrients that you need from the nutrition perspective. Another one is making sure that the food safety aspect is covered. You want to make sure that there are no risks of whatever alternative protein source you are consuming. I think diversity is a really big part of that, making sure that you're getting sources of protein from many different things, whether it be insects, or which is a really great possibility. It's pretty sustainable. It's already very widespread throughout many different cultures, just not in the West, because I think we just think everything is kind of gross when we look at it. So let's be a little more open to that. And so through insects, through just plant-based protein that we already have, I think is really important. And in terms of those youth-led initiatives, the more that we at the World Food Forum, we are kind of the main youth hub of FAO. And the more that we focus on these topics, the more they'll become popular, also because we have the innovation team that could focus on finding startups and supporting them, helping them find funding, for example, that already have these kinds of projects or innovative ideas on alternative proteins, whatever they may be. So it's a topic that we hope to talk about more and more, get some science backing behind, making sure we have all the facts and diversifying everything, and then improving our future from there.
Yeah, so amazing. Look, I found interesting that FAO is contributing for the more focusing on culture, science, and innovation. That might be more logical for the peoples to connect with and work on that in the ground level. So moving on to ISA, I found interesting that in your LinkedIn, you are not working for the IPSA and other part. Also, you are focusing you are working on as a global leader for UNCCD. So I will ask you the amazing questions that might be why you why you should be included or heard in the decision-making process from your side, because you are the one of the leader, right? So why you should be heard on the that part?
Even on your LinkedIn.
I'm glad you didn't go on my LinkedIn. I'm scared. Yes. now I feel like I am on the scam. Anyway, so no, actually I am still part of IFSA. Sorry if you are that is misjudged. I am not part of the official position anymore. So maybe something wrong is going on there. Anyways, so I started with IFSA. I think me being part of the young global leaders, IFSA has a very huge role behind that because that created my capacity or my professional skill for that. But also as part of the youth constituency of UNCCD, openly I could say that UNCCD is more welcome to the youth. That makes our work more easier, honestly, because we never felt that barrier from the inclusive wise from the secretariat or the executive everyone is very welcoming. I think that is the best part of UNCCD Youth Caucus. I think that is why in the youth constituency name we have kept UNCCD for paying the respect to them. So that is the major thing I feel like works in a positive way for us as a youth caucus. But on the second hand, when it comes to the bigger decision-making process, because when we are talking about climate, we are talking about land or environment overall, it is not. It is not just UNCCD, we are talking about all the UN bodies we have, but I can't talk on behalf of everyone. But I think as of now, there are few problems going on. I would say that is a problem because already as a children and youth, we are sitting in the children and youth pavilion. So both of them are not uh, is not equally inclusive. We are seeing youth here, but I can't see children here. So I think that is where we need to work on a bit more because when it comes to the youth constituency, they are an integral part of the process. And the second thing is, I think the role of the youth is already well established to the system. We already know where we are trying to work because I think from the day one I am listening the same thing from a lots of youth. So I feel like it's already well established. We don't want to be asked that what is our role in the system. We have already proved that. So, but we are asking how we can be integrated in the system. I think that is where the openness from the senior leadership is also important to have more inclusiveness. And the last but not the least, I would say when we talk about capacity building, we sometimes forget that we need capacity building maybe for the senior leader at this moment because we are trying our best because the people who are already in the system or who are already evolved or have the knowledge, they are already passing that down to the children, but somehow the bridge is not going upside. It should be bottom-up approach, and I think that is where maybe there is the need of that. I think this is the main problem I face personally, talking from the whole decision-making process, youth being in the process. Yeah.
Yeah, so amazing. Next might be a little bit common questions for everyone. So I will go with Hauda. So first one is as a youth and part of the youth association, what will be your demand and what is your demands for COP and for the world leaders in the food system and agriculture? What is your demand exactly? What you want to like see some transformative on, his part?
Probably, I will go back actually to a point that was mentioned about like the alternative protein when it comes to, for example, growing insects and everything. Like I know how much fear it was in the many people when they heard this growing insects and many other alternatives, and they're not accepting the idea at all, even though we know, like from, for example, for religious preferences or many traditional preferences and everything. I really want to know how could this shift of diets be really smooth when it comes to introducing it to many cultures, and how can we adapt to people's interceptions of this, like through all of these efforts that we have been seeing in these side events and all these conversations. We've been speaking a lot about shifting the diets and transforming the food systems and including more people in this shift, but we don't know like how can we shift that. So I mean, probably like in next COP, maybe. Like I wanna probably hear that like many countries have been more accepting of these ideas of these diets shifting, and we want to see more numbers, people consuming less probably meats, but more alternative proteins. But also like, food systems are getting there in the negotiations, but also in the policy makings, but not enough for us. As people who study agriculture and related sciences, we want to see more water also related to the whole value chain of products and how we can reduce the loss of it and the loss of all resources, but also the allocated resources, because we know that we have enough, but they're not just like fairly distributed between populations, and that many of today's conflicts are because of water, for example, and how resources are not just fairly distributed. And that's basically like my expectations generally, but also like after every big event like COP, for example. So I hope I answered your question.
So moving on the FAO part and Lindsay, so you are the like, entity who like really implement the ideas into actions and promote the youth lead initiative and other things. Also, you already have flagship event called World Food Forum, and you are creating opportunity for the young people. So, as a UN entity and as a youth also, what you looking for what is your demand for the COP in the agriculture and food systems?
So I think, like you said, I think our demands are quite clear in terms of the youth. We're screaming them all day, every day. We need a seat at the table. We know this. I don't need to talk about that. But for me, coming from the U.S., that kind of perspective of always, trying to get change to happen. Everyone is on the streets doing protests, whatever you can think of, and things don't happen often because of just all the lobbying and the money that's behind, these blockages for change and these silos that are up and that we just cannot seem to get past. And what I really want leaders to think about is, when are we going to stop prioritizing the money over the changes that will eventually make you more money? Or if you think about it in the right way, you can make more money on a healthier planet and a better system. So for me, the big thing is, stop just going with the lobbyists constantly. You have to say no to the money eventually, and hopefully when young future leaders get into those positions of power, we can be the generation that stops that kind of toxicity. Obviously easier said than done, but I think that's a main barrier to actually making effective change, is just following the money wherever it is and letting it influence everything you do.
Yeah, so amazing. So moving on to Isa, like be similar one, but as also the global leaders and youth leaders, what is your demand for the food, agriculture, and forestry part? Also, what you want to expect from the global leaders on the food system?
Okay, so I think today only when I was roaming around, I saw a sticker. It calls delay equal to denial. So I think we are. I was very hopeful that this COP would give us some very concrete policies and good ways where the national action policies can take in the place, or especially focusing on developing country or the island countries. But it is kind of on a very, I would say, it's just somewhere in between, and that is not coming in a very concrete way. So I think we are still on the denial stage. This another thing I feel when we are talking about food and agriculture, but uh, at this moment I feel like it is we are on the way of having, as you are saying, that it is a convergence. So there are few things are not really on the place, especially when it comes to the loss and damage fund, because we are thinking of that, okay, it is for the people who are highly affected or impacted, but also it has some stake to hold on the agri-food food system. So I think that is also very unclear at this moment. And the another thing, we feel like when we are talking about forest, like we have a goal of how much forest cover we are expecting, and we are sometimes using agroforestry as a tree outside forest resources to cover it up. We want to be positive, but like nature positive, but we don't want the compensation game over here. We are critically looking forward to have some positive impact, not just we are doing somewhere negative and we are just trying to balance it out. So I think these three things are very unclear at this moment, and I am hopeful that on the next COP we will come out with some concrete solution of this.
Yeah, so amazing. So great learning for me. Also, I'm expecting a lot. Also, like you guys are mentioning all the things what I need and from the as a youth. So we have some more minutes. So I will open the this sessions for the Q&A session. I saw some of the youth policy board members, some of the loss and damage contact point over here, so they can have some highlights on youth initiative and why youth should be taken into the decision making process. So like now, question and answer session will be open for everyone. You can ask anything. Over to you guys.
I don't.
Don't be shy.
Yeah.
Or you can put remarks if we have said anything wrong.
Or you can just look at her LinkedIn.
Any questions? Yeah.
Okay, firstly, I would like to say thank you to all the panelists. They are really on the topic, the experience better. But like, I just want to ask for awards or statements that we need to take away because the topic, like you said, it's a crucial topic. And the food system discussion is so broad. It has a lot of subtopics when someone started to talk about it, but at least they dive in it and we have a lot of things we learn from them as well. But I just want to get if there are any words or a hope message that we can take back home because COP is coming to an end, but our actions, our plan, our movements are moving train and we cannot just get them here and stop here. Like I said, they are moving train. When we go back home, we continue to implement them. What are the words that we can take back home or hope message that we can go back home? Thank you.
Okay, I'm very pessimistic person, so I really, every time one COP ends, I become very pessimist. Like I go on a negative way, but again, I think the hope is something that keeps us alive. So I also feel like when there is, as a youth, I feel like when there is another person is not doing it, maybe I can take a step ahead. So I think my hope is that, okay, fine, if something on the other level is not happening, but at least my own level I can do something. So my hope is just doing whatever I'm doing and just progressing myself to a sustainable world. That is my hope.
Yeah, I agree. I think everyone's, if you think that individually you can't make a difference, I mean, you can, but the big thing is that everyone taking the small steps collectively
Yes.
can really make a difference, whether that be changing your habits or, taking part in local community action with associations, whatever it may be. For me, something that keeps me hopeful is coming here, and even though we're all exhausted and overworked, it's really nice to meet everyone. We had an event here today that was so much fun. We all brought some kind of food product, fruits, vegetables, seeds, whatever from our country, and it was just so great to meet everyone and see everyone's enthusiasm and just have a moment where it wasn't, a serious panel or something, and we could just all connect over our culture and learn from each other and, talk about the issues in those food systems or whatever it may be. So that's kind of what keeps me going, is meeting these people and seeing that there are other people that are passionate about the same things that I'm passionate about, and that when we come together, we're quite unstoppable. And the last thing I'll say is that we talk about youth and decision making and making sure that we feel empowered and that we're respected and included meaningfully, and we can make demands all day, but I think it really comes from us. Even just working as a woman in in Italy or in a UN organization, whatever it may be, you have to stand your ground. You have to make yourself be heard. You have to and do that to the people who are older than you, your bosses, your managers, directors, whoever it may be. It's not always easy, but the more you respectfully say your part, you think about things, you're very specific about it and concrete, the more people will respect you. and then in turn trust you, and then also let you, you know, make some decisions with that trust. Because a lot of the time, maybe youth are not being included, not on purpose, but because nobody really thought about it. Everyone can't see beyond what's happening, you know, below their own noses. Sometimes you just have to give them a push and remind them, and that's something that keeps me going too, is just making sure that they know that you're there and that you're competent, and then show them what you can do.
Amazing. It's hard to to speak after you, girl.
No, no.
But yeah, you said it all. I think for me it would be like individually, as you say, to have a critical mind, to know what we eat and what we consume, and to not really to just act individually, but also for me would be sharing also the knowledge, no matter how small the conversation was. Like I remember I would be in a family gathering and they would start speaking about something related to agriculture, and I would be like, yeah, no, you're wrong. And we think because we study this and because we know what a food system is. I mean, of course, depending on our level and everything on our experience, but we think that everybody knows that because it's obvious, right? But we don't really take the time to really make it simple and to explain to people why this is how it is and why we shouldn't be doing this, and that this is how things should be. And do not underestimate the power of a sentence you could say to someone, or like to a family member or a friend or in a gathering. And it also makes you, if it questions like if people started asking questions, it will make you search more on that topic and even learn further. So it is very important to share, because by sharing we get the knowledge, and not all of us like know everything. I mean, not no one knows everything, right? So we keep on learning, and these events, although like COP is a little bit, like it makes us pessimistic in some ways, but it also makes us inspired by meeting people and sharing knowledge with them, and just knowing what people think about this, regardless of what leaders are doing.
Yeah,
So yeah,
thank you, finally. So, in conclusion, I found that we have to work together and act now. It might be delayed if we do like later on. So we have to act differently too, for the community and for the peoples, for the young initiative and other things. So I heard about the equitable, accessible, and affordable opportunities for the young peoples, so they can include in the policy sectors, and they will be the accountable for the decision making process and all the things. So we heard about all in all, the session was the moment of actions. We learned about more about actions, more about youth initiative, and also the UN entities, what they are doing for the youth and policy making. So I will say like we have to think global and act local on the grounds. So with this note, I would like to conclude this session. Thank you, everyone. Amazing.
Thank you, Pram.
with with me.
Actually, Jonas will do it because I asked him because I have such a sore throat, and he said he can do it because I mean there are not so many people in. Can you airdrop me all pictures and videos you took of me today?
I post everything and do it.
Okay.
You always do Ori. I'm here, Christina. No worries for that.
No, but you can send
the
me
session.
those.
Which one are the sessions? Which one is the sessions now you are doing? Food at COP?
No, this was
Hello. Okay, guys, we will be starting now. Leute, you can sit down now. Everybody have a seat, please. As we are not so many people, you can come closer. All right. So welcome all of you to our side event, The Power of Youth in Shaping Food Systems. In the previous discussions, we acknowledged the imperative role of youth engagement in shaping the future of our food systems. Now, let us collectively build upon this foundation. Inspired by the findings of the Global Hunger Index report, our goal is to develop actionable recommendations for youth inclusion. Let us explore together what changes are needed in policy and practice to fully leverage the untapped potential that resides within our youth, the architects of tomorrow's sustenance. Moving on, the Global Hunger Index is a peer-reviewed report published on an annual basis by the NGOs Welthungerhilfe and Concern Worldwide. The GHI has been tracking hunger for 18 years now and has become the key civil society report to measure and track long-term trends of hunger at global, regional, and national levels. The GHI can, for example, help to identify countries that are vulnerable to deterioration when crises hit. This year, the report puts particular emphasis on the role of youth in shaping sustainable food systems. You can also check for further information the website of the Global Hunger Index for even more detailed information. The Global Hunger Index shows that progress against hunger is stagnating. Youth in low and middle income countries are particularly affected by multiple crises. In this year's essay, it is underlined that current food systems are failing youth, and youth will have to deal with these dysfunctional food systems far into the future. Youth has higher likelihood of food insecurity, extreme poverty, unemployment, lack of access to resources, and lack of representation. It shows the stark reality many youths are facing, but also the many ideas they bring to the table. And this is why we are here today. Let us discuss the steps that are needed to be taken and bring it to the global leaders out here. Okay, so what we're going to do now to make it a little bit more interactive and not just a presentation up front, we will gather in a circle, and Jakobina and Abdul, who are also colleagues of mine from IIS, the largest international students association in the world, we will gather and they will ask you 3 questions, and together you will try to find answers to them. And yeah, I hope that you will enjoy this as a little bit more interactive way to yeah, find answers to the questions that are so urgently needed. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Jacobine. I'm from IAS, and I'll be a facilitator for today with Abdul.
Hello, everyone. My name is Abdul Umar. I'm from IAS as well, and I'm one of the facilitators.
Okay, so the first question here is, how can we empower and amplify the voices of youth in decision-making process within food system transformations, ensuring their perspectives are not only heard, but actively incorporated into policies and initiatives? Should I take it again? Should I take it again? Okay, so how can we empower and amplify the voices of youth in decision-making process within food system transformations, ensuring their perspectives are not only heard, but actively incorporated into policies and initiatives? That's the first question. So, what do you think? Answers? Yeah.
Thank you for amazing question. So for this, I'd like to highlight 3 parts. First one is capacity building of young peoples. because the inclusion of decision making will not enough. So before that, we have to build the capacity of young peoples, because they are they are learning things, they are knowing the decisions and other things. So for the policy making and inclusion in the policy system, be in food and youth and children, we have to build the capacity of young people first. Then next, we have to move on the advocacy part. We have to advocate the youth voices, amplifying the youth voices, and advocate for the food system transformation, policies, and decision making. And third one is really implemented in the action. So we look forward for the youth lead solutions, like action oriented efforts from the grounds and from the top to bottom and bottom to top approach, so we can include everyone. Then if we achieve these things, so we easily can include the youth in the decision making, and we can explore the things and accelerate the climate actions and other things.
Thank you so much, Prem. Who wants to add something? Something. Christina, Vasante, Mikel, Jonas, Christopher, Audrey. Who wants to add something? Who wants to add something interesting? Something interesting, Suzanne. Who wants to add some? Christina,
Okay.
okay.
So I will try to not repeat what Prem already said. But okay, how can we implement the youth action so it really is not only seen but also implemented in policies? So firstly, I would say besides the expertise, you definitely need, because without expertise, you have a very low chance of achieving something valuable. I would also say that you need to appeal to the right persons. It's really important that you get in touch with the people who are in charge of implementing policies, and that means go to, I don't know, negotiators, go to heads of delegations, try to connect with important networks and NGOs. And I think that it's very valuable if you try to make yourself as an individual also seen. And I think that can be the good steps to get in touch with a real implementation of that what we want the world to see from us. Yeah.
Maybe I would say, I would add on what he said from Nepal. It's capacitating the young people. Because if we come like in Ghana, in few hours back, you were presenting about cocoa. So how many among the young people in Ghana who are growing up now who knows the process of cocoa from the farm to the fork? Yes. So it's first engaging before we even go to the policy, because you don't just go to the policy, you have to take something to the policy level for it to be embedded. It's having the knowledge of what we have on ground. How is cocoa made? What is the process of the cocoa? What is the process of sorghum and everything that we have as our food on the ground? How is it made? So after capacitating the youth to know everything that is related to food systems, then we can help them. Like we can be leaders, especially for us who are already there. Let me say there. We are not there 100%, but at least we have some knowledge. If we are advocating for this, that means we've seen the challenge and we know the solution. So we say, how can we capacitate them so that they can use their voices, put them on the table, and then be the advocates to the policy makers, to the negotiators, so that those voices on the table can be embedded in the policy system and go back to be implemented by the ones who send them to the table. So it is the process. The youth voices are crucial, but when they are not capacitated enough, they won't have anything to bring to the table. So the capacity starts from the ground level, and we need to be leaders wherever we are, to be proactive in the face of a challenge. The challenge that we are having is not only the climate change that is vanishing the food security, but also us who are youth elders. We are still youth, but we are elders. How can we empower our young ones and then be the bridge to connect those that are already growing up and those that are already the elders and making everything, so that we can make the ends meet. Thank you.
So much. Scovia. Scovia, right? Okay, all right. Thank you so much. Audrey, you want to add something?
I think everyone has mentioned something very interesting, but maybe I can also share a little bit about my experience. So if you know that with the World Food Forum, there is one track, if you're just at the other event, that is the Youth Policy Board. I think it's important because such as having the platform with the Youth Policy Board, it allows youth to really learn more about different youth voices in the region. So for me, I am working with my colleague in the North American region, and we had survey and we have online consultations, and up until at the flagship event that we have the regional assembly, we got to hear a lot more about what they think about our topic, which is about nutrition and then also school meals. And then that's not the end, is that when we come up with the outcomes, then at the flagship event, we can talk to different ministers and then to really tell them, okay, we have this data and this result show that people all think that we need more capacity building or we need more policies with the school meals, and that we can actually bring it and make an impact. So I think that having the platform, and of course, I think like the capacity building is like the base to make sure that these youth are ready for the conversation. And then once you're ready for the conversation, then you build up to give them the room, the space to carry out the actions.
Thank you so much. So we move to our next question, which says, in what ways can participants, organizing partners, collaboratively create mentorship and capacity building programs to nurture the leadership skills of young individuals, enabling them to play pivotal roles in shaping and implementing sustainable food systems? So we start by talking about capacity building. So this is like a follow-up question, which says, in what ways can participants and organizing partners collaboratively create mentorship and capacity building programs to nurture the leadership skills of young individuals, enabling them to play pivotal roles in shaping and implementing sustainable food systems? So it's like a follow-up question. So in what ways? In what ways? In what ways? In what ways? In what?
Yeah, so I would say that capacity building is a very important topic. I think everything we do around climate change here, all the conferences, all the webinars we have, anything where we as youth attend, I would say that all counts as capacity building. And I think if you the question was how can we provide okay, in which ways? Okay, so first of all, I think that it's very important to narrow down the target group. So for example, I feel like if you really want people to get capacity about something, then you should see that the topic you're educating on is not too broad. Because I feel like if you do like webinars or any other type of education and the topic you're working on is not specific enough, then the people will not really learn something from it. So try to focus on something you want people to get knowledge about. And also I think it's just very important that when we talk of in terms of like like who does capacity building, or from whom should it come? I think it definitely should come from the people and organizations working in the food systems itself. And capacity building should not only come from, I don't know, high-level speakers who are in the policies and whatever, who are not really mostly working in the field, but rather from farmers, from researchers, from people who are really like working in that field, who are having these practical experience, who can really talk about their everyday life when they are doing capacity building. And I think this is way more authentic and will show you way more the reality of what's the situation here, like what do we need capacity building on even, and what are like practical solutions to combat different types of like what can we really do on different topics. Yeah, so I think like go to the source, like look who's really involved in something and who can be a real good like role model for it. And yeah, and even there, like youth can be a big role because we have so many young people in agriculture and food systems who are doing an amazing job, who are like taking over the farms maybe of the parents, or you know, like there are many young farmers, and I think there's so big potential to have them sitting here talking to us and teaching us something instead of ministers talking about this the whole day, but really not knowing what they're talking about in the end.
Like on this, I like to add some my experience as a while I'm leading the local committees in back in Nepal. So I lead the 50 people around in my team, and I'm advocating for the climate actions and for the food systems. We talk about food system policies, but people don't know about what food is and what climate change is. So what we did is first we have to focus on the need-based assessment. So if they we always focus on the capacity building program, right? So we have to think, double check if they need the capacity building program or not. First one. So we focus on the need-based assessment, if they need or not, and what type of capacity building they are looking for the for their improvement and other things. So these are the ways. And also for the next one, we have to focus on global, national, regional, and global level, because the capacity building of local level will be different from the regional, national, and global levels. Because for the local levels we have to include the participatory approach, including every stakeholders. And for the national level we have to include some municipalities and government levels, especially for the making some policies. For the regional level we have to have different culture, identity, and different biodiverse system on that. And for the global level we have to include global south and global north in a one way, in a similar track, right? We are not having some favor for the global north, or we are not having some favor for the global south. We are making equal opportunities and accessible opportunities for the alls. So through this type of things, and the partnership and collaboration between different NGOs, government, youth bodies, and other things, and everybody's come together for the bridging the gap, and having capacity building session will be great. And also capacity building, already Christina mentioned that capacity building is not only from the expert. You can heard from the youth like us, who already work on the ground and have good experience of capacity building of young people, right? So we have to focus on the locals, global, regionals, and also the national levels for the capacity building.
Thank you so much. This is really an eye-opener. From what Christina said, we tackling capacity building from, let me say, when cocoa farmers actually teach people. So they know what's actually happening on the ground. So when they are impacting people, they know what they are saying, not maybe fancy people, not knowing anything, and just read and come and say what they think is right, but actually people on the field, and also tackling capacity building from the locals and then the global. So we have different types of people. So then tackling capacity building according to where they are for better understanding. I think this is such a great input. Who else wants to add something? Okay, so the third question, which says, What concrete steps can be taken to bridge the gap between youth-led initiatives and established institutions, fostering a collaborative environment that leverages the strength of both, with the ultimate goal of accelerating the pace of change towards more inclusive and resilient food systems? I'm taking it again. What concrete steps can be taken to bridge the gap between youth-led initiatives and established institutions, fostering a collaborative environment that leverages the strength of both, with the ultimate goal of accelerating the pace of change towards more inclusive and resilient food systems? So what concrete steps can be taken to bridge this gap between youth-led organizations and already established institutions? What concrete steps can be used to bridge this gap, fostering a collaborative environment that leverages the strength of both, with the ultimate goal of accelerating the pace of change towards more inclusive and resilient food systems?
Again, I have some examples. So like for the food system transformation and other things, back in Nepal, when I was the leading years in the local committee, I focus on the development of the women's, because in Nepal, they are not doing nothing and they are just a housewife. So we are focusing on the capacity building program and really actionable projects over there. So focus on the training on mushroom cultivation and other things. For the strong climate action, we have to focus on the inclusive and unbiased platform for everyone, that young people will be included, farmer included, and other people also included in the food system policies and in transformation. And next one is collaboration amongst all the stakeholders. That might be from youth, children, women, and private sectors and government sector, and especially the institution who teach young peoples how to be a better version of themselves and do better in the academic sectors. And third one is funding. So it's all about, at the end, it's all about money, how we are investing for the allocating the resources, right? So at the end, we have to focus on the investing money, more money in the youth, in participatory approach, in other things, and we have to focus on the funding a lot.
Okay, so Prim says funding. It's all about funding the youth-led organizations, so it bridges the gap. Okay, Christina.
Yeah, what I would like to add to that is, I think also a very, very important part is the work, that the collaboration between youth and NGOs together, because okay, the fly. So, because I think in collaboration together, you can reach so much more than alone. And also, imagine being a company and seeing, okay, there's one youth organization, and then on the other hand, you have a group of let's say 5 organizations who are working together. Of course, the group will be stronger. They will have better input. They will have better capacity, and they will probably also provide higher quality content when it comes to the collaboration. So I feel like we're sitting all in the same boat. All these organizations, we're all working together for the same goal. We're working all on the same agenda, right? So everything what we do is in favor for the climate change. And since we have all this common goal, I think it's very, very important that we work together and we support each other instead of thinking, how can my organization be more profitable, beneficial, or whatever, instead of someone else. We should work together and see how can we, as a collective, be a partner. And I think that will also contribute to be taken seriously by partners.
Thank you so much, everybody. With this, I'll say I'll wrap up, and I'll call Abdul to give us points on each question we answered here, so we can actually leave. We're already leaving. So Abdul, please wrap up. Yeah.
Hello again. I think the session is really great because the people that we are talking to really understand what we really want to do. And the topic that we are talking about today, the GHI, it's just a tool that shows us where we are and what we need to do in terms of food security. And to the answers that we have, one of the answers that comes up most of the time is the capacity building, which is also key. And I believe this is the only one that we need to most of the time consider, because we are the one that is feeling our pain. And if we are involved, we'll be able to explain the pain that we are feeling, and the solution will be direct. And the next one is the advocacy for policies. And in terms of policy, engagements also count, because when we are engaged in terms of this policy, we'll be able to bring out the right thing or the policies that need to be part of the document that we are always seeking for. And not only the policy, the implementation also comes up, which is also key. Go to the next question, which is the ways for enabling youth in food system. Capacity building also comes up. So like this capacity building is really a key. The last one is the concrete step that we need to consider. The one that comes up is also the women development, and this one comes in a way of training women in terms of the agricultural activities that they are doing in their local ways. And the last one is the collaboration. And with this, we'll be able to achieve what we are seeking for. And the most important one is funding. We need to pay attention to the funding, because whatever activity that we are doing in the agricultural sector for food sustainability needs money. The chain is too long, and if you are trying to consider it from the farm right up to the consumers, the chain is too long, and it has a lot of challenges along the line. So it all involves money. So money is the key. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much, Abdul. And now we are going to close our small side event here. And we got many great examples, for example, cocoa farmers in Ghana or young women in Nepal. And I think that if you give youth capacity, if you give youth the power to enable them to work in partnerships together, then it's really, they have the power to change food systems, to transform them in a more sustainable way, which is really necessary if we want to fight climate change. And yeah, I thank you all for attending this event here today. And I hope that you learned something that you didn't know before, which will enable you to take at home to your local communities to empower youth in transforming food systems. Thank you very much.
It doesn't matter how many people you have, but it matters how happy you are talking about.
Hello? Hello? Oh, they're taking photos. Thank you. Oh, sorry. How do you switch mic? No button. All right. Thank you so much for joining the session, everyone. Yeah, it sounded super interesting. And yeah, super glad to have you all here. And now on to, it's like not working. Is it too soft? But like, all right, and now we're moving on to our TEDx talks for the day. And these are just like really little snapshots of super interesting stories and different perspectives on our topic of the day. So first of all, from the Universal Versatile Society, a talk on the Socio-Economic Initiative for Ecological Agri-Food Production and Consumption. You have the floor.
Let's have some energy, guys.
Can I place my laptop here, please? Can I remove this one? Oh, okay. Okay. No problem. Thank you. Wait, did you want me to do this or the clicker? Or do you want me to do this when you're pitching? You'll do it? Just tell your father to because he wanted me to. Okay. Perfect. Hello, testing, testing. Okay. I can start? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are having a lovely afternoon. My name is Shruti Chopra, and I will be moderating this event. I work as a lead news anchor with UVS, which is the same as the speakers today. It is my utmost pleasure and honor to introduce this father and son duo, Mr. Narayan Solanki and Mr. Ved Solanki. Today, they will be presenting the topic Socio-Economic Initiative for Ecological Agriculture, Food Production, and Consumption. Mr. Solanki is a knowledgeable and dedicated individual who is the founder of Universal Versatile Society. He works towards multiple causes such as climate change, women empowerment, and farmer suicide prevention. Mr. Ved Solanki is a brilliant young man who attended Model UN last year in New York City. Since the presentation is regarding farmer suicide prevention, I would like to set the floor by conveying that as a doctor helps us in our time of need, a farmer, especially an organic farmer, does his best to prevent us from having to go to one. From here, Mr. Narayan Solanki will take it away. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shruti. Good evening, everybody. Myself, Narayan Solanke, I am founder and president of Universal Versatile Society. This is an EcoSoc accredited organization. As we know, we are living through the climate change collapse in real time. So, children and youth are the most vulnerable and source of hope as well. Thus, I'm trying my best to make my son sensitize on the issue. I'm proud father to announce and introduce my son as he is one of the World Food Forum's finalist for his agri-food project. So, without taking more time, I would like to introduce my son Ved Solanke here on the stage. So, please, Ved.
Good afternoon, everyone. Namaste. I, Ved Narayan Solanke, am 16-year-old student of Nath Valley School studying in grade 11th of Humanities. I'm honored and excited to present my project, Socio-Economic Initiative for Ecological Agri-Food Production and Consumption here at COP28. We are witnessing an insatiable desire of humankind for material gains, overexploitation of resources, excessive technological interventions. All these are taking an entire human civilization on the brink of a breakdown. To prevent this, we are attempting hard, but not rationally. Do you all really think technological intervention or our business as usual mindset would restore this difficulty? There is abhang in Marathi. Parite esi dekha jaisa khanduniya shakha magataya chia buduka kumpakije. Meaning, chopping the branches of a plant and using the same for fencing may no longer help. Gandhiji once said, "Do not shy away from technology. Use it by holding on to our traditional values." Thus, my approach is to embrace the local tradition and adopt nature-based solution. My project speaks about the same. I belong to farmer suicide-prone district of Vidarbha of India, where more than 1,000 farmers have been ending lives each year since 2006. And this number is increasing persistently. This statistic is a clear indication of agriculture system failure, demanding sustainable solutions urgently. But this was not the case in the past. My 85-year-old grandfather has witnessed the prosperity and happiness of our village. He modestly teaches us the lessons of sustainability by narrating the story of Bara Balutidar, meaning 12 persons who used barter system in the village for exchanging goods and services as a source of survival, where they rarely saw any currency in their routines but still were getting everything they needed at their own village. So what has gone wrong today? Right now in our region, approximately 90% of the farmers are cultivating only 5 cash crops annually, which are soybean, millets, wheat, rice, cotton, and pulses. Surprisingly, they purchase almost all their eatables from market by paying heavy prices even after they can grow them in their own lands. To cultivate these crops, they need to spend huge amount on fertilizers, pesticides and machineries at the expense of soil degradation, heavy market loss and frustrations. The FAO stated that out of 6,000 plant species have been cultivated for food, fewer than 200 are now contributing to food production, and surprisingly, only 9 account for 66% of the total crop production. This lack of crop diversity clearly implies that we may have to confront the global challenge of producing sufficient food in the coming future. Through this project, villagers may first get a detailed analysis of the entire village food requirement. Based on the demand, each farmer may act as a supplier by producing one or more agri-food items. It can be food grains, pulses, vegetables, fruits, etc. These items may then be exchanged with their colleagues on the basis of market rates and can earn more income by selling the surplus produce in the markets. Total number of farmers in a village equals the number of crops cultivated in that village. This concept may surely reset the monocropping tradition and will also help in responsible consumption, making a village self-sustainable in terms of food security. And while aiming to solve the issue of crop diversity, we may solve many agriculture issues with an objective to ensure food security of the village in terms of nutrition and quantity, and make the village self-sustainable in terms of food security. This will also reduce market shocks, obviously, as there will be alternatives of crops with the farmers and boost rural economy by circulating agri-food and other agriculture resources within the circle. My project, and everyone watching this, my project is highlighting the need of crop diversity, which may prove to be revolutionary in terms of improving soil health, like alternating crops. If I'm cultivating soya beans, say cultivating mustard after harvesting soya bean may prove to be productive. Minimize disease cycles, like breaking the chain of an insect on a particular plant. Remarkably, this project addresses local needs and challenges by offering sustainable solutions, increasing crop diversity, attracting pollinators, increasing biodiversity, may all prove to be revolutionary. I believe my project is not a solution over any problem, but this itself was the way of our past, which we have lost in greed. Therefore, through this project, I would like to apprise that we are not a merely part of conversation in humanitarian issues, but hold the capacity to lead and undertake such projects. And therefore, through this project, I would like to draw the attention of the intellectual international community present here. And I am very sure they will come up with some comprehensive, workable solution to address this issue. I would like to thank everyone present here for giving me this opportunity to speak. It's been a pleasure to speak in front of you. And thanks for listening to me. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much for that incredibly insightful presentation. Your solution is super innovative, and it's so impressive that you're so young. Soon up, we'll have our next talk focusing on the youth advocacy perspective of nutrition. We'll have a couple minutes break till then. Thank you. Next up from GEMS Modern Dubai, we've got a presentation on unlocking the potential of conservation agriculture in MENA, challenges and opportunities. Take it away. That's over there. All right, and now for our final presentation of the day, we have a talk on unlocking the potential of conservation agriculture in MENA, challenges and opportunities with a representative from GEMS Mod in Dubai.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dev Sham, and I'm a grade 11 student at GEMS Modern Academy, Dubai. I'm doing my internship at Fresh to Home, which is a vertically integrated, farm-to-fork, direct-to-consumer commerce company. Recently, I ran a poll at my school asking students whether they would like to be involved in the agricultural sector. The results showed that 95% of the students did not want to be involved in this sector. When asked why, they said that they were not willing to drive around in tractors and harvest crops for a living. The youth of today are not fully aware of the magnitude of opportunities in this field and the growth it will witness in the coming years. Now, the global population is going to hit 10 billion by 2050, and feeding 10 billion people sustainably will require closing three gaps. First, a 56% food gap in terms of crop calories. Second, a 593 million hectare land gap in terms of agricultural land area. Third, an 11 gigaton greenhouse gas mitigation gap in terms of expected agricultural emissions. Now, before we get into the strategies to close these gaps, let's first set a clear goal. The National Food Security Strategy of 2051 aims to transform Dubai into a world-leading hub for innovation-driven food security. The strategy specifically aims to implement climate-resilient agricultural practices to maximize local food production. This ensures that all citizens and residents will have access to safe, sufficient, and nutritious food at affordable prices at all times. However, we are facing certain challenges when it comes to achieving these goals. The main challenges include water scarcity, 90% of the UAE's reliance on food imports, less than 0.1% contribution of agricultural production to the GDP, and less than 5% arable land. Now that we have our goals, let's explore the best ways to achieve them. Let's look at plant agricultural solutions first. All right. The Green Revolution, fantastic. It helped bring down world hunger by 16%. However, the prolonged use of pesticides and insecticides has proven to be detrimental for the environment. It has led to soil degradation, biodiversity loss, and even contributed to climate change. These practices, they are not sustainable. Now, how do we solve this problem? Enter regenerative agriculture. Regenerative agriculture blends sustainable innovation with tradition. Regenerative agriculture helps to improve the soil, delivers high productivity and high quality food, while simultaneously fighting climate change and restoring lost biodiversity. Now, how can we implement this here in the MENA region? Let's look at what Emirates Biofarm is doing. I had the privilege to visit the farm last week, and let me tell you, I was absolutely blown away. On the way there, it was just sand on either sides of the road. But when we got there, we were amazed by the lush greenery in the area. What are they doing to cultivate crops more sustainably? They convert the sand in the area into fertile soil by adding chicken manure, which makes it rich in essential nutrients such as potassium, phosphorus, and magnesium. They irrigate the crops using drip irrigation. Why drip irrigation? Because drip irrigation supplies water directly to the roots of the plants only in necessary amounts to prevent water wastage. Along with this, companion planting, crop rotation, and multiple cropping are also practiced. Now, transitioning from the realm of regenerative agriculture into the cutting-edge realm of vertical farming. Vertical farming, which includes hydroponics and aeroponics, is essentially the cultivation of crops without the use of soil. Hydroponics uses a nutrient-rich solution, while aeroponics uses a nutrient-rich mist. Now, why should we use these practices? It promotes lesser use of pesticides and insecticides. Second, aeroponics is shown to produce a higher yield of crops which are also healthier. Third, since these systems are cultivated vertically, they require 98% less land. And fourth, these crops are grown in environmentally controlled conditions and can hence be grown all year round. Now, a vast majority of the UAE's population follows a non-vegetarian diet. Therefore, it's essential to not only grow plants, but animals more sustainably. Let's first dive into the poultry sector. I love a good chicken shawarma. Poultry meat is one of the fastest growing food products in terms of consumption, and it's expected to increase to 150 million tons by 2050. Therefore, it's critical to cultivate poultry meat more sustainably. Now, how do we do this? Let's take a look at what Fresh to Home is doing. Fresh to Home takes pride in its farm to fork supply chain, which ensures sustainability. For poultry, they use a unique proprietary blend of corn, soybean, and herbs to raise healthy and disease-resistant birds. They use innovative technology to predict and manage inventory, which helps reduce food waste to an impressive 3 to 4% compared to the industry average of 15%. Byproducts such as chicken manure are repurposed to enrich the soil and grow healthier crops, emphasizing a more holistic approach to sustainability. In this era of AI, robotics, and blockchain, technology can help transform agriculture through efficiency and innovation. Smart agriculture refers to the use of advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence and Internet of Things to facilitate the farming process. Let's now delve into the different ways in which technology can facilitate farming. IoT sensors or Internet of Things sensors can be used to collect real-time data on environmental factors such as temperature, humidity, soil moisture, and nutrient content. AI can be used to analyze historical data, which can suggest measures to improve soil health and reduce the risk of pests and diseases. AI models can be used to analyze pictures to detect pests and diseases to eliminate them at the earliest. Blockchain can be used to verify the authenticity of food products, and it also helps to improve food safety. After explaining the variety of opportunities in this sector and the necessity to transition to more sustainable forms of agriculture to my peers at school, I conducted another poll. This time, there was a significant change in the results. Approximately 45% of the students now expressed interest to join the agricultural sector. When asked why, they said that they were previously unaware of these opportunities and now wish to learn more about them. Together, we are planting the seeds for a future where smart, integrated agriculture will help us cultivate food more sustainably. I urge each and every one of you to join us and strive towards establishing a more sustainable and resilient future for all. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much. You're definitely super right. We really do need to change the way that agriculture is framed society-wide. And now we've got a quick 10-minute break, and then we'll head to our daily policy briefing to sum up the takeaways from today.
This is on, by the way. Just say it.
That should be fine.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the Pavilion. We're now going to kick off our policy briefing of the day. And over to you guys.
Oh, are we good? Oh, great. Hello, everyone. Good evening, and welcome to the Children and Youth Pavilion. Personally, I'm excited to be here. Okay, good. Okay, my name is Abdulkarim Majid. I'm from Nigeria. I'm a journalist with Premium Times newspaper in Nigeria, but I'm here at COP with Climate Tracker under the Climate Justice Reporting Fellowship. I welcome you all to the daily briefing being organized by, I think, Climate Tracker and in collaboration with the Youngo Group. Yeah, fantastic. And so I have with me here to my right, Jane, and also to my left, Colleen. So Jane is a non-binary young climate activist engaging in grassroots movements like the plurinational movement for water, territories, Fridays for Future, Extinction Rebellion, and is currently serving as a contact point for the Finance and Markets Working Group of Youngo. And to my left is the gentleman, Kalain. He's an award-winning journalist, winning multimedia journalist, based in Trinidad and Tobago. Since 2014, he has reported on weather, climate, and the environment for his online media company, Trinidad and Tobago Weather Center. So you're welcome, guys.
Thank you.
Heading straight to the conversation. Are we ready?
Yeah,
sure. Okay, let's do it.
Yeah.
That's what
Okay,
we're here
so
for.
let's jump right into it. What are the key happenings from today?
Yeah, so
Khaled?
again, I'm Colleen from Trinidad. So the themes of today would have been, agriculture, food, and water. But unfortunately for us, agriculture negotiations ended a little bit earlier as a result of Rule 16. And for those that aren't familiar with the Rule 16, any item of the agenda which an ordinary session, consideration of which has not been completed at the session, shall be included automatically in the agenda of the next ordinary session, unless otherwise decided by the Conference of the Parties. So it's either going to be knocked on to Bonn, or we'll see it next year in Azerbaijan. Something else that happened, we are expecting to see some new global stocktake text, either tonight or tomorrow, but that's anytime between now and 9 a.m. tomorrow. So don't hold your breath. And then something else that happened today, it was the first press conference from the High Ambition Coalition. They played a big role in the success of the Paris Agreement. And some of the countries are the Marshall Islands, Fiji, Spain, France. And they issued a statement calling for peaking emissions before 2025, halving by 2030, and a full phase out of fossil fuels. Now, today the presidency held the first 3 p.m. ministerial majlis. Am I pronouncing that right?
Right.
Right. Which means council in Arabic. So, traditional majlis forum provides Emiratis with an opportunity to debate, deliberate, and share information about the issues of the day. Now, today it's been full of powerful statements for having the means to implement mitigation and adaptation agendas. Everyone claims to accept the science, but that doesn't seem to be an honest conversation on what could actually be done to bridge the gaps between countries in favor of phasing out fossil fuels as a means for physical survival and those not in favor due to concerns over an inevitable economic transition. So,
when you mentioned phase out, in Nigeria, well, I come from a country whose revenue largely depends on crude oil. And I was just engaging some of our negotiators, asking them, what would this mean for us back home? And I mean, guys, you don't want to hear this. So let's just continue.
Well, that's why maybe we're calling for equitable phase out
Wow.
of fossil fuels.
Oh, great.
So I guess
So-
developing countries should get the support to transition their economies.
Wow.
So
So-
the poorest in society don't get affected by it. But we save the planet. We achieve a habitable world to live for future generations. I think that's important.
Wow. Thanks so much.
Sorry for interrupting.
No, that's fantastic. I just think you can just continue from there.
Okay, sure.
Kindly tell us about the GST.
Yeah, the GST. Well, colleagues, we're 48 hours until the end of this conference. And literally, like, it's up today in the Magis, on the political guidance, on the day of human rights that we define if we got consensus of the strongest language we can have on the phase out of fossil fuels, which apparently is kind of getting into an agreement, into consensus of including the phase out of fossil fuels. Now, the last name is what is actually, it's important to define the actual actions that parties are going to address. Because if we still have the language unabated, if we are on a consensus that we need ambition pathways towards reaching 1.5 with the best available science, but we don't address, the actual actions to do it, then we're not gonna get to a credible pathway to actually continue working. But other good news that are consensus on the enhances of climate finance, the recognition of debt struggles from developing countries. This is strictly related as well with the climate action, because if countries have to prioritize giving health, giving provisions, food for the citizens, and climate action on the short term, of course they're going to prioritize that. But if we have the enhance of climate finance and the doubling adaptation finance and the readiness for access for the SIDS, which is small island development states, and the LDCs, which are the least developing countries, then we can actually achieve this as a global effort. And yeah, so a lot of parties are talking about the fossil fuels, but some are directing on emissions instead of all energy is transformational. So we're talking about phase out, but on a transition on a specific time frame, but no one else is also talking about. So there's huge loopholes on what do we mean, and we hope to get guidance on the next days coming to the end of the decision. So yeah, next GSTs expect to come tonight after the high-level Magis, and the two chairs from Denmark and South Africa will convey this text, and let's hope to get an agreement tomorrow.
Wow, thanks so much for that. I know when you were talking about finance and climate action, back home in my country as a journalist, what I've always been trying to do is to see how to hold the government to account, especially in respect to how they are carrying out, using the climate finance to carry out green development and all of that, green projects, or that tree planting and all of that in the country. So I just really feel it's important that also going forward in our respective domain, whatever the outcome of this is, we keep engaging and also trying to make them do the right thing. I totally agree on that. Colin, would you like to tell us more about adaptation?
Yeah. So, I mean, the global goal on adaptation has been like one of those headline statements as well. And this framework is meant to be a tool for parties, communities, and other stakeholders to enhance the adaptive capacity and strengthen resilience and reduce vulnerability to climate change, as well as reviewing the progress made towards achieving those goals. Now, today we got new text around 7 a.m., and the draft is still missing some crucial elements despite some improvements. So vulnerable communities, as we all know, desperately need more finance to build resilience to the impacts of climate change. But the text as it stands right now only reiterates the long-standing call for developed countries to double adaptation finance without providing a clear roadmap on how they intend on delivering it. So no means of implementations or where it was mentioned by parties. Now, we've also seen quotes saying for a credible outcome, negotiators must agree on an overall finance target for adaptation and how developed countries can meet their previous commitments to double climate adaptation finance. Now, with some improvements, this text could provide a solid outcome that can help accelerate adaptation efforts on the ground, that can shield people and ecosystems from the consequences of rising temperatures. But there's a huge divergence on the principles of these frameworks, namely equity. There's also a heads of delegation meeting on the global goal on adaptation today at around 1 o'clock our time. Now, we're in conflicting information on whether there's agreement or disagreement on the draft text, but the official word is there's no agreement on the draft text, and there's a high odds that this negotiation could stall at COP and continue to SB60. So, back to you.
Wow.
Again.
I know listening to folks out there, this has been some of those things, disturbing. At the slow pace at which this agreement is going, especially on adaptation. And
Absolutely.
Would you like to tell us about finance?
Yes, I will. All right, so finance has many, many streams. We're going to talk about the most important ones, or the most relevant for this COP. First is the NCQG. We got the last version of the text just a few minutes ago, actually, before. Oh yes, thank you. The acronyms. Thank you so much. So the NCQG, the new collective quantified goal for climate finance, is the successor of the past climate finance goal, which was the 100 billion, 100 billion till 2020, and 100 billion yearly from 2020 to 2025. So parties, I'm gonna talk this up. Let's start with the long-term finance, and because the long-term finance agenda item is assessing the completion of the 100 billion, and we know that for sure the 100 billion hasn't been fully completed yet, and there are the data that are coming from the OECD, coming from the Standing Committee on Finance, which are bodies, intergovernmental bodies, one from outside the UNFCCC, which is OECD, and one from the Standing Committee on Finance, which is the body that supports reports to the Conference of Parties, that the 100 billion could be met by last year. But there's still no official data, because you need to disaggregate and really look deep if some climate finance is actually climate finance, or it's just being tagged as climate finance and it's actually something stupid like gelato factories. There was some gelato factories in climate finance this year, which was a report that came out from Oxfam, and it was pretty funny. So there is disagreement on the language and how we were going to express this to the world. So are we going to frame it as a possible note, like, yeah, parties most likely agreed on the text, on the completion of the goal on 2022, or are we going to say parties had failed to complete the goal on time, and therefore should cumulatively until 2025 commit to give a total of 600 billion. That if you add every 100 billion plus the 100 billion initially, you'll get that amount. That if we look at the real numbers right now, that seems crazy, right? But it's definitely doable. So then it comes to the NCQG, the new collective quantified goal, which is this new framework that we have to build with all the technical aspects, noting that the first goal was just a political message. It's just us saying we're going to give 100 billion, but not where are the sources, how are we going to assess it, what is the quality behind the finance? Is it just going to be loans, or are we going to include grants? Are we going to assess debt? Are we going to include human rights? Sub-goals for loss and damage, mitigation, adaptation. Those are all topics that are being discussed. What are the transparency arrangements? And how do we calculate the number? Are we going to just say, no, let's give 1 trillion, 3 trillion, just because the parties say so? Or are we going to do it based on needs, on science, and something that is flexible to the changing dynamics of our world? So the draft is far from what we would want it to be in terms of political guidance to keep working on the technical level, because if we don't get agreement on, like, for example, the time frame and like on the amount or how we're going to calculate, then so many options we need to put in the table at the technical level, and it's so hard to have 1 day or 2 days of discussion and bring forward all these elements. But there was no agreement around that, so it's going to be a little bit hard. We're going to need political guidance. So the decisions were that on before Bonn, so before the intersessionals that happened mid-year in June, that define the technical aspects and technical and scientific aspects of the prioritization of the agreements that we do here, and the implementation aspects. We are going to have a high-level ministerial dialogue on climate finance. So ministers will get together again this time before Bonn and give political guidance, and we're going to have one technical expert dialogue again, and then 2 more expert dialogues to define all the options that parties then will have to negotiate on the biggest negotiation that will happen at COP29. And let's hope that this goes well and that we have clearance and that we can work productively towards this. Because, one of the biggest fears, though, that we talked a lot the other days was that maybe civil society and youth would be excluded to this process, like we were excluded at the loss and damage with the technical, the transitional committee, where parties had, options to give open discussions, but then went to a more private in workshops to discuss of the most hottest topics. But now we're going to, we are ensured that this is going to be inclusive for every stakeholder. That means youth are included, business are included, because the private sector will also have a target, most likely, on this goal. So yeah, I don't want to take more time. I already took a lot, but thank you for listening.
I mean, those perspectives are quite, revealing and fantastic. There are some things that I don't even know before now. And I think that's why we're having this briefing, at least, to get ourselves. So coming back to you, Khalid.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking you can just give us update on
some
the
things that people may
mitigation.
not know about. Yeah, too. So starting off with the mitigation work program.
Yeah.
So at COP28, parties established this program to urgently scale up mitigation, ambition, and implementation in this critical decade in a manner that complements the global stocktake. And something to note is that the mitigation work program is the only place where we will talk about mitigation after the GST. So it's crucial that something comes out of this, right? So, like everybody trying to follow these negotiations, everyone is confused, negotiators as well as us, because parties have been unable to agree to draft a decision on it. The co-facilitators who have passed the work along to the presidency now, so they will consult with the ministerial pair on adaptation, which is Singapore and Norway, and how to take it forward. But unfortunately, it's likely that there will be no decision on the mitigation work program at this COP. And also moving on to the Just Transition Work Program. Now, this was established last year at COP27 with the hope that it will be operationalized this year. The aims to boost the global understanding of a just transition pathways, to facilitate countries' just transition to low emissions and a climate resilient future through actions that will also contribute to reducing inequalities both within and between countries. Now, the new text on just transition is looking good. The only weak point is the outcome, which says there will be an annual output, but doesn't give any conditions or connect it to anything, which will be hard to strengthen this part, but we still have some time on it.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. I mean, listening to both of you, I know expectations are high, but we are all looking forward to tomorrow.
And if
what
you
should we
listen to the
expect?
president, the expectations are even high.
Yeah.
So, Bob, can you give us an insight?
Yeah,
What
so
are we expecting
the
tomorrow?
president, as I was saying, expect that we all achieve conclusions by the 11th the 12th at 11 in the morning. That means that it's all or nothing. Like, it's gonna propose a package, we take it or leave it, something like that. So we're expecting tomorrow to have a draft text on the GGA after the ministerial, We're going to have a draft text after the NCQG after the consultation that is happening right now. That I'm losing it, by the way. But our team is there, so no worries. And yeah, on the GST with the updated options. And today is going to be crazy for the GST. I mean, our youngsters are right now giving position papers with all the talking points to all the heads of delegations. And if we want, I think I left some over there if you want to look at it afterwards. But based on those inputs, tomorrow we're going to have a final text for the cover decision / GST global stock take text that will be presented at the closing plenary.
Wow, cool.
So let's hope for it. We're gonna open up for questions, right?
Yeah. So thanks so much for all you said. So we are opening the floor for questions, contributions from the audience. I'm wondering, I know, just like me, I know a lot of people might have one or two things that they want to add to the conversation. Oh, great.
Pink one, please.
Hello.
Okay.
Yes, it's me. Hi, I'm Clara, and I wanted to update on the YCC consultations. The YCC.
Stand up here, please.
Okay, sorry.
This is very important, friends.
Can I sit?
Can you give context?
Yes, I can give context. The YCC is the Youth Climate Champion. Her name is Shama, Her Excellency Shama. She has a pavilion right next door. And she is also a minister in the UAE, so she had like a very high position. This was the first time that we had a youth climate champion. We did have a youth envoy at last year's COP, which was Omnia from Egypt.
Cool,
This is live streamed? Yes.
Yes, it's fine.
It's
fine.
We just wanted to update that the YCC is having consultations, and they have actually floated a draft on the institutionalization of the Youth Climate Champion. This means they want to have a Youth Climate Champion every single year. They want to have an official text decided on by parties, recognizing and welcoming and congratulating themselves on the great work that they've done this year, and recommending to future presidencies to have the same. And they have consulted young people, more specifically Yango, on this. And this has been occupying our time for the past 2 days a lot. We had internal conversations. I'm sure many of you have been part of that. And the big worry is that by having a youth climate champion, we would essentially replace efforts that are done by the constituency. So that this person, whoever that is, would then be representing the young people, and that only this person would be invited to everything. While we want to have our democratic constituency there and us making the decisions, and not someone who is appointed by the presidency. So yeah, we have been trying to give our inputs. We've been talking to parties, and yeah, this will be crucial for the next coming hours. There will be like a text floated from us with suggestions on what we think parties should ask for. They of course have other worries. For example, finance, like who will be paying for this climate champion?
Always the finance.
Yes, but for us, it's crucial that we have control over this as the youth constituency. So that's the update on the YCC.
Well, thanks so much. So I think he has a comment or question or something.
Hi everyone, thanks again for this session, very interesting as every day. Just small technical question, are there written reports of this session available somewhere online or not?
We have notes. There's a Earth bulletin, an Earth negotiations bulletin done by the IISD, where you can look at every morning it comes out, and you can see a report done by scientists that are following the negotiations each day. But there are other sources. You want to?
Yeah, I don't know. Are you on the youth broadcast? Okay, so 2 days ago I sent like 4 links of different written updates that we also get some of our information from. and I can send it to you personally if you want. Yeah.
Yeah. There are other sources, but yeah, it's really hard.
Just a little clarification. I was not following agriculture work program, so
Mm.
my understanding was it ended with a procedural ending rather than a Rule 16. ACE ended with a Rule 16. Just to clarify, that's what happened, right? Because it was said agriculture work program also ended with Rule 16.
Yeah,
As far as I know, there was a group that kind of like wanted to keep discussing this on a second period and not have a
Yeah, it was procedural ending, so there's text available. So yeah, just
That's cool. Oh, all right. I don't know. Do we have any other question or contributors? Okay. In the absence of none, we deeply appreciate you all for coming, and we hope, just like you said, we'll get better results from. I'm looking forward
Please,
to it.
I want to breathe air in 30 years.
And thanks so much to our two panelists. Thank you for coming and for the insight. We're grateful. To all of you, I wish you all back to your respective destinations.
Enjoy your last day at COP.
So I think as you go, try to talk to people, engage, make more contacts, and all, and let's keep the conversation going. Thank you.
And the action.
And the
And
action.
the action.
All right. Thank you.
And to turn your attention to one more social event right here, we've got a reception for all children and youth, food, drinks, etc. Yep, starting now. Thank you.
My friends. For those of you who don't know, we have a final celebration party to celebrate the end of the Children Youth Pavilion. So we have food here outside. But before we start eating the food, we will have the final party here. So we'll have a couple of boring words right now. So we'll have a couple of nice words, and then yeah, we can all enjoy. So nobody can eat until we start the party. Ah, ça commence maintenant pour vous? C'est le même temps. Ah, ça fait une demi-heure quoi. C'est rapide, c'est rien de spécial. Ah oui, ouais, ça avance, ouais. Là, j'anime jamais, j'aime bien parler, animer, faire des trucs, ouais, modérer, quoi. Ouais, l'énergie, quoi, toujours. Donc on essaie de promouvoir un peu. Il y a Free Food, that's COP. Tu peux promouvoir ça et tu as les gens là. Donc c'est facile d'avoir les gens. Ah, Habibi, comment ça va? Super. Oh, big boy. Mon frère, comment ça va? Mon frère, wa alaykoum salam. How are you, brother? Alhamdulillah. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. How is COP treating you guys? Musa and Omar, Habibi. You're enjoying? Brother, that's the place to be, man. That's the place to be. And also Africa Climate Week next year. Africa Climate Week, especially, let's see, I'm not sure yet, but one thing is important. Now I'm running to chair the Africa Youth Initiative for Climate Change, just like network with all young people. Children and Youth Pavilion Part My friend, who wants food? Who wants to party? Let us all gather here so that we can hear the opening, or we can open the closing ceremony of the Children and Youth Pavilion. So I want everyone to get inside and get your food, get your drinks, and yeah, let's the closing officially start. So I hope everyone is having a good COP. And now it's I guess before last day at COP, so a lot of things going on. Busy day, busy life. So we wanted to memorize this moment, our Children Youth Pavilion, and our presence here. We just had our policy briefing session, and you see how we are growing. We are having 150 sessions this year. Last year we had 80 sessions. Now we have the first ever children session. So yeah, things are going. So, my friends, can we all join here for a minute to celebrate our pavilion, celebrate ourselves as young people, celebrate our success, our unity, our happiness, and our presence here at COP. It's not easy to be present at COP, so you being here is a celebration in itself. So, yeah, maybe Maskur, you want to say a few words as we celebrate this special moment for us?
Yeah, I think it's been a long time coming. It took thousands of volunteer hours to make this come to fruition. And yeah, we're happy. Of course, we still have programs tomorrow, but tomorrow is going to be officially the last day of activities at the pavilion. But yeah, we had over 140 sessions this year. Every day we tried to have like children activities in our activity suite. We also had a first ever children session here in our session space. We have daily policy briefings from 5:30 to 6, and also the regional networking. So it's been a great moment. A lot of youths have had the opportunity to share with us their initiatives, share with us the actions they're taking at the grassroots level, and also their plans for the future. They also had the chance to interact with some high-level speakers, with negotiators and people who are in the policy space. I can say it was an overall success. Of course, we can still build more on this and make it better come COP29. But it has really been a great experience here. So I'd like to pass on to Mira to share some few words.
Well, I think everyone's kind of busy, starting with the networking and eating. But just to complement what Mashkur and Saad have already said, thank you to all of the volunteers who have really contributed to making the agenda and the program. And also a big shout out to Saad, Serena, Mashkur, who have been incredible coordinators and kind of leading and making decisions across all things. Also, Greenhouse have been incredibly supportive and helpful in organizing media engagement. And who else? I think also all of my colleagues at SIF. Yeah. Yeah, everyone at the steering committee who have obviously fed into all of the media, comms, program, speakers. And I think the main message that I just want to give through is that obviously it's been a very collaborative effort across all things. And so just wanted to take a moment and a bit of time to celebrate that. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and I think just as was mentioned at the Youth High Level event on Youth Day, this is something that we propose to parties and stakeholders to support. We, the children and youth of the world, actually need the space and also the chance to engage at the high levels. And with that, I will officially declare the networking open, so you can help yourself to the food and drinks, the outside, and basically just network with people here. Thank you very much.